Hello and welcome. I'm MC Toon, the second worst rapper in the world. Turns out somebody's beat me. Multi Tom Tom is the worst rapper in the world. So I'm unseated, I guess. So I did a video using Multi Tom Tom's rap and some of the dancing from the Flat Earth Global Convention. If you missed that, it's in one of my videos. It's quite horrible. I warn you. I gave it a thumbs down. Go ahead and give it a thumbs down yourself. So did the Flurfer not show? Yes, we have a flatty that did not show up. No surprise. Earlier today had a 5G guy, anti-5G guy, not show up. So that was Dylan Liverpool official. And he's like, I haven't heard from you for a week. I'm like, I gave you my email address. You didn't send me any. So anyway, we'll see. And then the flurf that did not show tonight is Designing Hawaii and Quantum Eraser. Wait a second. Quantum Eraser agreed to debate? No. If you notice, the title of this is I Challenge You to Debate Someone Else. Which I get that pretty often. People saying, all over the place. I challenge you to. I bet you won't debate this guy. Bet you won't debate this guy. So I'll pull up the actual challenge from Designing Hawaii. It's pretty funny because he kind of dug himself a little hole there. So let's see. It was from, I'll put it in the live chat here. If anybody wants to go and call him out, there's the video link. You can just jump in there. It's the pinned comment from Designing Hawaii. So, all right, I'll get it up here. And so there it is. Hopefully you can see that. He says, debate Quantum Eraser. Bet you won't. To which I replied, I have an opening June 9th. That's today. 8 p.m. Central Time on my channel. That's now. Let me know. And then I said, bet he won't. So I bet that Quantum Eraser would not debate me. When he said he thought I would not debate Quantum Eraser. So funny. So anyway, so I said, bet he won't. And then I said, you debate me to, Designing Hawaii, and said, bet you won't. His answer there. Not only will we both debate you, but you will, and your religion will be obliterated, and you will give us great content. Sign us up. Like, super. You're on the calendar. I gave him a link to the calendar. mctoon.net/calendar. Be sure to have QE confirm. See the video description of my website for contact info. And then Designing Hawaii replies, $1,000 in my PayPal from MC Toon. I don't do retards for free. Once the $1,000 is in my account, I will send the debate format. It's a take it or leave it. Good. Thanks, QE. So, Designing Hawaii challenged me to debate Quantum Eraser and Designing Hawaii. And then QE demanded $1,000 to do it. Like, that's just a classic runaway right there. So I reply, as I said, bet he won't, and he won't. Designing Hawaii refused. So that was back then, a week ago. Then I said, Designing Hawaii, since QE refused today to debate, I said today, I should say to debate. As predicted, will you have the guts? And Designing Hawaii has not responded at all. I peppered him a couple times here. To scamper away is quite the joke. Let's see. I keep responding to him today. Today is the day you agreed to debate Designing Hawaii. I've still not heard anything from you. Are you not able if QE isn't there to coach you? So there we go. So that's why there's nobody here today. Not not a big surprise. About 50% of the flatties don't show. So I tried a few other things. I did try, I sent an email to InRem. I also commented on his video. Nothing from InRem. But I thought, who knows what he's up to. So, oh no, we got Ed Freeze and YouTube Surgeon General coming over from a different stream. They've been having a bit of an argument. So hopefully it doesn't degrade too far. So, that's not the only challenge to debate that somebody has done on somebody else's behalf. So let me pull up, let's see, this. My cat's behind me. You might see the kitty there just briefly. What am I doing here? Got this. So somebody challenged me to debate Oakley. So I'll pull that up. It was in a private chat. I won't go in depth on. I won't say his name or anything. Doesn't matter who he is, but he's going talking about Oakley, and I had said, well, I'm up to debate Oakley on modern day debates would be fine with me. So here it is. But he's like, my most important job is to set up this debate with you and Oakley. James will be a good mod. James is not the best, but he's fine. Is James a globe head? I think he is, yeah. You really think Oakley won't show? Yeah, I really don't think Oakley would show. I think he won't agree with it unless it's on his channel with him as the mod. You may be right. Time will tell. Why don't you go on his channel and put out the request? Because I'm blocked. Because that's what Oakley does. He blocks people. So blue is red. Debate me. Oh my goodness. Brad Wenger says I can't debate Oakley. Of course, yeah. Oakley won't. He is allergic to debate. Oakley's block list must be huge. So then we continue here. I said I'm still excited for Oakley. I'm like, go ahead, try to get him to debate me. So yeah, Oakley's reply. He says he runs a debate show, so why would he debate anywhere else? And hasn't invited you to come on for a debate. I'm like, well, I run a debate show. Why would I go anywhere else? I invited him to come on for a debate. A Mexican standoff. So Oakley has nothing I don't have, right? So that's why I offered to go to modern day debate, right? Because we both have that, and we both want to host on our own channel, of course. So I offer the olive branch to Oakley to debate on a third party, and I don't think any people would argue that James is anything but a fair moderator for as it goes for being fair to flat earthers. He gives a quite a bit of preference there. So let's see. Green Bullion will debate me. Yeah, he has to come on camera. That's perfectly fine. Brad Wenger, I'm not sure what you mean by I can't debate Oakley. Are you suggesting that I would not win? Or would not do well? Or I don't know what you mean by that. Maybe you could clarify. And rather than challenging me to debate, if that's what you're doing, is challenging me to debate him on, why don't you debate me? Because we know that Oakley won't. So that's silly. So anyway, so this guy is going to send a screenshot of the conversation. Now, he's not the only one to challenge me to debate Oakley. And somebody on Facebook in a group a couple days ago, did the same thing, and I responded the same. I said he won't do it, but I have a debate show. They have a debate show. So let's do it on a neutral, but he won't. So. Anyway, so yeah, hey, wow, Graham Price, I hope it's a short A, earlier today, became a member a Newton member. Thank you. And now, just now, Sean Phillips and Glober Mommy have both become Newton members. Thank you very much. That's I appreciate that. So, all right. Brad Wenger says, well, he just yells. Yeah, Oakley just yells. So, yeah, I've noticed while watching, I can't stand the Oakley a whole lot. It's pretty terrible. But I've noticed what he does is when something starts to go where some evidence is going to get presented, like even if he's like the moderator, he'll jump in and like accuse somebody of a fallacy or do something to completely derail the conversation so that the evidence for the globe doesn't get presented. So yeah. All right. Oh, grand price. I got it. So I have briefly met Mark Sargent in real life. Have I reached out to him for a debate? I have not. I have. I'd love to. He's a nice guy, isn't he? Right. Yeah, silly guy. But yeah, he has a live stream he does, and I was actually gonna try to get, see if he would have me on his live stream just for a talk. But yeah. Yeah, I take it Q Tuttle didn't show. No, Q Tuttle, I don't know if Q Tuttle even exists, So yeah, silly Q Tuttle. Let's see. I have, and maybe there's others. Let's see. Yeah. So the guy on Facebook who did the same, bet you won't debate Oakley. I did the same thing. I said, sure, I will tell him, third party. And I bet you won't debate me. And of course he didn't, accept. So now here's the deal. I don't mind that. I don't find a problem with that. Challenging somebody else to debate. I will accept, but they don't generally. So other people have, on my behalf, challenged people to debate on occasion that I've seen. The same thing, they don't accept. They always kind of run off. So like today, Andrew Luke, who is kind of involved in the 5G stuff, was challenging Lee Garrett to debate me, and Lee Garrett refuses. He's a little frightened on that. Lee has no idea on science or electronics or radio frequency or any of that kind of stuff. So that's why he won't. So anyway, let's see. I've been going through your entire Jessica G. I've been going through your entire catalog of debates. You have this way of, making people look like absolute fools. You made Red Pill look like an absolute nitwit. Thank you. He, at the end of that one, I think his goal was to try to get me to like flip out, and I knew that coming in. That's what he was going to try to do. That's because he doesn't really have a whole lot of anything. So yeah, he just went into this loop. So yeah, no, there are no flirfs yet that have joined. So I think probably InRam just isn't on the computer. Maybe he'll look and find it, and maybe I can book him for the future. So let's see. I do have a couple cool announcements here. I just got an email confirming this. So Stephen Smith, he's been on here before, and he has a lot of beef with Joey Rocha. Stephen is a vet, and Joey is pretty rude to them. So Stephen emailed Modern Day Debate saying he wants to debate Austin Whitsitt, and then added in, why don't we do a 2v2 between Stephen and myself, and Austin and Nathan Thompson. And that was like 2 months ago, and Nathan today responded saying yes. So we have potentially myself and Stephen Smith with Austin and Nathan Thompson on Modern Day Debate. So it's not booked yet or anything certain, but that would be quite fantastic. Joey D, what does Joey say about the military? I'm not certain on the exact thing that he said. Joey says so much, you just can't track it. So I see Prime Red is here. So welcome, Prime Red. Very good showing on Teams thing. Sean Phillips says he'll debate me. Sean, what are you going to debate me on? You're a good guy. It's right. Let's see. Yeah, he's messaged me on Facebook. Okay, I don't know what oh, that's what that is. Yes. His Google Play money. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that. So yes, AT2 Joe. Yeah, I find something with Joey. I don't know, sorry. So hey, Cy Strikeling, yes, how you doing? Brainy Beaver, we're talking about people that challenge me to debate other people on their behalf, and then the other person they're saying to debate me won't debate me. Oh, that reminds me, there's a guy a while ago that was saying that I would not debate Antonio Subarats or Marty Leeds. And I contacted both of them saying, this clown says that I won't debate you. I challenge you to debate. Silence from them. So awesome. There. Sean can pretend to be a flat earther. That would be fantastic, I guess. So let's see. I did put out a couple invites to see if anybody wanted to join me. So come on, won't somebody here debate MC2? I am. I'm so desperate. No, it's interesting that it's kind of the thing that we do in this community. Brainy Beaver, I can't even get Mark Sargent to answer his phone number. He listened perfectly normal flat earth business hours. Oh, I bet if Punchy felt up to it, he would debate ketchup chips. Yeah, I invited Punchy, but I think it's his bedtime. Something on my face here. It's ant season here, so we got ants all over the house. I'm like, do I have an ant on my face? So that was one thing. The 2v2 debate with Stephen Smith and Nathan Thompson and Austin Whitsitt. And then another one coming up. I have spoken to all 4 participants. I guess I'm one of them. That would be a 2v2 debate. Gleam proposed this. Can't. Beaver, you want to come in? You can come. You can come in. So let me say this. So Gleam proposed that he and the Plain Truth debate myself and somebody else on perspective and refraction. And who better to debate that with me than Conspiracy Cats? So all members are in, and it's gonna be on this channel. Because 2 of them are in the UK. It will be at probably 10 o'clock p.m. UK time, which would be about 4 o'clock Central time. So that's going to happen. We're going to probably have AT2 as the moderator if it works. He has his work schedule is a little tight on that. So, if Brainy. If I eat my steak first so no one hears my smacking gums. Yes, okay. Punchy says I'm only allowed to have one Canadian friend. There can be more than one Canadian friend. There's no limit to the number of Canadian friends, is there? You're going to have to show me something. So maybe we could get Hip Hop Hippie in here to debate. Hey, if somebody wants to get him in. The problem is he's so one-dimensional. He only has one thing that he says, So anyway, my point about I challenge you to debate somebody else, it never works when the flat earthers challenge me to debate somebody else. But I'll say if anybody is out there saying and you want to see me debate somebody, that's fine. If it's a flat earther, I accept. Doesn't matter who it is, I will accept. So Oh, Crafty Keela for €5. I'm sleepy. My internet is screwy. Seek Truth, Speak Truth reached 10K subs. And MC Tune is awesome. Today has been a weird day. Thanks. That is all. Good night, chat. Thank you very much, Crafty Keela. Yeah. Oh, I watched Ranty complaining about Speak Truth, Seek Truth. Seek Truth, Speak Truth. I want to get that in the right order. And then Simon Dan this morning just rubbing it in, and he's over 10,000 subs. That is just awesome. Well done, Simon Dan, getting poking Ranty in the eye. So Dip, let's see, that's not true. Dip Top Derpy says two things: there's no curve, and you can't have geometric and apparent horizon. That's true. Yep. His proof of flatness is there's no curve. That's it. That's about all they get. True. So yeah, last night I was on FTFE with hold on. I got my videos starting here. I don't want to start on with FTFE and the Rumpus debating Bev Try Thinking, and my goodness, Bev is also one-dimensional. You get a little bit down this, get some evidence going, and he's like, but it's level, but it horizontal is level. He's like this reset thing, like. So yeah, it was a good stream. I don't know what that guy is he a Poe or not, and it's in my head. I'm like, can he be serious? Like, it's just too crazy. But maybe he is. So maybe he's not. I like, in my head, I'm constantly flipping around. Can he possibly be serious? And I don't know. What do you guys think? Is Try Thinking a Poe? I know it was discussed quite a bit last night, but do you think he's a Poe? I'm setting up my while you do that, I'm setting up my get out of here, my Zoom, so that Brainy can come in if he wants. So let's get that down here. There. It's too many tabs open, you know how it is. Lots of tabs. So where's Brainy? There he is. And I also told sarcastic Barman if he wanted to. Oh, Team Skeptic is here. I can start now. Thank you very much, team. And I jumped around. Something happened weird on my video. When I launch Zoom, like it resizes my camera or something. So whatever. Let me fix that. There's that. Gotta get the logo. That. It's all weird. Oh, like it resizes it in real time. There you go. How's that? So Citizen 9 says 100% professional. Bev gets yelled at over and over on Nathan Oakley's stream too. Yeah. Well, I just can't watch Oakley. It's so painful. So, Glober Mommy says MC Toon, the high IQ debunker debater. Thank you very much. Bella Charge for $2 New Zealand says don't need you here to start, team. So Bobby Shafto. Oh, when I started doing live streams, there's a few people that I looked to for how I wanted to do things, and Bobby Shafto is one of them. He on the Flat Earth Society or TFES.org forums was always patient and not insulting, and even though he had some run-ins with the mods at times, I always thought he was very polite and kind. So that's what, when I started this, I'm like, if I'm going to debate people, I want to be like Bobby. So if you guys don't know Bobby, You should know, Bobby. So, Phil Ko, I linked your website on Discord today, and I was told it was originally a .gov domain. Oh, I don't like hearing Nathan yell at people about how is graping you with the R value. How is graping you? I don't. You misspelled that, I think, there. Metal Jacket. Keep it up. Flirts get triggered so hard when they can't trigger you. Yeah, and you know, the Rumpus last night kept saying that he thought that I was getting agitated by Bev, and I'm like, not really. Bev just, he doesn't trigger me. I don't know. I mean, some are a challenge. I gotta say, some are take a little more effort for me, to, I don't know, stay calm or whatever. But not Bev. I've seen his trickery on Twitter. He only has one trick. So anyway, we've got somebody showed up. Somebody with a hat. Hold on. They can't see it yet, but hold on just a second. I gotta arrange this so that I don't want just like your nose hair showing. Right? They don't want that. But I mean, it's good that you trimmed it today. Obviously. So everybody welcome the sarcastic Barman. Oh, I've got a something, hold on. A video showing up in the corner there that I didn't want showing, so let's see. Didn't show up on my preview because it's a video. There we go. How you doing, Mr. Barman?
Evening, Squire. So you've had 2 no-shows today, then?
Yes, the double no-show. You know, you think you're gonna book two things in one night so that you have at least one show, but not double no-show. So, and they were both, you know, coming into it. I'm like, this is not likely. But you know, you kind of figure maybe, but nothing. So.
Yeah, I was really looking forward to the official Liverpool guy as well, because his videos are just useless. They are absolutely useless. So
he's not very good. So I found him on Twitter. If you just go to Twitter and search for Dylan Liverpool official, you'll find him on there, and he hasn't posted in like 5 years, and he was a kid then. He's 26 years old, and some of his stuff was when he was pretty young, I think. And apparently he played for the under 16 or under something league for Liverpool, whatever that is, some, you know, football. Soccer team. So, right? Soccer?
Football.
So
it's the game where you use your feet. That's why it's called football.
Well, we have a game where we use our feet here that we call football.
Very rarely. You very rarely use your feet.
The very first thing that they do in the game is having the foot touch the ball. So,
yeah, and then what does the quarterback do?
He throws it.
And what do people do to pass the ball to each other?
They catch it and throw it. What's your problem?
You go,
I don't. What?
So shouldn't it be called hand egg?
Hand egg.
Yeah, well, it's not a ball either. It's not round.
Well, what do you call that thing that they use for rugby?
A rugby ball, because it's a ball for rugby. So yours could be a hand egg ball.
I guess. All right. Yeah, Team Skeptic, exactly. Football starts every game with a kick. 100% football.
So it's first kick ball, then pass ball.
Kickball's already taken. We play.
At least that game makes sense. You kick the ball, and you just like baseball, but with kicking in it.
The quarterback sniffs the center's butt. I can't argue that. And kind of just digs around in his butt too, really, doesn't he? Right?
Rugby scrum's about the same, really.
Yeah. So
But proper game.
rugby's a proper game?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Rugby's a painful game.
Yeah, I've not played that. My sport is ultimate frisbee. I do love ultimate frisbee. Or it's just called ultimate because frisbee is a name taken by a company that makes terrible discs. It's really a flying disc. Oh, we got Brainy in here too. Look at that.
We do.
All right. Hold on. You can see him. I'm going to arrange the stuff a little better. How you doing, Brainy?
Hello. How's it going? Can you hear me?
Good.
Right?
I'm way off here on my stuff. Like this version of OBS is goofy. So there you go. Jessica G loves the Tron looking font logo I have. Yeah, I took the actual Tron like logo and I spent way too much time in Photoshop making that R into an O. The hard part was not getting like the highlight looking neon thing. It was getting the edges to not look like it was just pasted in. So a whole bunch of time with if you do Photoshop with the clone tool and the smudge tool. So, but yeah, I think it turned out well. So, I use the generic OBS version, not the Streamlabs version. So team, I don't know if there's a difference. Maybe there is.
To be honest with you, the Streamlabs one, the only reason I didn't use it initially, I've been meaning to try again, but it does everything the main OBS does, except that all the things that are a little bit more difficult to do in regular OBS, like, you have to add for your thing to pop up saying you've got subscribers, you got to go in and add a string, and sometimes it's kind of a little mucky. It doesn't really work perfectly. Whereas in the Streamlabs version, like that stuff's literally integrated right into it. There's like a button, it's way more intuitive in that sense. And it's just tied in deeper into Streamlabs. So a lot of the functionality of Streamlabs is literally right in the OBS, and they kind of work together really well. But the reason I didn't use it initially is I was already having troubles where I was maxing out on my CPU and stuff, and it was heavier on the CPU. So if you have enough core space and stuff like that, like I have a Ryzen 7 now, I'm doing fine. That's why I've been meaning to try it again. But before that, it was just doing that extra 10 or 12% that was really making my CPU just bounce right off the ceiling. So it started actually causing stutters in my streams.
Well, mine is fine. Let's see. I got 40% idle right now is what it's saying. So I got 3 videos going and a green screen. So
you must have like a Ryzen 7 or something as well then.
I have a Mac Mini, but it was the top of the line pimped out version, 32 gigs of RAM, and I have 6 cores. So I don't know if it's a i7 or i9, but
Slobs, Streamlabs
OBS. I can teach you how to integrate the Slobs add-on to your basic OBS. It's really simple. Slobs. I haven't done much with Streamlabs, so I don't really know what Streamlabs things I'm missing out on because I don't use them. So
teach me, team. Teach me. I don't know either, apparently. Anyways.
Oh, all right. So I was teasing Quiddies in Team's stream about somebody that I emailed about coming on. Who is Quiddies infatuated with? Anybody?
Who's Quiddies?
Quiddies the sprinkler.
Quiddies sprinkling the titties and all that.
Quit effing telling me to change my name. That was his old
sprinkle
name.
Them. Yeah, okay. Yeah,
sprinkle them titties. Yeah, that guy. Quiddies the sprinkler. He's completely like he can't get enough of some YouTuber. He knows like all the back history for this YouTuber, like everything. So Quiddies, who is it? Anybody know? Who is he totally like can't get enough of? Watched all the videos.
Right? It's gotta be
not me. It's not you.
It was after the syrup video, I'm sure of it.
God.
By the way, that dead spot, I had to literally hit it with a rototiller this spring and till fresh soil into that dead patch. And then there's a peony nearby that has not recovered. It is not coming up with vigor this year. So I feel like the roots got blasted by that sugar too.
Maple syrup killed it? Oh my goodness. All right.
Well, it was mostly sugar syrup, but apparently do not put a lot of sugar into your lawn. Sugaring the lawn is not healthy for it, okay? Everybody remember
Quiddy's
this.
got it. Gail Cord-Schuler. I sent an email to Gail Cord-Schuler to see if she would come on.
Is that crazy woman you introduced me to last time I was here?
Yes, exactly.
Oh,
and
God.
my goodness, Quiddy's knew every piece of trivia about her. So I'm going to tell her that she's got her number one fan will be there to watch. So that might help. So we'll see.
Yeah, the
see.
Gale Commandments and the Gale Shield.
Oh my goodness, she's so silly. That the Gale Shield kind of failed lately. Maybe it wasn't covering Minneapolis a week and a half ago, or 2 weeks ago now. So
that deep skeptic, all that flat Earth math. All I read there was quote 2 years of indoctrination end quote. I didn't even need to read the initial point. That's funny. Let's look for it. Here it is.
Oh, flat Earth math. I love him. He's so good. Penn State. Anyone? Yep. Don't get confused between flat Earth math and flat Earth data. Flat Earth data is crazy. Flat Earth math is not a flat earther.
Yeah, okay. I was just reading that comment. I'm like, well, hold on a minute. I took this in the wrong direction, I think. Because, like, wait, you ever get a comment? Because you get a lot of comments, right? And you, like, start responding, and then halfway through, your, like, brain clicks, and you're like, wait a minute, I think there's a different, like, tone to this.
Yeah, yeah.
It completely changes the answer that you're reading, and you're like, holy shit, you just erase everything you typed. You're like, listen, you son of a bitch. No, I'm just kidding.
You know what I
No,
find?
it's never that bad, but, you know, like...
Most of the time, like, if I'm responding to somebody, the first sentence I write is my vent, and then I delete it. Right?
That's a good idea. I like this. I should use this when I talk to my wife.
It's harder to do.
You just write it down in the back of your head. You throw it out.
When I used to do, I wrote a website. The first corporate website that I wrote, there was a feedback thing, and a ton of AOL people would respond all the time.
Yeah.
And they're dumb as hell. All the AOL.com people were idiots. So this is a while ago. And all the time they would send these moronic comments, and I was the one getting them, right? And I worked a deal with a friend of mine at work, and I'm like, I'm just going to respond to you with what I want to say to them. And I'm just going to send it to you. It'll just be lethargic. He's like, sounds good. So that's what I did. We had people, this website was a website, and they didn't like it. So they'd send me stuff like, I pay money for this website, and you don't, and it sucks, and blah, blah. I'm like, you pay money to AOL, not to us, So anyway, that's kind of where I learned how to get a little vent to the side like that. So
I used to be really bad at it before the ADHD medication. It's kind of this unique, fun thing for me now to think about what I say before I say it.
Oh, good idea.
Well, where's the fun in thinking about anything?
Well, listen, I will tell you, it can get you into a fun set of situations in a lot of cases. I mean, life is never boring when you talk before thinking.
Yeah. The only time I think about things is when I put them on Facebook, and it's like, they could actually find me far easier than the people on YouTube can find me. It better be half.
Oh, some of the things we did when we were like,
that.
Facebook was new. I remember we were like on an island fishing, and of course you don't think like this back then because people weren't like, Facebook is how you can get arrested now. But like all we did is, it's pretty benign to us because we live in the bushes, but then we peeled a tree's bark. We just like got the bottom of it and went like this and peeled the tree's bark right up the tree. Like we're talking like 20 feet up the tree, just tugging at the bark, peeling and I remember I had a friend finally post under the post on Facebook, and he's like, way to kill that tree, bud. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's a good point, isn't it? And it's on somebody's property and shit, so it's like, delete. Because yeah, you take the bark off 3/4 of a tree, it's done.
Oh yeah.
It's done. Anyways, it wasn't malicious. It was kids being stupid.
Even just
you don't think about these things.
On the bottom.
Well, you know what? I went back and I duct taped the base of the tree up. It was pretty good.
Oh yeah, totally. My kids, we went to like a Native American something place, and it talked about birch trees and how what they would do to birch trees. At my parents' cabin, we were staying at my parents' cabin, and there's a giant birch tree right next to the house, really nice and beautiful. So what do? They strip the bark off in a circle.
I mean, in their defense, birch trees are really fun and satisfying to peel the bark off of.
They are,
really
yes.
are.
But anyway, a couple years
It's like
later,
one of those things. It's like watching. Sorry, go ahead. My bad.
A couple years later, I was with a chainsaw on that tree. So.
Well, that's fair. I mean, all I'm gonna say is that it's like one of those videos where you watch cheese slowly being sliced on YouTube. I mean, when you peel bark off of a birch tree, it's just listen. We were camping.
We were on YouTube. The rest of us watch flat earth debunking videos.
Have you never seen these videos?
Slicing videos? What?
I mean, lately my YouTube channel's probably been suffering from it. It's not exactly growing very fast currently, but I actually blame a lack of a time and a lot of personal problems over the last 6 months. So,
I spent the last week watching tank videos all randomly.
Well, it's because YouTube found out you liked watching one tank video, and it said, "Listen, sarcastic bartender. Here's a whole bunch of tank videos."
Yeah, I've actually subscribed to like 2 channels, and all they do is talk about tanks and battles. And I watched them today, a 40-minute video doing paintball in tanks. And I was like, this is actually really cool.
This is what you get, but this is how where people say the algorithm punishes them. It doesn't do it on purpose. Like there's nothing programmed into it to say, listen, if they don't post enough, don't tell their subscribers. But what happens is because in the meanwhile, if you're not posting enough, and then they got to watch something, they're on YouTube. So then they watch other people's content and other channels. And what happens is because they're not clicking on your channel, just because you're not releasing content, YouTube starts assuming that they don't want to see your content anymore because they're clicking on all this other content and not your content. But of course, they're not going to click on your old content they've seen. So it ends up telling the algorithm that you don't matter to them anymore. In reality, it can be the opposite. I've had subscribers that are like, oh my God, you released 2 videos. It didn't tell me about either one of them, because for a while I wasn't releasing a lot of videos. So YouTube just stopped telling them. So, I mean, my numbers are low right now. I'm trying to pop that back.
I find it worse if I miss watching a channel for a week or 2. They might have done content, I've not had the time to watch it or something like that. And I'm thinking, where's that in my recommended channels? I want to watch that one. I've got to go to my subscriptions. I've got to find them. And it's like, the recommended page has a lot to answer for.
Well, and it doesn't tell me when people are live on my phone. Okay, so if I know that Team Skeptic or Fight the Flat Earth or McToon is live, and I go into my phone and I go subscriptions. The first thing that damn thing should show me is any of my subscriptions that are live, in my opinion, because the channels that I have subscribed to are literally live right now, and people don't typically want to watch live content as much when it's not live anymore. It's about the interaction, it's about the fun of it. Yeah. So the thing is, why would you not tell so like often I literally, so let's say I'm watching Team Skeptic and I go upstairs and I make a coffee, or I run to the store real quick and I come back. And then I go open my phone and I go to Team Skeptic's channel. I can even go to his channel and it will not show me live. But if I click on his, if I click on like videos or something, then the first thing at the top of videos is, oh, he's live. Why do I have to go that far into something for you to show me in the app I have that the person that I was literally watching 5-10 minutes ago is still live? So then you look at your phone, you go, oh, it doesn't even show up on his main, like when you go to his main channel, it doesn't even show up. You literally have to click videos for it to pop up. So then you go, oh, he's not online anymore. I've missed the ends of streams because I assumed people were offline before I finally figured out I had to look harder.
Yeah.
My biggest pain with YouTube like that is when you go on your subscriptions, if someone's got an event set for the future, that should be at the front of the list with anyone live. Instead, it's whatever time they set the event, which if you set one like yourself, you do tune, like 2-3 days in advance, you have to go back searching for it. Pre-done events for in the future should always be top of the list, or after these ones are live now, these ones are coming up, and there's the rest of the shit. Oh, Green Bullion's back.
Green Bullion? Oh, my friend. Wait a minute. Everybody send him Roman numeral 3s and ask him what number it is. He thinks it's 33. If you just say what number is this, and you just put 3 checks like that, and you see what he can come back with. And on my channel, until he can answer that question, he's not allowed to talk. Because I hope you saw the stream I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about, right, Nick?
Yeah.
Okay.
He always, there's a couple flatties that always want to debate, right? A couple. And he's one of them. I'm like, dude, you bring nothing. But you can come on. There's, a couple things. You need to have something new, not the same old crap, because it's just misunderstanding. But you got to be on camera. That's it. But he won't.
I can still hear it in my head when he went, hey, Beef, what number is that behind him? I'm like, it's a 3. No, it's a 33. I'm like, listen, if you're in prison and you're checking the wall on how many years you've been in prison, that is not a 33. That is a 3. You got a lot longer to go. Like, it's just, I don't know what to tell you. It was one of the best conversations I've ever had in my life. It was amazing. Anyway. Yeah, they're fun. I do need to get, hey, listen, I've been trying to talk to, Earth is Seriously Flat, because I had him lined up for last week, but then it was my fault. You don't know
what time zone he's in.
Yeah, well, for some reason, I guess in my mind, I saw palm trees, and I just went, Florida's the only place with palm trees. So I literally when I emailed him, I'm like, man, I'm so sorry. I'm like, and it's true. It's like, I've been working, like, I getting home at 9:00 at night. I was working like 12-hour days for a bit there, and I'm just exhausted. And I just didn't even, he said where he lives, and I didn't even just glaze past it. And then my mind just went, oh, other coast. So then, of course, I thought he was an hour ahead of me, but he's an hour behind, or 2 hours behind.
2 hours, yeah.
So anyway, I'm trying to get him to. I've only sent him one more email since then, but I've sent him another one today, just poking him, saying, hey, if you want to try to set that up again, we can get the right. I'll get the right time zone this time.
Time zones are a pain in the ass.
He got a little mad. For some reason, I keep
going backwards. Sorry, go ahead.
He got a little mad at me when I did that video, exposing him for harassing that worker, and he's like sending me messages and stuff, and
I intended to ask him about that.
Yeah. So, and he said something like, because I got pretty upset, and I'm pretty generally don't want to insult or call somebody an idiot, but I'm like, you're an idiot for doing that. That was rude, Even he put the keys back in later, but you don't do that, right? So, he's like, I bet you wouldn't say that to my face. I'm like, yeah, you bet I would. And how about you come on my stream, and I'll tell you on my stream face to face that you're an idiot. So
he put the keys back. So that
he did. Yes, he did.
So wait. But this is what I was gonna ask him. Like, so how did this go down? Like, did you go have a drink and the police found you, or like, how did this? I really want to know. Like, how does this work when you take the keys? Like, so you go put the keys back in. The guy, it comes down and then phones the police. Like, what? How did this all go down? Do you know?
I don't know how that part happened.
I mean, he was obviously calling the police from on top of the boom. He was like, yeah, some idiot.
Yeah, I certainly would right away if I was up in a cherry picker and somebody starts harassing me. My hands in my phone's in my hand, like, oh, there's some crazy person.
I just leave the Bluetooth in my ear. I would just dial it and start talking to them quietly. Be like, the guy's at the bottom. He's threatening me. Just say quietly. Wouldn't even. Hey, you! Why are you setting up the kilometer? the kilometer 5G. Hey. Hey, you're supposed to be in quarantine. Like it was. Oh my god, it was amazing.
It was perfect. It sounds just like
it's pretty good. Sometimes I can nail it. I'm not great at impressions. There's few people that are easier.
I did miss Bella Charge for $2 New Zealand dollars. Rugby starts every game with a kick, and in New Zealand, like rugby is the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wait, they play rugby? They don't play rugby in... I thought Europe was the home of rugby.
Europe's where it all started, but New Zealand, Australia, South Africa, Fiji, Tonga. They've all got good rugby teams.
Seems
Argentina.
So fitting for some reason. Just a bunch of planner walks out there kicking each other in the face.
The planner walk playing rugby, that kid would get broke.
Well, like in their defense, rugby players while being tough are usually pretty narrow.
Oh,
it's all the running.
It's so much of the game now is about running. You go back like 15, 20 years ago, they had to just be big and strong. Now they've got to be big, strong, and fucking quick.
Yeah.
And they bloody are.
Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to jump in on you.
That's all right.
That's my ADHD making my brain run too fast. Hayward. Listen, I'm still hoping to get back together with my wife, but if it doesn't work out, we'll talk, okay?
It's Haywood. Haywood.
Haywood? Well, he keeps
Haywood.
changing it. He changes it every other week. That guy changes it as much times as he can in a month.
And his last name is Jablomi.
Jablomi?
Yeah, Haywood.
Haywood Jablomi?
Jablomi.
So he's changed that recently because I don't think it was that. He's always all over the
so?
place. He's all over the place, that guy. I love it. Call the police. That Quaid's the sprinkler. Oh my god. We're just killing Barman here.
Yeah, it's pretty late there. What time is it? 2:30 or 3 a.m. coming?
No, almost 3 a.m. Yeah.
Oh,
He's running FTFE time now.
My internal clock since the lockdown is just whatever. I don't think I got up today till about 11:30. So
You know, if you get yourself into a situation where your relationship's on the hook, you get lots of time, frees up real good. I'm just
no, I make sure.
I'm talking about me, of course.
I know.
I'm just joking.
No, try and get some time together every day. Like yesterday was wife day, so we spent the whole day watching. What are we watching at the moment?
Wife day.
Kingdom.
That's the. Hold on, I gotta write this down. Wife day. That's the problem here. Just kidding.
So I think since lockdown we've watched all of The Walking Dead, all of Vikings, all of Black Sails, and we've almost finished The Last Kingdom. And we've watched a couple of other programs and films as well.
You still on like complete lockdown there?
Yeah, my pub's still shut.
wow.
Man, we're like back in action here because of the difference in put numbers in my where I live in the state in the province I live in. It's like we're like the envy of North America.
Nice.
Honestly, I went by a strip mall today, and I don't think there was an empty parking slot.
Damn. I think our normal shops are due to open on the 15th. Yeah, 15th of this month. So another 5 days, normal shops are going to open. And
Were
pubs,
you
4th of
asking
July.
somebody? You got
Wifey's
somebody?
over there. She's on the Xbox.
Oh.
She's
Hello,
playing,
Mrs. Barman.
Far Cry. Oh, she can't hear you, but MC2 says hello.
Not that beaver guy though. He said nothing.
Yeah, Peter said nothing.
Yeah, so tomorrow a lot of restaurants open. My kid, one of my kids works at a restaurant, and he's scheduled in the next 7 days to work 8 shifts.
Nice.
So he'll be busy.
That's good. I can't wait to reopen. Cannot
Yeah.
wait. 4th of July. Just want to get the pub open, get some people in,
Yeah,
get some money
Day.
in. Jesus.
That's Independence
4th
Day.
of July will be shit for me because that was the day I got my first marriage. That was the day I got for my first marriage. And it's like, wish I hadn't. Spoils the day.
Oh,
realized I
Iron
muted
Moop 90 is in. He's in Vegas, and he's like, gambling is open finally. So
Okay,
Nice.
so I've never had this happen. Look at this. Okay, I'm gonna show you guys something. Okay, so pistachios, right? Everybody likes pistachios, right? I got a stick with my pistachio. So I'm wondering if this looks salted and grilled, like salty stick.
Is
It's
it
like a
tasty
pistachio.
steak?
It's pistachio branch. Branch. It's all salted up.
that's lovely. Well,
Hey, listen, it's been brined pretty good. I'm sure there's nothing living on it.
so I thought, since I got one Canadian there and another one in the chat here, I don't know. I don't see a Factard or anybody else.
Oh,
maybe,
he
but,
got his old stale ketchup chips. Oh God, that
God's sake,
bag
you
is
still got
ancient.
them.
No, you can't do it anymore. They're not the same chip.
Are they even still
don't-
crispy?
I don't even think they're good anymore. That probably goes bad eventually.
Anymore, they never were. All right.
Wow, listen, you're making fun of a Canadian delicacy here.
Oh,
sir.
we got another Canadian in there. Oh my goodness, how do I say that? LLW.
Now what you're telling me?
Oh, all right.
You're on a
Wow.
Galen through.
Wow.
Woo.
Llewellyn?
Really crunchy. I don't know. Ugh.
So here's
Lovely.
the thing. There are different brands of ketchup potato chips, and here's the problem with what
I've
Punchy
had
gave
two.
you. Oh, did you have Lay's?
Yeah.
Okay, because Punchy, I was gonna say, if he only gave you the Old Dutch, he gave you arguably the most terrible tasting chips, because Old Dutch in general is just shit, anyways. So
Holy cow! There's a ton of Canadians in here. Welcome, Canada.
That's because hey, see what we do for you? We drag them in, you know?
Oh, Llewellyn Cruthwathan.
That's yes.
Oh,
Here
look
we
at
go.
the British guy does it.
Well, the Llewellyn's Welsh.
That's it. Dump the tea overboard. We're pissed.
You didn't dump the tea. What are you talking
Well,
about?
I was using. Doesn't matter. Listen. We don't
guys-
matter on this continent. I just have to snuggle in with America to be important. Okay, that's how it works.
Yeah. You guys.
And I
kept
know
the tea
who
on the
dumped
ship the
tea.
whole time.
Listen, we were drinking the freaking tea because we didn't secede the same way.
Oh God, has anyone seen the video of the woman making tea on Twitter?
What kind of tea are we talking about? What kind of tea bags are being used? That's all I'm wondering.
She microwaved the water and then put the milk in, then put the tea bag in. So it doesn't matter what tea bag it was to put the milk
but
in
wait a
first,
minute,
and then
wait.
the tea bag is just wrong.
Wait. I agree, because once you have any sort of cream product in there, and you just, like, for instance, if you have a tea and then you add water and there's just even that little bit of like cloudy from the cream, the tea bag doesn't even work.
Nope.
It's like the tea doesn't even come out of the tea bag anymore. It's like it just like seals it up and says, "Ha, all the tea is going to stay inside."
Yeah.
Yes, that's what you're talking about. Because I'm a tea drinker. I know exactly what you're talking about. You have to rinse that cup out, otherwise you can't even make another cup of tea properly.
Yeah.
I mean, I can let her off for microwaving the water because, as I've been told, not all Americans have kettles, which I find a very weird concept to understand. How can you not have a kettle? But,
We have a kettle.
Wait, is that actually? Well, they're usually electric though.
oh yeah, I've got an electric kettle. I don't put it on the hob all the time. That's just weird. But now I got told that a lot of Americans don't, because you'll have your coffee machine and you might have a kettle, but a lot of people apparently don't. So I need to do some research and find out.
The thing is, the Keurig, a lot of us are using the single shot coffee machines now in North America, and you can just leave no coffee in it and close it, and it'll give you a cup of hot water. So and a lot of the coolers, the water coolers, come with a hot side. So they got a cold and a hot side now. So like if you want a cup of tea, well, what does McToon say? He's down thumbing something. I was watching on the
I don't
stream.
like
That was
Keurig.
like,
Jeez.
it's wasteful, but don't buy the pods. Just buy. You can buy the little actual like pods that are just like screens, and you just
and then
open it
put
up,
your
dump
own
it out.
Yeah.
Put your
You're
own
gonna
coffee
do-
and close it up, and it's way more economical if you do it that way. If you buy the pods, you're paying way too much for
But
coffee.
here's the deal. In America, because of that whole throwing the tea overboard, we're about coffee here, right? So
I'm
when
a
you're
big
going to do
coffee
coffee, I'm not much of a gourmet of coffee, but the one thing that I notice the difference in taste is whether or not you grind it fresh. That's the only difference in taste I can really tell. So, I got
don't
it.
Did you know that
coffee.
Did you know that they did I can't remember what his name was. They figured out a way to separate the dirt and the non-coffee from the coffee in grounds, and you'd be shocked at how much of a can of grounds is not coffee.
How much?
Because
dirt
if you
is in
buy,
there?
it's dirt, and it's like dirt, and it's also like the huskings and all of like the things that all of the shavings that come off and all of that just debris from them, processing and stuff. And they know it's not coffee, and they include it because it's like your drug dealer cutting the mix with that's essentially what they're doing, because they're trying to make the coffee go further. So that they can, because it's getting expensive, because coffee beans are starting to have a bit of a problem with our new climate situation. They only grow in a very small strip on mountains. When they grow, they've got like an altitude where they can't grow at 1,000 feet, but they have to grow at 2,500 feet or something. And if that climate shifts, all of a sudden all these areas that have been set up to grow coffee for hundreds of years, all of a sudden it shifts down the frickin' mountain or something, or up the mountain.
All right, well, Baron Von G asks, no flatties showed up, not one. You called all and not one. Yes. I called a bunch, challenged a bunch. The only one that showed is the one that won't agree to my terms. That's Green Bullion. So there you go.
Wait, yeah. He's just kidding. Hey McToon, hey McToon, hey McToon. So it's like, what do we need him in here for anyways? It was the worst conversation of my entire life. Him and Russian Vids together too, because it was Russian Vids and his apprentice essentially.
Yeah.
The two of them, I was just like, holy crap. It was just, talk about deflecting too. It's like they'll say something and you're like, okay, but what about this? And they like hold up the shield and they're like, they like ricochet it back and they're like, quick, what's that over there? Like they just change. Hey, let me tell you let me ask you this, and then he just moves the subject to a different subject because he can't answer what you've said to him. And that's what Green Bullion does. He's learned from the best. He just, I can't answer that. Shift the conversation away from it. And then we don't have to address the fact that I don't know the answer to that. It's crazy.
I love seeing...
It's an art form, though.
Yeah, it is. And RV is very good at it. I love seeing how after Green Bullion gets timed out, then for like the next minute or so, he keeps getting timed out by different people because they see it or scroll back or whatever. So everybody gets their chance to time him out.
I'm going to catch him one day. I'm going to be the first. I am determined.
Oh,
there we go. I'll get my turn. I haven't done it in a while. I felt good.
Yeah. So you got
did they add up? They stack though, or do they just keep resetting to 300?
It probably resets the timer. I don't know.
Probably just resets it to 300. I don't know.
It's
so you just gotta wait like 298 seconds. Go.
Do you reckon he's got his message typed out ready and he's just there? Press return.
Oh yeah. He's got enter. He copies and pastes. He's sitting there. Enter no. Enter no. Enter no. He's got a timer. He's got like an hourglass he had specially crafted. It's 300-second hourglass. Every time he gets timed out, he just tips it over. He keep doing it, and he goes, "God damn!" He just keeps having to flip that thing.
every week afterwards, he messages me on Twitter. He's like, "You blah blah. You're scared. You gotta get me out." I'm like, "Oh, get that camera working, buddy." Oh. Bunny 2007, who was on last week and did a great job. She says she uses a manual French press on weekends, and that's for tea apparently. So
tea for the win.
Tea is amazing, honestly. I really like tea. And actually, I'll give you one little factoid for health for everybody. Look it up. Do your own research. Flat Earth words. But listen, I'm just saying no disclaimer. I am not a medical professional, and I did not perform this experiment, and maybe it's been debunked. But there was quite a lengthy experiment where they did something where they had all the people, like they had a group of people that didn't eat fish all weekend, had no fish, and then I can't remember how it worked, but they had fish. Some people had drank tea, some people didn't drink tea, some people had some tea, and they had these different groups of people, and they fed them fish morning, day, and night for like 4 days straight, and they took their blood every before each meal, after each meal, and then they had all the sample points throughout the day, and they were seeing mercury levels out of the fish and what it did, because there was a study that showed that the tea removed mercury from your blood, which nothing really removes mercury from your blood. So there was some preliminary evidence, and they actually, through this study, my understanding of it, and I'd have to relook at it, was that they actually did come to some level of limited information that kind of led them to say, well, hey, listen, there actually might be something to this. It seems that the people that were drinking the most tea had the least amount of mercury in their blood at the end of the 4 days, kind of thing. And and there was something where it would drop their mercury level after drinking tea as well and stuff like that. So I guess they were thinking there's something in the teas that were maybe binding to the, chemicals and, how that works, binding to the mercury and helping you remove it. So
that's cool.
If that's true, it's worth drinking lots of tea, everybody. Get that mercury out. I mean, maybe if you're a fisher, I guess if you're a big old fisherman, that'd work.
Currently, black tea, so no milk or anything, is really good at helping to break up fat in your body.
You know what? Why don't you just stab me in the heart? It's got to have a bit of milk and sugar, damn it.
Yeah.
So, what tea do you have? When you have tea there, sarcastic.
I've got selections. I've got the normal PG tips and Tetleys, because just standard British tea. Okay. We've got some Lady Grey, some Earl Grey, and I think there's probably another one in the cupboard as well. So
what's Earl Grey?
Lady Grey's a bit like Earl Grey, but with orange in it.
Ooh, orange Pico. See, that's probably like the orange Pico here.
Mm.
I always have.
Although
Brandy,
orange Pico's pretty
yours?
orange. Sorry. Go ahead.
What's yours?
Okay, so orange Pico or gray. That's what I would do. Orange Pico or gray.
If anybody knows me, it won't be a surprise. I always have tea Earl Grey hot.
There you go. I like Twinings Earl Grey. It's really nice.
Twinings for the win. They do nice
Twinings
tea.
is pretty good, yeah. It's expensive though. I was used to do Tetleys, but then I switched from Tetleys to Red Rose because Red Rose doesn't use herbicides and stuff.
Yeah.
Or there's
Yorkshire
some sort
tea's
of
quite
something.
Nice.
something to do with.
There you go. Haywood got the reference. Picard.
I was wondering. Wait, that sounded so familiar. I was going to come back to that. What was the? Was that Bond?
That's what Picard always has.
Oh shit, that's right. When you said it, I'm like, wow, he's making a reference to something.
Have you watched the new series, Picard?
I haven't. I really need to. Is it really good? Tell me it's good, please.
I actually really enjoyed it.
Tell me it's good.
It was better than Discovery.
Good.
Though I enjoyed season 2 of Discovery quite more than season 1
I haven't
of
seen
Discovery
because I started watching Orville. And I love Seth MacFarlane so much.
I do like Orville.
It's like Star Trek. It's like the Orville is like Star Trek met Family Guy to a degree. Like, you know what I mean? Like they go to the one planet and they're like down there and it's Lord Avis. Ah, yes, everybody, Lord Avis. And the one guy's just like talking about Tilden the whole time. Because Avis is a rental car company in America. So that's more of that might be a localized joke.
Mark Beiser says, "Throw Brainy out now."
Get me out? Why? What'd I do?
I don't know.
Because you've not watched it, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yep.
Hey, no. I love my Star Trek. I just didn't get into it yet. And apparently, it was actually a big thing at the time that they knew that both those shows were bleeding at each other, because there's people that really enjoyed the comedy of Seth MacFarlane, but always enjoyed Star Trek. And of course, they're kind of getting their Star Trek out of the Seth MacFarlane show. But then there's the people that are less into Seth MacFarlane's kind of comedy, and so they're steering more towards the Star Trek. So they are absolutely ripping at each other's fan base, which is unfortunate for both shows. But what do you do?
I've got the downer that Discovery was on Netflix and Picard's been on Amazon, but the Orville's been on neither over here. So the only place to get it is on Sky, and then it didn't have the box set to watch it all. So I've only watched like half the series from series one.
They only have also the newest season. They keep having a year gap, so they've only had 2 seasons or 3 seasons or something like that, or 2.5. I don't even know. But because they keep having Seth MacFarlane's schedule so busy, he keeps having to take a year off in between seasons on Orville. And of course, they've jumped stations like twice now. So now they're on They're on streaming service or something, aren't they? They're on I think not there. In America, they're on streaming service, but in your country, in my country, they're not, because they don't have a deal with a streaming service for.
No,
Canada.
I think in over here it's only on Sky at the moment. I can't remember what channel on Sky it's actually on, because I don't have my own Sky. I use my my brother-in-law's through the Xbox. I'm I've got to try and find it, and it's like.
I think didn't they
what
switch
to
like Showtime, or they went to Hulu? That's what it was. They went to Hulu, and I'm like, we can't even fucking get Hulu in Canada. So then I did read that they're like, well, hold on, if you can't get Hulu, they're not going to just let a whole country not have the show. They have to, they have to make alternative deals. Is all it is. So I'm like, okay.
What do you when you say Sky? What is that a network like Showtime?
Yeah, it's like their sci-fi network basically.
Well, no, Sky would have, it's a load of movie channels. It's like a subscription service where they provide you like a cable package. So they'll provide you with several hundred channels and programs. Okay. Sci-Fi, Sky One, all the movie channels, Bravo's not a channel anymore, but that sort of stuff, all through one package supplier.
But your Sci-Fi changed because we all used to have the same Sci-Fi channel, and yours became Sci-Fi SYFI, yes. Did it not? And that is not the same channel as Sci-Fi SCI-FI now. Or does the other one exist still? Because I remember we always had Sci-Fi, and now when I see British shit, it's Sci-Fi with SYSI.
I don't know. I remember them changing at one time, that they were changing the channel over, and it's now going to be called this, and it's going to this number. And okay. But
you know what it is? You know what it is? That's what it is. We have Space Channel now, and you guys have Sci-Fi. I think that's what it is. There was like a break that occurred or something. You know how it is. Colonial countries, we stick together, bro. Sorry, Toon.
Yeah.
I'm just
yeah,
this is a Commonwealth thing. Get out.
The U.S. changed it to SYFY. And I tell you, I was excited when it first came out, and I started watching stuff. It was, a while ago, and I'm like, ooh, this was pretty bad. But I don't know. Maybe they've gotten better.
So have you been watching, has anybody watched The Ozark?
No.
Like Ozark, like Netflix Ozark. It's got Jason
it's on
Bateman.
Netflix. I don't think I've ever watched it.
Man, it's like the new Breaking Bad for sure.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
I would still honestly with what's his name in Breaking Bad there main actor's name, I can't remember his name off the top of my head. With what's his name there that played the main guy. He's a brilliant actor. So honestly, I think Breaking Bad for me is still one of the best shows I've ever seen. But Ozark has got the same kind of thing going on where everything's just kind of like getting He's just getting deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper. Everything's getting more convoluted, more more guns involved, more links and lines between things. And it's the same style of drama. I've been enjoying it. Yeah, I've been enjoying it. It's been fun. It takes a little bit to get going. First couple episodes, you're like, I don't know.
What I've finished watching recently, The Expanse. That was good.
Remember the old Stargates?
I
First seasons
with
are
that.
terrible. Which one's that?
That's the one where you've got Earth, Mars. They're all out in space. There's an alien organism. There's battles. It's good. It's that first few episodes you've got to get into it, but after that, it's well worth the watch.
I was upset that they shut down Stargate Universe. I thought that was actually okay.
I really enjoyed the second series of that. I was like, oh, they're going to a new galaxy, and then it stopped. I'm like,
I thought it was okay. I thought it was okay with the ship going between the different places. They had very little control over what the ship was doing, and I thought they did a good job. And they, of course, I think where they effed up was what they were trying to do is they went with a way younger cast because they were trying to appeal to like a younger audience, but I think they overshot the mark. They went a little too young with everybody, and I think it chased away a lot of the older viewership, which was the ones with the money and stuff like that too, right?
That bit too gritty as well, and using the floating orb things for cameras for many of the shots. All right, they were trying to go like feel, but
they were trying to go like Big Brother with it and stuff, like all reality TV with it a bit in that direction, and it just didn't work out. So, shows that never got their chance. That and oh god, what's the one with Serenity? They made the movie Serenity off of it.
Yes, Firefly.
God, Firefly was such a good show, and I can't believe it only ever got one season.
It didn't even finish the full season, though.
Didn't even finish the season. Good. They canceled it. It was such a good show. And the movie is legitimately a standalone awesome
The movie's awesome.
If anybody out here has never seen the movie Firefly, or Serenity, which is based on the show Firefly that they never got to finish, that movie is, as far as I'm concerned, it can hold its own against a lot of AAA movie titles. Yeah. It was well done, well acted. The special effects are good. It made you feel like everything was happening. It was awesome.
The Western feel was just really cool.
Well, it was steampunk, right? It was all steampunk.
Yeah, but so my wife isn't a lot into sci-fi, but she liked that one a lot because she likes westerns. Like I can't watch a western, really, but she'll read the books.
But I don't like westerns either. And I like Firefly.
Yeah, the Louis L'Amour books. She has like all of them, right? Like when we first got married, I'm like, I know what to do for her birthday. I'll get another Louis L'Amour book. That ran out because
check out the new Lost in Space. I'll have to check that out.
That's good.
Somebody said check out the new Outlaw Jer said check out the new Lost in Space. It's dope.
Yeah,
I'll have to see. Is the old guy still a Pete? Because that old guy was very interested in that kid in the original series.
Oh yeah. The old guy has been replaced by an older woman.
Oh hey, see they listen. They're like, this will be way less threatening. Okay, we're gonna change this, guaranteed. Because that was always the joke. Like even Family Guys always made fun of it. Like the old guy was right behind the little boy all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, the new Lost in Space is good. I think when the last series came out, did we binge that in 2 days? Yeah, we binged the whole series in 2 days. So
I'm gonna admit something that's probably gonna lose me viewers here. I actually kind of enjoyed the one with Joey. With Joey from Friends, I actually didn't mind that Lost in Space. I thought it was okay.
For its time, it was a good film. The sci-fi was a bit... not the sci-fi, crap, I missed it!
Green Bullion was in it for a second.
Yeah. The graphics weren't the best, but the story wasn't bad.
I'll read it. Here. He says, stop muting me. Why are other people, including Russian vids, allowed on without showing his face? The real reason MC Toon won't let me is because I checkmate him on camera and he doesn't like it.
Well, we don't mind if Russian vids doesn't show his face because we know Russian vids doesn't want to show us that beautiful hair of his from his like Blade Runner picture or whatever it is that he uses. I don't even know what that image is.
It's from
Logan's Run.
No, it's
something.
They live.
Not
right?
they live, or they live with the glasses.
Sorry, you older than me. Sorry, the older than me people. I'm just kidding. I don't know how old you are, Barman.
I only know it because.
You're the same age as me. Got city miles, huh? I'm just kidding.
Yeah. I've got more hair than you, though.
You do. This is leaving at a remarkable
that little
rate.
thing right there.
Hey, it's not as bad in person. It's because you're at a top view. Damn it! Look at
That's
there's
not
hair
helping.
there when you're in
That's,
person.
That's not. Do you get some spray? Can you get some?
It doesn't. Trust me, it doesn't look like that in person. The camera, for some reason, it's because the lights are right above me.
Get a
I don't
hat.
know why.
Just get a hat. See, there, look, there. You don't even have to brush your hair if you're wearing a hat.
All right, so Willie Pfister says, I give up. I've messaged about 15 flat earthers now. Spoke to a few, but got nobody. That's my week. Starting Wednesday, every week, I'm like, gotta start again to try to get a flatty to show up on Tuesday. And my goodness, it's tough sometimes. So,
But I've gotten bored with their. It's hard because they've really been producing nothing new, which is why a lot of us have resorted to making fun of Nathan Thompson for being an idiot, basically just being dumb. Like he's not bringing science. There's nothing for us to bring science to. Like in the last year with the explosion of debunkers, we pretty much, not that it wasn't already occurring, by the way, but we pretty much tore that butthole right open. Like there's nothing left of that one. So it's just at a point of like saturation. There's nothing left.
If you look everything on Facebook, first of all, the only thing they ever do is post memes, right? That's it. Flat Earth is meme deep, right? And they post the same meme that somebody did in that same group 6 hours ago. Like, could you just at least see that somebody else already posted that stupid meme?
But hey, listen. Neil deGrasse Tyson said that this stuff is flat. Okay, right?
Yeah. They can't get over themselves with the that Russian or that CIA document that was top secret that's now declassified. Like it was not ever really a top secret document. It's from the 1950s. It's a list of Russian doctorate dissertations. It's just like the topics in the abstracts from the dissertations, and the thing that they get, like, it says the word firmament. They were measuring the brightness of the firmament. They're like, that's the dome. Like, that's not the definition of firmament.
Well, it's translated.
You give it that meaning. Nobody else cares about that meaning.
Well, and the other thing is it's a translated document, the Russian one. So
Absolutely.
I looked at it on my stream, and so that's the problem, is that there are words in other languages that do not have a very good corresponding English counterpart. And so then you end up with people that are like, this is the closest thing we have to that word kind of thing. And so sometimes you end up with these words that pop in there that aren't necessarily the word that we would use if we were writing it, because that's just not the way it just interpreted differently.
Well, and I think it probably goes back to the King James Bible being kind of the common thing, right? So they'd take their Bible in Russian and use the word that the King James had, and the King James uses firmament for air and for sky. So,
but what does that have to do with a dome?
Nothing.
Exactly. It has nothing to do with a dome still.
Until the last 10 years, nobody associated the word firmament with dome. Nobody did.
And isn't there another document where they talk about like something like the rock of the dome or something in Alaska or in South Antarctica? And they're like, see, it says dome. It's like, well, they're talking about something that's literally called like it's the name of a geographical feature, for crying out loud.
Yeah,
like it's on the map.
It's a mountain that isn't pokey, right? It's rather than a mountain like this, it's a mountain like this, right?
Well, I mean, there's lava domes in certain parts of America. Does that change?
Yeah.
Does that mean that?
So they give it a name. It's in Encyclopedia Americana, not Britannica. And you go and it's like there's a dome named this, and it's this many feet high. And you go to the map. You go to the topographic map of Antarctica, and there is a label of here's the elevation, and it's the same elevation. They're like, oh, they took. How come they had to take it out the next year? Like, what do you mean?
Well, and what's the elevation? Like 5,000 feet? Like, man, that's a real short dome. Like that's really close. Like,
they're
your planes would fly into it.
Well, they just don't have they probably think they're lying about how high they are in the sky. I mean, if I can see it, how can it be 30,000 feet up?
Yeah.
You know, like it's...
And so somebody had a really good point about the firmament in that Russian document. Like, if they were talking about the dome, don't you think they would have made a little bigger deal of it than just saying, we measured the brightness of the firmament?
And then they moved on to the next sentence of talking about
dome? Like, it's common knowledge in Russia in the 50s that, no, sorry, that's not how it works. People would have been freaking out about it.
Well, here's the part that breaks it down for me. It's an economic thing. I always tend to think economics and global like politics when I do these things. And the reality is that it doesn't make any sense logistically or even just logically for the Russians to continue this. So let's pretend that the Russians were part of it because everybody was making all this money off space. They're sticking it in their ears. They're blowing it all over the place. Well, the problem now is that we're in this situation where in the 13,000 feet, thank you, Skydog 59. We're in this situation now where Russia's no longer making money really on space, or they've been making a little bit of money still, but they're on the verge now with US about to launch their own astronauts again. They're right on the verge of not really making any money. Before SpaceX started, they had 80% of the world's, it's something like 78 or 80% of the world's launch capacity went through Russia. If you wanted a human launched, if you wanted a satellite launched, you want anything launched, you went to Russia and you got it launched on a Proton M or whatever. But then with SpaceX coming along the way it is, and let's face it, a lot of countries like China and everything, they're kind of moving up in their own space races as well. But because of SpaceX primarily, and Russia at the same time simultaneously started having quality assurance problems. Proton M's that had sensors mounted upside down, and that's one of the best rocket explosion videos you can find on the internet. Because the thing just goes like, oh, I don't know which way up is anymore. And when they did their investigation, some drunk, vodka'd up Russian, no offense, literally had to hammer the sensor in backwards because it was designed not to go in backwards for that exact reason. And they said they literally had to have hammered it in to make it go in upside down. So, like, there's no way that should have happened, but yet it happened. And look at the hole drilled in the Soyuz capsule. Whoops, I'll just put a little duct tape on that. Like, put a little crazy glue in there. And so their whole, what's been happening is they've been bleeding money off to the oligarchs, the rich people in Russia that make all of the government money. So all of the money, the hundreds of millions of dollars per person that all of us have been paying to Russia to launch our astronauts is essentially just went into the back pocket of some guy with a yacht on the Mediterranean. And because of that, they haven't increased their technology. They haven't done anything. And they've been having quality assurance problems. So where I'm going with this, I'll try to sum it up real quick because I'm talking too much, is that now SpaceX now has something like 70-something% of the world's launch capacity. Russia's down to like 8. And then the other X many percent is occupied by, Proton or all these little Electron rockets and all these new companies coming up with all their little rockets and stuff, and, China and stuff. So all I'm getting is economically, there was a time when it made sense for Russia to be assisting with this lie and deception. But now you're in this situation where America's going to be making all the money off space. Russia's going to be making almost no money off space. And why would they continue lying? So America could stick the money in their back pocket? That makes no sense. So now you're elevating it to a global conspiracy where even the governments of Russia and America are completely working together, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, and you think about it, like SpaceX ate up all their non-humans to space market until last week or the week before, when now SpaceX is launching humans. So we're not going to be sending more Americans to Russia to bring them up to the space station.
Nope.
So
not once you don't have to, because it's like 80 million a head or something like that, or 60 million a head. They launched 3 astronauts to space and they pay for the rocket and double their money.
Yeah.
So because that rocket probably only cost, remember they're using Cold War era technology that they haven't put any R&D into improving. There's been very minor improvements to the Soyuz. It still even uses freaking toggle switches in it, for Christ's sakes. They haven't done anything to that thing. And they've been making billions and billions and billions of dollars. What they should have done, let's face it, McToon, they should have beat America at their own goddamn game. They should have produced a better capsule that was cheaper, and they should have put it up in space and said, with all the money they were making, but they didn't do
Yeah.
it. Now they know. I've read articles that like they're aware that they are almost backed into painted right into a corner now.
Oh,
where
yeah,
they're not going to be able to make a dime.
It's you know what, will they get to the point where they just kind of collapse and they fold in and they stop being able to send rockets up? And
I don't know. It's not that expensive for a government to send a rocket though once you know what you're doing.
Yeah. So will they continue to will there be a point where they don't send any more people to the ISS? They're like, we can't do it anymore.
They've talked about separating. They've talked about breaking Mir, or like, well, it's not Mir anymore. Sorry, they're breaking the Russian space station side away from the ISS, and because China's building its own space station right now. Russia wants to have its own space station now. Good riddance. And then yeah. So, but the thing is, okay. So then, here's the thing that people don't know about Russia. You know, Russia may be like the third most powerful country in the world, or fourth, or whatever. Turkey's up there. Surprisingly, it's way up there. But yeah, Turkey's the most powerful country in NATO outside of America, McToon. Yep, they're one of the most powerful countries in the world. Turkey. Yeah, look it up. Swear to God, I'm telling you.
Lots of money on defense.
They spend a butt ton.
Either.
They that's why when Syria has our artillery goes over the border, they respond by leveling an airfield. They will. That's how Turkey rolls. You don't piss around with Turkey, boy. Like look it up. They're one of the most powerful countries in the world. But anyways, moving forward, all I was going to say is what people don't realize about Russia is that even though it's one of the most powerful countries in the world, they have like 3 aircraft carriers, and they're followed by tugboats. Because they break down and they need to be towed. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. One of the most powerful countries in the world has tugboats that escort its goddamn aircraft carrier fleet.
Yeah. When the Russian aircraft carrier was coming through the British Channel, we'd had Russian planes flying close to our airspace for the few weeks beforehand. And then everyone was like, oh, they're going to do something. And then watching their aircraft carrier, the pride of their fleet, having to be tugged past the White Cliffs of Dover because it broke down, was just, it made every newspaper and just literally the entire nation just laughed and went, dickheads. Sorry.
That's actually apparently, if you look at this, that's actually not true, because that would mean that because France and UK are listed as above in this list. Now, maybe it's changed, but Turkey is the 11th most powerful country in the world, I guess, by military.
It's got to be one of the most
Apparently,
powerful
Brazil is above
area.
them. Sorry, go ahead.
It's got to be one of the most powerful countries in that area, Turkey.
Is this the right damn list? Military strength ranking. Potential military strength. It's the power. That's the power index. But they're down. What is it? Brazil moved up. Turkey didn't change spots at 11. Brazil's up, I guess, from the previous listing. Egypt's up. United Kingdom has not moved. France is down. South Korea's up. Japan up. India up. China up. Russia up. United States up.
It depends how they're working out the list. If it's just number of aircrafts, then a lot of countries are like, well, if it's number of decent aircrafts, that quickly changes the balance.
It does. They did say 50 individual factors ranging from military might and financials to logistical capability and geography. So they're literally taking everything into account when they try to do this. So like where they are logistically. But yeah, so Turkey's the 11th most powerful country in the entire world. I mean, and Syria is not like, that's why when Syria crossed their, see Canada, 24, we're doing okay. Right behind Thailand of all people.
Yeah,
hey,
Thurber.
North Korea's below us. Take that, North Korea. Let's do it. It's war.
Galen Thurber in chat, watch Binkov's. I was trying to think who it was, a little puppet thing, but he does each country versus each other and what basically military equipment they've actually got and what they can put forward and how their countries could actually go to war. And he's really good for it.
Yeah, the only thing about going to war with North Korea is that they actually have nuclear weapons and we don't. So who listed this power ranking?
Yeah, but they've got no way to get them to you.
Well, they'll probably fall a little short. They'll hit like the waters off Vancouver, and even if they manage to get 1 or 2 there, they'd probably miss their target. There's a lot of land in Canada. They'd be like, right, we smoked some trees, and then they'd say, okay, so what's next? They'd be like, how are we gonna get there? Like, let's start loading up the flotsams out front. Like,
I've just seen Bob the Science Guy. He's put in the largest air force in the world, United States Air Force, the second largest, the United States Navy. Do you know where the largest navy in the world? Who has that?
It's not you anymore, I don't believe.
No, it's Disney.
Actually, what's crazy though, you want to talk about
ships,
wait,
So
how do you measure largest?
That's actually true though.
number of ships, and it's Disney.
By the number of vessels, water-bearing vessels is what he's doing.
Wow.
Disney's got the largest navy. That is funny. What's interesting about China recently is that their navy has not grown at all. However, they have built more ships in the last 2 years. They have built, They built the same amount of ships in the last year as their entire navy. So in the last couple of years, their entire navy size. However, their navy has not increased in size. So how do you do that? They scuttled or gave away all of their old ships in the last 2 or 3 years, and they've rebuilt their entire navy, replaced it. And the reason is that they are rocking new technologies these days, baby. And so they had ships that were not running the most latest technologies. And so they have been on a wild scramble to replace their entire naval fleet, and they're almost done. And the only thing that I now read is now they're in the other problem where, so before their fleet was under technology and would have a hard time against a more advanced fleet because of not by numbers, by technology. But now they're at a point where they're kind of almost there, like with the rest of us, but they don't have the educated manpower that knows how to run the equipment. Because a lot of it's stolen technologies and things that they've adapted from, dissecting other pieces of tech and all that kind of stuff. And the Chinese are really good at reverse engineering things, but they usually lag behind and they catch up. But once they have it, they usually kind of like have it first and then figure out how to use it. So now what they said is over the next 10 years, they said the kids coming out of college and stuff like that, they'll know how to use it. And they said that right now they're having to bring experts in to run some of the subsystems on their destroyers and stuff like that. But they said over the next, decade, they'll start replacing those with in-house grown, Chinese that know how to run the technology. And they said they've completely replaced their navy. China's the one to be scared of, not Russia.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how Russia stays number 2 in power though. I mean, what is that based off of?
Probably either number of nukes or just number of tanks they've got sat in fields.
Man, America, you want to talk about tanks and fields? You got those aircraft freaking graveyards there in America. You can see them from space. They've just got old fighters sitting there ready to go. Like, man, if we lose all the other ones, we'll just fire up the old bitches. We're put some fuel in this baby. It's time to fight. Next thing you know, it's Independence Day, and you got drunk asses flying planes, and that's America. Everybody knows what I'm talking about, right? Please.
Yeah.
I'm back.
That end scene, he went on for far too long. Was it either the I'm back or whatever as he's going?
No, you're right. He's staring into the camera far too long. Oh my God. I was like, why am I staring at your blue face? And he's not an attractive man either. So, it was a frightening couple seconds.
Yeah. Oh, at least everyone can say that entire scene though was still better than the second Independence Day movie.
I don't know if I saw.
I did.
Was there a
see
second?
the second
Don't
one.
bother. Don't bother.
There was a set. Don't bother. Man, the first one was good though. That was back in the old days. Will Smith was just out of Fresh Prince and.
Oh, great movie.
All right, so did you see? I put up the Einstein there saying E equals MC Tune.
Oh, that's cool.
Nice.
I did a little Photoshop.
Randy
work the other
Quaid.
day.
God, what a nutso. You know he went crazy, eh? Randy Quaid.
He's gone super crazy.
He's nuts. He's gone totally crazy.
Like this, yeah.
Big freaking beard, like he's Papa Christmas, and he's just he was hiding in Canada and Quebec. They were squatting on some guy's house in some guy's like guest house in Quebec, and they had to extradite him and everything. He didn't want to. He fought extradition from Canada because this is just like 2 years ago now, because he said that secret like government agents were trying to murder him and like have him arrested for a bunch of he's gone crazy.
Oh
wow.
God.
Yeah, he's over the deep end.
Yeah, I got a picture coming up. But hold on. Yeah, wow.
Apparently he just literally started staying there. Like literally they just like entered a place and were like, this will be a nice place to live. Like they just and then somebody's like, hey, we got Randy Quaid living in our place? It's like, I told you, just chase the quails away with a broom, honey.
Here we go.
Oh God.
There he is. He's got a little bit of a Santa look there.
Oh God.
Here we go.
Nut job.
I'm waiting for it on the stream. It's coming.
I haven't got stream open anymore. But we looked at pictures a couple of weeks back. No, a couple of months back now. I can't remember what it came up for on somebody's stream, and we just had to pull it up. It's like, oh my god.
Trying to cross the border?
It's-
So is
it's
that
the-
maybe from
the-
Canada to the States?
The wideness of the beard. Holy cow.
Oh, no, it's super nuts. Yeah. Yeah, and it was a pretty wild story. It was like, wow, Quaid's hanging out in Canada, huh?
Wow.
Randy Quaid. Yeah, I wonder what he's up to these days.
Not a
Yeah.
lot.
I don't think he's acting, is he, right now?
He hasn't been acting in a while now.
Yeah, I can't remember the last thing I saw him in.
I can't imagine. So we got Microraptor for 59 sex. There's your sex dance there. Did nobody tell Russia that they have to create technology that looks as powerful as these guys expect it to be? I don't know what that... Like, it has to look powerful? I don't know.
I don't know. I wasn't paying enough attention. I was trying to look for like a recent picture of Randy Quaid.
Damn Surf, you beat me.
Are you talking to me?
Surf beat me.
Green
Green
bully
William.
got timed out again. Oh,
You know, it's
thanks
like
to
a game
Mod-
now. It's like whack. Oh shit!
Yeah, they play whack-a-mole. So I'm back, pussycats. Thanks to Mod Haywood. Tell MC Toon to stop with the banning of my presence. So disappointed. I got Russian vids to come on and debate him after MC Toon begged me to get him on. I never begged you to get him on. I'm glad to have RV on, but if I wanted, I could probably send a message to RV myself. I don't need an intermediary. So yeah, Bunny 2007 was talking about the North Korean satellite, and I don't know, it's working or not working or tumbling or who knows what. But
when did this happen? Recently?
I don't know.
Did you hear about the Russian satellite that's definitely following the American one?
No.
No, like definitely following it.
What American one?
Okay, so you can look it up. I'm sure you'll find the story. But there's an American spy satellite, which, let's face it, they don't tell a lot about their satellites when the U.S. is launching military satellites. But the amateur operators on the ground, in many cases, as you know, have been able to track its light into the sky and figure out its trajectory and time when it's going to come up the next day, and they've been able to find it and follow it, right? So it's not like it's, even a person without high-tech technology can track these things if they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
But so what happened is a Russian satellite, which has done this a little bit before, they launched a Russian satellite about a couple months later, and it like slowly kind of like, just kind of like, it changed its orbit, and then it kind of like changed its orbit again, and then it kind of like changed its orbit again, and it kind of changed its orbit again, and it was lining its orbit up with the US satellite, and then once it lined its orbit up, it started getting a little closer. Just getting a little closer, just getting a little closer, just getting a little closer. And last time I checked, it was about 200 kilometers directly behind the U.S. satellite in the exact orbital path as it.
No,
And 200 kilometers, when you're talking space, that's like fucking rubbing that's rubbing the bumper of the car in front of you, boy. You're just sitting there grinding up on them at the intersection. So I mean,
Are the Russians just using it as a let's spy on everything America's spying on, or are they going to just keep getting closer and closer and closer and eventually just like, let's hit it?
They claim that it's a experimental repair satellite, and they're just experimenting with, following other satellites. Now, listen, I've read that apparently this is a thing that Russia's been trying to do because the ability to remotely repair a satellite without having to send people would be a big deal. But bullshit. It got right behind this thing. It's basically following it now, and it's getting closer and closer and closer. Last time, who knows what's happened now? That was a little while ago now. But it was right behind it in the same orbital path, and they said, like, that's just like reaching out and touching it. And they think what they're doing is they're practicing what it would take to get up to it. And because what they think they want to do is they want to be able to grab a hold of them and unorbit them.
Yeah, well, unorbit
I
them
saw
all.
that.
How far is? Oh.
I saw that as a James Bond movie in the 80s. Right?
Yes.
Was that like Goldfinger, or which one is that? Is that like?
It was I think a Roger Moore, one of them.
Yeah,
but that's what they want to do is they want to deorbit it. They think they want to, for two reasons. If they could, they might even be able. Let's face it, you might even be able to get up there and like close it in and deorbit it and take all the technology.
That's what I was going to ask. Do they want the technology inside? How far behind is probably Russian spy tech compared to Americans?
Russia's fairly behind when it comes to certain technologies. Like one of the big things with 5G, and this is getting into conspiracy theory territory a little bit, but there is a lot of stuff to back this up. If you watch American television, one of the biggest pushers of 5G conspiracy is actually RT News, which is Russian television news. It's actually directly funded by the Russian government, is RT News. And you have Americans that are, people like the flat earthers that are eating it up. But if you watch, you can actually watch. I saw a thing where they showed like other people reporting like information that might be negative about 5G, but then they showed the exact same information being reported on RT News, and it's like could 5G kill you? That and more coming up after the break. Like it's literally like the most extreme examples of trying to fearmonger into people, and what they believe, what I've read, and there's enough validity to it, I could believe it, is that China's on the forefront of 5G, America's basically on the forefront of 5G, and Russia's a bit behind. And Russia knows that if they don't do something to slow down America, that they are likely going to lose out on the 5G rush. And so the theory that's being run in some directions is that Russia is purposely trying to create enough confusion in America with the dumb people that they get all these granola mom 552s and stuff like that to start, exactly what I'm talking about.
552.
To start just granola mom number 889 on YouTube, mom like 551, like it's just, like the million mom, granola mom, Facebook moms and all these soccer moms that think they know doctor stuff. And so they're just trying to get them all convinced enough that they start, because listen, rich housewives, the people that have enough time to worry about the additives in their granola bars, they got enough time to get their friends together and class action lawsuit the government for 5G and all of these things. And they're just trying to create enough stir that they know they won't stop it, but they just need to slow it down a little bit so that they can catch up. That's the theory. They're just always a little behind on everything.
Theories go.
Yeah, I looked at some stuff and I saw some stuff that had some evidence base to it, and I couldn't tell you where it is now. Honestly, I couldn't. But it was enough that I was like, there's some logic behind this theory. And that's not unheard of for the Russian. Well, let's face it, it's not unheard of for the Russian government to try to influence America through media. I mean, that's like that's their thing now. That's their.
Yeah, the YouTube on the whatever YouTube stream, they have underneath it, like they have for all the flat Earth stuff, they have RT is funded in whole or part by Russia.
Yeah, well, they should have that. I know that people like Trump and stuff, I'm not getting political, but certain people don't like those little things. But you know what? That's important that the person looking at it sees that kind of information. Because then you see them talking shit about certain things, and then you're like, well, hold on a minute. These people are literally paid by Russian news, like Russian media.
Yeah, I was quite chuffed the first time. I can't remember if it was a 5G one or whatever, but on one of my videos, I got the little thing at the bottom saying 5G or coronavirus or whatever. Here's some real information about it. I'm like, yes. I've actually been noticed enough that I get a little banner thing that people can read.
Wait, you actually got one?
Yeah.
I haven't got one yet. I don't think, hold on a minute. Let's see. I don't think I got one in my COVID video, but maybe I did. It's called COVID confusion. I mean, if they didn't give it one, I don't know what you would.
I think it depends what you put in the tags as well. So you've got to make sure you put 5G or COVID or anything in the tags.
Yeah, they do the full voice to text for the whole video and use
I'm not worthy enough. I didn't say the word COVID enough times in my video to get that tag.
I'll be fair. I think the one I did, the woman in the video I was covering was spelling them out, and I just had a 20-second rant saying COVID over and over, China over and over, 5G over and over.
I forgot to mention this too. I watched that. Okay, so Rumpus was on. Who was he on with last night?
FTFE. And
okay,
me.
That's right. Okay, so yes, of course. Whoa, McToon. But I watched him. I was working on. Was it last week on Thursday, or it might have been Thursday? No, it must have been Thursday. I had my Bluetooth in my ear and I was listening to. I don't know who's. I think it was Ranty's stream, because he was on Ranty's channel. Or is it Sleepy's? He did a stream with Sleepy where he had Try Thinking was on there and Sleepy was there and stuff.
Yeah.
I listened to him for an hour and a half talk to fucking Bev in my ear while I worked. And I swear to God, that Rumpus is as angry as he gets. If you listen to that whole hour and something, the man deserves an award. Like, and it was hilarious. I was just, local. Like he just get one point. It was like half a minute of him just saying local, because Bev kept trying to say what he wanted to say, and he just kept going local.
Bev figured out right away how to press all of Rumpus's buttons.
Oh, that's true. He knows he's got Rumpus down. It's true. Sorry, Rumpus.
Yeah, I mean, Rumpus is fun, but man,
I like Rumpus.
I think he got played.
I think, well, God, it's just a game of thesaurus with Bev.
Oh, I know.
So you telling me that I'm dumb as dirt? that's all I heard him say. Yes, for the 1,000th time, yes. Look, we are.
Oh, Bob.
You know who I missed is Lemon Bird. Sorry, go ahead.
Bob is featuring Rumpus tomorrow, so that's good.
Oh God.
Where is Lemon Bird? Where is Lemon Bird these
Discord
days?
server.
I'd have a debate with Lemon Bird.
Oh.
Get in here, Lemon Bird. Let's fight. Maybe it came from another dimension. I don't know. That's my Lemon Bird.
There. He sounded like
listen. You don't remember how he sounds? He's nasally.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. Maybe.
Bad,
I think he is actually. Maybe I can't hear myself.
Somebody says that he's always he's using a voice changer or something. I don't think so.
Nah. Yeah,
I had a voice changer, but I stopped using it. It was pretty bunk.
There you go. Lemon's in Gem's Panda's Discord server right now, making an ass of himself. Says Blue Marble Science.
Yeah. He's on Jose's all the time.
Stop debating though.
Oh, he's on Jose's all the time.
What happened?
Tell you what, I'll ask him to come on mine, and you can get sloppy seconds there. How about that?
To be honest with you, that lemon of his though is pretty epic.
I do like it when you get Lemon Bird and Spurs online at the same time, because they don't agree with each other, and it's even better.
Oh,
Spursky, he's kind of a piece of garbage, isn't he?
Oh, he's useless. He's one of the few.
Wait. Isn't he the one that removed frames from Red's video and tried to claim that it was? You can see the frames that were removed. Like, come on. And the other thing that's crappy about that is, so the thing that really bugs me about that is like this is where you got to scream like, so you're either so indoctrinated that you're willing to just make things up, knowing full well that isn't what happened, and you're going to pitch it as evidence.
Yeah.
Or you're a poet. There's only two options there, really, because you're either completely like absorbed by it and you can't even think for yourself, or you're complete poet. Because how can you do that and then sit back and go look at the evidence? Yeah, it boggles my mind. It really
ends
does.
Justify the means, I think, is what it does. Because they think they're convinced. You can't convince them otherwise. It's a religious thing, and
yeah, it's religion.
That's all there is to it. It's flat because whatever, it doesn't matter. No amount of evidence will convince them, and that's all flat earthers basically, right? Because they're like, show me the curve of the horizon. I show it. Like, well, no. You asked for it. I showed it to you, right?
My favorite one is things like the Baumgartner jump, and they're like, looks like they forgot to mount the decal on the wrong part of the damn ship, and you're like, well, that would be the version 1, the Mark 1 capsule that they use for the test flight. Like, it's like, it's you can even see they're not as high. The sky's blue in one that's black in the other, for crying out loud. Like, come on.
They don't care. They get this tunnel vision thing. They're blind to everything that doesn't, like.
But then they call us globe zombies. It's the craziest thing in the world.
The
globosexuals I've seen a lot recently.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I think those are actually. So on Facebook, there's a group called The Station, and they are just a bunch of trolls, and they have a whole bunch of fake accounts, and I think that's one of the things that they use. That somebody posted yesterday, I think, a picture of the sun setting behind Chicago, right, from across the lake, and they're like, that proves flat Earth. We're like, well, hold on a second. The sun could never get that low. The bottoms of the buildings are missing. You don't see it every single day. You don't see the rest of Chicago on the horizon behind it, because that's what you'd always see, more horizon. There'd never be anything on the other side of it. Like, you completely debunk flat Earth, and all they're like, globe is dead. You don't even know why.
And there's even videos, like I did one last year in this. I think it was right before the fall, because the sun was still north of 0 degrees, or it was still in the north to me. The sun would rise in the north and set in the north. And who was it? Thrive and Survives. Like, I mean, I can't remember who it was, but they're like, honestly, where does the sun actually ever rise in the north and set in the north? And I just put a simple app that had a compass thing on it, and I went, what the fuck is this? And I just, excuse the language, and I showed a shot of the morning and a shot of the afternoon with the sun setting in the north and rising in the north. Like I'm like,
half
are you?
The year.
Don't even. Yeah, it's half the year it does that here, for crying out loud.
If the AE map were right, it would always have to rise in the north and set in the north. He doesn't even get that. But here's the thing: half of the year it rises and sets in the south, completely violating any part of the AE map.
Well, to the point where I barely even get sunlight. I have to take vitamin D pills. Yeah, like, you're not far from me.
Oh yeah, we take vitamin D in the winter too. You
don't get enough sunlight in the winter. It's freaking dark all the time.
Here's the weird thing.
You get them from work in the dark. You go to work in the dark.
Yeah. Here's the weird thing. I'm at 45 north. You're about 50 north, right?
It's a difference of like an hour or two or something.
Yeah. So, how north are you there, Mr. Barman?
I'm not too sure. I was just going to have a look.
I think you're farther north than both of us.
I think I am. Well, I'm pretty sure I am.
Because you're surrounded by water, you don't get a proper.
I'm 49.
Winter.
I'm 49.89, so I'm almost 50.
Yeah, you're right around 50.
Where am I? Longitude 97, latitude 37, minus 97. Yeah, nice. Yeah, so 37. 37.
You're not at 37.
97. 30, I'm at longitude minus 97, latitude 37.
You're not at latitude 37.
I am. According to my location and Google Maps.
Hey, his reality tells him
that's in metric.
That's in metric.
Yeah,
hold on, I'm looking at the map here. We're zooming out on this planet.
What did that one give me?
I was going to say, you're goddamn wrong. I agree with McToon.
Yeah.
Let me just pin this. There we go.
Because you know what? You're right. Unless he's in London, he's probably farther north than me.
All right. London is 51 point. Yeah, there you go. London's 51.5. Right there.
Yeah.
So, like, you get the same situation going on as we do, then you get a ton of daylight in the summer, right? Right.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, it's like the sun goes down.
10 o'clock at night, it's still brightish.
Yeah. Oh, and the thing is, you're drinking with your friends around the fire, and all of a sudden it's 3:30 in the morning, and you, like, see the sun coming back up, and you're like, shit, we didn't go to bed yet. And it's like, and next thing you know, 45 minutes later, you're just standing there on the dock with your beer in your hand going, fuck it, just watch it rise.
Yeah. I was going to say, it's almost 4 o'clock here now, and it won't be long till the sun starts coming up.
If I stay up gaming even right now, we're not at peak summer. If I stay up gaming with like uni and I'm up till like 4 in the morning, sure enough, when I go lay down in my bed, the birds are already chirping and the light's starting to come through my window.
All right, look at this. The southernmost part of England there. All right, right there. It's called.
Got too many tabs open.
It's called Lizard.
That's awesome.
You've got a town or something called Lizard there. You guys are weird. Anyway, 49.9 degrees north. That's basically the southernmost part of England is where you live there, Brainy.
That's crazy. But that's ocean currents for you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it makes a big difference.
Yeah.
So when like excluding Guernsey and Jersey and all that. So let's see. When like Russian vids was like, look at the weather in north and south and this, and like he tried to use weather when I debated him on to prove the sun was local or something because of I don't know what it was. And I'm like, you don't even really have a clue because look at the weather in Winnipeg and compare it to Plymouth in England, right? Or Lizard, England, or whatever. Totally different, but same latitude.
Well, and I Bev's little birthday cake test drawing there that he brings up. I took his thing. Oh, it was the funniest thing. I modified it to make a point, and he started saying, like, you stole my copyrighted material. I'm like, no, fair use. I added shit to it. And like, it's like he kept coming back. I'm like, all right, tell you what, sue me then. I was like, let's just move forward, like, because like you're making a point that is pointless. But so I took his little drawing and I made it smaller so that there was more paper around it, and I drew the water level at his level, except I made it so that one was on high tide and one was on low tide. And I said, I don't understand. It's the same body of water. Why does your image not purport to reality? And he's like, well, sure it does. What have you drawn there? I'm like, stop. I just did the same thing the whole time. I'm like, nope. I said, answer the question. It was on a Discord I'm on with him. I just kept for an hour. I said, nope, answer the question. I'm not moving forward until you answer the question. Yeah, he won't answer it, because to answer it, he has to admit that he's wrong. And he knows he does. And so he just tiptoes around it.
Yeah, flat earthers don't like tides.
Well, he started saying, wow, we don't know enough about it. I mean, there could be like holes in the ocean that water. I'm like, whoa. I'm like, hold on. So wait. I'm like, so the water is now draining at one side of the ocean so fast that the water level has dropped over there.
There's pumps and tubes underneath that shoot it back and forth.
Like that's what he literally said, that there's underwater like cavities, I guess. Like he's imagining there's like transfer tubes where the water, I guess, disappears here. Okay, but so what's moving the water? Is there a nice turbine pump down there maintained by God? I don't understand what's...
No, the maintenance is all done by penguins. It's all penguins.
But you know what? I think he was actually surmising to the point where it may drain out and come back in. Like the water leaves our little sealed space, and God presents us with new water, I guess, or something. Like it was a very odd conversation, and I was very frustrated with him after that point, like Rumpus. So it wasn't getting far at that point. I think I was just upset.
I've had one flat earther tell me it's all to do with the winds. It's like, what do you mean? Well, the wind blows the tide in.
Holy shit! Oh. Okay, that 9 feet, 12 feet of, not to mention when you have like this, you have like a still day. And the tide starts rushing through an inlet, and it's like literally ripping trees off as it tears out. It's like, that's a lot of wind, boy.
It's not even that. It's totally predicted, right? We know for any location, what the high tide will be, relatively how high it will be, how low it will be for any day of the year.
But they'll use these special spots in the world, though, where the tides don't move very much. These tidal local points where tide doesn't move very much. And they'll be like, look, that's the normal. These are the unnormal. But it's actually the opposite. No, these are little gullies and pockets where the water presses in and like kind of creates its own little artificial level, in that zone.
The water's always moving through that area. So because it's always moving, it doesn't really move. It's just like, it's just like this sort of thing, rather than high tide, low tide, high tide, low tide.
I mean, because of tide. I mean, Jesus. I mean, how do you explain that? I mean, the wind. It's like so the wind pushed so much water away that I was able to walk out on the beach and collect oysters for dinner. That's amazing.
Yeah, and even more amusing when the tide's in, but the wind's blowing out.
Well, exactly. It wasn't that windy, so but the wind's over there, so it's like, okay. It's just like, oh my god. And they wonder why we're just making fun of them now. Yeah, like we've resorted to the point of just pointing and laughing at them. I mean, look what Fight the Flat Earth's doing. He's literally superimposing clown faces onto them now. Like he's literally moved to the point of making them physically clowns.
Yes. Okay. I gotta find the.
He can clown track anybody now. That's awesome. He showed me he was clown tracking Nathan Thompson while he's like popping the ball. He's just got like a red nose and shit. It was awesome.
All right, so this is what Eric Dubay actually says in his 200 proofs. He says the gentle and gradual rise and fall of the earth on the bosom of the mighty deep. That's tides, and people fall for that. How could you fall for that?
How is that a proof? What proof number is this?
I don't know.
It's like 200 opinions.
Yeah. Well, let's be fair. The 200 proof, I think he only actually makes 50 points. He just rewords them so he's got more.
Yeah.
The first time I saw that video was actually with Sir Sick. I mean, he did that video, and it was like bendy water, and it was all like high CG, and he's like, "Whoa, look at this flat earther!" Like it was exactly what you think when you see that video. You're like, Jesus, like how much time and effort did you put into this video?
Did he? It,
What?
and
Like,
it's
do
paying
you hire
dividends
somebody
for
to
him?
make that? Yeah, but does it
He wants
anymore?
to.
He's not. They're never on his channel anymore. He doesn't have a presence on YouTube.
Yeah, he does.
Are we sure? Because I think they're all mirror accounts these days. Who are we talking about? What's his name again? It's Dubay, right?
Yeah.
I can't remember the last new thing he's done. Whenever you see him, it's just people referring
What's
to
his
his
first
200
name again?
proofs
It's
or
What's his
Eric
first
Dubay.
name? It's Eric Dubay. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
it's all just 69,000. But is he posting new stuff? That's what I mean. He doesn't.
1 week ago, how everything works on flat Earth, 40,000 views.
Oh fuck! Look at you.
Yeah.
Why the hell am I not? I should
Oh,
be subscribed.
The 200
Oh,
proofs.
don't.
Hold on. The 200 proofs wrap.
Oh, good God. no, don't you dare.
Listen. I was listening to this while you clicked on it just now already.
Oh, here it comes.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Oh
Is
my
it better
god.
than multi-tom-tom?
Anything
I haven't
would be
seen
better than
multi-tom-tom.
Yo,
Did
there's
multi-tom
a
tom
distraction
did one?
below. What's
Oh,
happening?
it's
Truth is
terrible.
taken to the street.
It's not in
plan
rhythm.
and action.
It's
Why
just
would they
like,
fit?
yeah,
But
Earth is
I had
flat.
this
Earth is flat.
idea, but I can't find no name. Like I can't find copyright-free similar enough music to Eminem's "Guess Who's Back" because I wanted to do a flat Earth. I wanted to do that guy spoof and just do like the one verse of like the Eminem song where it's like "Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back?" Because he's seen he's commenting, eh? That guy.
He didn't stop commenting, as far as I know, because I saw after he deleted his channel, I saw in different places him commenting on stuff. So,
So everything's on Facebook now. So apparently I have to go to Facebook to debunk him. So he does all this stuff on Judd something. It's
Judson Mary.
Mary Judd. Judson Mary. It's
Judson
definitely
Mary on
not
Facebook,
a typical name, that's for sure. I'm not gonna say much. Names are names. I don't give a shit. But it's definitely not what you typically used to hearing for a name.
Yeah. So I think maybe he's gonna be more active now because he's now single.
He's now single. That's right,
Yeah.
everybody. That's the new news. He is a single man. The post said something like, "Nothing like finding out the last 4 years of your life with somebody meant nothing." That's May 2nd. That was his post.
Yeah.
So,
Gary
you've seen it too,
Wabenga's.
yeah.
Gary Wabenga, he's always good to use some proof, some evidence that that is for the globe, and then claim, without any supporting evidence, that it proves flat Earth. So here he is. Equatorial
Listen.
mounts prove the Earth isn't orbiting the sun, which is why the stars always fall on the same path across the sky, so that you can set your equatorial mount to follow them. Here's the challenge for you, Gary Wabenga. You're a farmer. You're a handy guy. Build a flat Earth model, right? And then make yourself a small equatorial mount telescope thing that you can put on your model, and then put a disc or plate or dome, whatever you think, up on top of it, and then spin it around in circles, and have that equatorial mount that can only move in one axis follow the circuit. It's going to be an oval. It won't work. Go ahead and give it a shot. If you can do that, then you have.
We got something to talk about. Yeah.
If you can't do that, you have nothing, right? Or you could maybe mathematically show us that, but I know you can't do geometry, so.
But listen, you gotta just remember the lessons that we've learned from that guy and just really take them to heart. Like things like, remember when you're down here, you're in, this is regular weight, and up there it's space weight.
Space weight,
okay,
yep.
remember space weight, and then we've got pressure, and then we've got was it where you said we've got regular pressure, and then we've got whatever pressure, and then we have
Kármán
to
line,
switch
is
to
zero pressure, and then it's
Oh,
negative pressure.
Okay, so what is he's getting two terms that have been switched. He's seen them used. It's actual and what is the terms? It's actual and what's the other term for the actual pressure? It's the pressure.
Gauge.
There's like gauge pressure, and then there's actual pressure.
Atmospheric pressure and
Atmospheric.
actual pressure. Yeah.
Well, there's atmospheric, and then there's gauge pressure, because gauge pressure is minus 14.696 or whatever your pressure is in that zone, so that you can absolute. Yeah. So anyways, he took the two terms and he got them screwed up. And so he thought there was 3 types of pressure.
Yeah.
There was the gauge, there was absolute, and then you had to switch to like space absolute. That's what it was. Then you had to switch to space pressure, essentially above the Kármán line, and you had to go down again. It's like, no, we keep telling you, when you're at 0, you're at 0.
There's
like
nothing less.
it's done. There's nothing less than 0.
He's the one that thinks you get to 0, and then it switches to at the Kármán line. It switches to 0, completely not understanding that it's just an arbitrary elevation. But it gets to 0 at the Kármán line, which it doesn't, and then from there it actually goes to the decimals, right? So 0.1, 0.01, 0.001. Those are the negative pressures. that suck. They're sucking pressures.
Because it's still a positive number. That doesn't make any sense. Like
yes.
And he doesn't understand that a decimal 1 is still a positive number. He thinks it's less than 0.
Well, no, like it's a positive number, but it's negative pressure.
Because it's below 0. Because it's the number on the right side of the decimal.
Exactly. There's that 0 at the beginning.
But it's crazy because. So wait. When you have a 1.9, does that mean that you only have 0.1 pressure?
No, don't get confused about that. Really, it's
God.
You wouldn't understand.
You know what I mean? You gotta take the 9 away from the freaking. Oh my God.
And there's a lot of different units for pressure, right? PSI, atmospheres, millimeters of mercury, inches of mercury, pascals, right?
Use
all
inches
these
of water
ones.
column all the time.
Yeah, and inches of water and all
That's
these.
how you do gas pressure, is inches of water column for
atmospheres.
Gas and propane.
Anyway, so he doesn't understand.
I use mercury for refrigeration.
All right, so he doesn't understand that these different units all are the same, right? And that all of them meet at 0 absolute, right? He thinks they all meet at 0 Kármán line magical space pressure or something. And so I would ask him, what units is that? And he could never answer.
But it's always the amount of arrogance that he puts into it that really makes him special. It's because being dumb is being dumb. It's whatever. Being confident is what they do best. They be dumb.
Yes.
They're dumb and confident. But it's the amount of effort he puts into really driving home how stupid you are while he just totally gets physics wrong.
So
like the whole thing right now is his thing is airplanes, right? He's got his whole big thing is airplanes flying in their air pressure and how they don't go to space because the Earth was curving, they'd fly to space.
Gary Webbing. I read this. I thought somebody was mocking Gary. It's actually Gary saying, "I believe it because I know it's true." That doesn't make it true. And he said, what he said, the horizon depends on elevation over the surface. Gary, can you provide the formula that tells us how far we should see based on elevation? Because we can do that for the globe for what causes that. But
and while you're at it, tell me when the next lunar eclipse is going to be. I'm curious because we can schedule that too. Just so you know.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy.
Fred Knotts, other flirts even laugh at Gary. This is a good question. Who is the biggest flat earther that all the other flat earthers try to distance themselves from?
Right the hand.
Think so?
I don't know, but he's only because he's been in Gem Panda's Discord server last week, and he was so fucking annoying. He's like, I've
never even talked to him. I don't think
when you've gone.
Ooh, Pete
I don't think I've never even talked to him.
Phil Kale says Pete Shea. Roundfinger says JM Truth.
Yeah.
I think Multi Tom Tom is another one. Hey, Gary Wybenga, which flat earther is the worst flat earther? The one that if you could make them not be a flat earther because they're making you look bad, who is it? Which is the one, Gary?
All flat earthers make flat earthers look bad, though.
I love when they're like, the Flat Earth Society is controlled opposition to make us look stupid. Like, you don't need help. you got that covered, right? They're not making you look dumb. You are making you look that way.
It's just all the different things all the time perpetually coming out from Flat Earth that just make it all just a big old clown shoe episode.
I love the meme. Don't judge a flat earther till you walked a mile in their shoes. It's got the clown shoes.
1 second.
So
then you've got his shoes.
All right, Gary, are you gonna answer? Gary a lot of the time doesn't even listen. He just goes in the chat and then just just ignores the actual live stream, so you can't even talk to him. It's a little sad sometimes. So I don't know.
You don't leave liquid carrying components near desks where you're hanging out.
No. Well, you
just
leave
got
it
to
in
be
a bottle
good
with a
at
lid.
not tipping stuff over.
Well, this one was full of water that starts with the word B and ends with the sound ong.
You see, you just need one of those. Oh, right, okay.
It's really, really potent in here right now, boy. Yeah, what do you do? I got the towel to it in time. Let's put it that way.
Leap years are fake.
Leap years are fake. Wait. What about all those 4-year-old adult men?
Don't attack.
No, if
Don't attack a flat earther until you've lived in your car for a month.
But walked a mile in their shoes, basically, again.
Next, here we go. From Metal Jacket, Brainy. Next total solar eclipse, only visible in South Africa, will be December 14th, 2020. Using, I forget the name of the model, but there's the whole the definition that defines all that you just plug in the math. It's complicated, but
somehow I managed to get a cold, even though nobody's touching each other.
How'd you what?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's because my wife lives in an apartment and the kids are there half the time right now. So I think because there's a bunch of people touching doorknobs and stuff, I was like, boy, that's how you get it. But because then the little girl got it, and my wife got it, and we thought it was allergies, and then I got it. And I'm like, this is not allergies because I don't have allergies, and this sucks. So that's why I've got a cough now. So I was at the baseball meeting, and I'm like back like 30 feet standing there. It's just like, because every once in a while I'm like, and it's like everybody.
I hate it if I'm doing the shopping and I have to cough. I'm like, make sure no one see me. I'm coughing like, oh shit.
I know if you're in public, you can't cough.
No.
The worst thing ever, you cough and everybody looks.
Yeah.
Like, oh my goodness.
Man, it was tickling my lungs, and I'm like,
Though years ago,
the world we live in now.
Oh, it's mental. Years ago, me and wife were out shopping, and it was late night. We were in Tesco's, and someone coughed. And this was going back like 2 years. And me just being the crazy person that I decided to be, go, the plague! The plague! And I feel like that's what people are going to do now if you cough in a shop. They're like, no! Get away! But yeah, the woman looked at me like I was a nutter. It was quite good.
Well, let's see, Punchy, me, and Factard have been very loosely talking about doing a flat Earth play where we got to get some dollies together. We got to write out a bit of a loose script, and I was saying we should do it live because I think it'd be more fun live. But we're talking about maybe like including like social distancing lessons involved where they like spray each other with the dollies, spray each other with Lysol and stuff. There's, it's going to be a whole. We were thinking as ridiculous as possible. Flat Earth jokes. We could have UFOs. Everything you can imagine. And I'm thinking like cardboard stage with a little curtain. It opens up like that, I think it'd be good. I think we could make some laughs happen. You just imagine me and Factard and Punchy, 3 grown adults, just sitting there banging into each other as we try to move around each other.
Oh, it'd be an allegedly Dave doll spraying everyone with piss, though.
Pesto? What?
Piss. I didn't want to say piss on them.
Allegedly Dave, that's right. He's the African American. He's the African American fellow that likes to drink wee wee, right?
Yeah. He allegedly likes to drink it. No,
I'm sure.
That interview where he's like, "Yeah, get up, wee in my cup, drink it."
He's the same guy who said, "I forgot to eat for 8 days once." No, you didn't. Don't lie.
And then, he leaves the little bit at the bottom. The dregs, and he rubs it on himself.
Ah! Oh my God!
Can you imagine?
So the thing is, the worst.
Like meeting him, and he's like reaching his hand out to shake. You're like, nope. Not
the worst part of the entire Jackass movie was the pee snow cones for me. I almost vomited in the theater. I can't handle that. Have you seen the videos, Kate? Because I did a pee video about a year ago now, and like in my video, there's a guy that's literally like at a public event, and everybody's peeing in the urinals, and he was going along and taking a cup and sliding it into the public urinal thing because it would slot right in there, and the people go up and pee in it, and then as they leave, he slides in and scoops up the cup and starts drinking it. and he does it to like 4 different people. He drinks that, and all of a sudden he's like, person walks away, he drops the cup in there.
Oh.
This guy, disgusting, drinking random people's pee at like a festival.
All right, stop. That's too much. That's too much. Oh,
That's gross.
But,
gross.
Yeah.
but, yeah, but hey, listen, he knows the earth is flat, damn it. He's the authority.
absolutely. You know, so
Korea's good for you.
who's that? The Botox nurse that thinks that COVID doesn't exist. What's her name?
Kate Shiminari.
Shiminari or something. Yeah. So she was on. She had a stream. I saw. She was on. A couple other people I didn't recognize. Mark Steele, and then they pulled on. Allegedly, Dave comes in. So allegedly, Dave has been in with Botox nurse and Mark Steele, and he's
Is that
in
the
as an
event 202 or whatever?
as an expert on
Why have you shown me this woman? Now I'm following her on Twitter suddenly.
Oh, she's nuts. She really is nuts.
Yeah, she's
dangerous.
dangerous.
Oh yeah. Yeah, she claims masks don't work, vaccines have never been tested apparently, and vaccines, Bill Gates is out to take over the world and kill everyone. I did a couple of videos on it and I was just like, you're not getting any more attention. YouTube removed her channel and YouTube then let her make a new one with exactly the same goddamn name.
I don't understand YouTube's failure to actually like ban people, right?
Yeah.
They're like, we don't want that stuff here, so we'll delete your channel and then let you start it tomorrow, right away.
Yeah. Yeah, she's
talking about
back up
YouTube?
to almost 2,000 subscribers again.
Restart their channels.
Yeah.
It's just because there's so much. Like, you're not allowed to. It's really, really part of the rules. It's just there's so many channels.
Yeah, but it's been pointed out on Twitter by Mr. Bozohead and a few others. Look, this person's made a new channel. It's exactly the same channel. It's exactly the same stuff. Even some of the videos are the same videos that she'd obviously kept and re-uploaded. I'm like, no response from at all. It's a
yeah,
joke.
you really need to become something bigger than just a few tweets to get their attention. Unfortunately, that's why whenever we have a big problem, we have to try to get bigger YouTubers to do something about it because they tend to have more power than we do. They don't give a shit about us. They don't care at all. Like,
Well, there's too many. They can't care about the small guys. It's got to be,
well, I will tell you a
limited
secret though,
audience.
right now, just so you know.
What's that?
10,000. Well, I'll tell you a secret. We're not at Barman's a little smaller than you and me, McToon, but it's not a critical thing. But when you're at around 4,000 subs, you're about 40% of the way to 10K, obviously.
Yeah.
So 10,000 subs, you're actually a top 10 percentile channel.
Really?
Yes, that's why you'll notice that people cross 8K, 9K, they get into that zone, and all of a sudden they just start growing more naturally. With less effort, they just start growing. You see, like, it happened to everybody. Team Skeptic got there, Fight got there, Planner Walk got there, and they all just kind of start creeping forward even harder. And because they become top 10 percentile channels. So what happens is once you hit about 8, 9, 10, at 10,000, you are in the top 10% of subscriber-based channels.
Oh.
So yeah, like, and it happens quickly. Because there's a lot of channels at 1,000. There's lots of channels at 500. And there's lots of channels at 5, 6, 7,000.
Yeah.
But once you start hitting 10, you're actually most of the bodies are below you actually at that point.
Well, was it Creaky Blinder? I remember him having his 10K special,
Oh.
and then before you know it, he's at like 30,000.
Wow, and he's growing.
Like,
I mean, he's also riding something special as well. Like, I mean, there's also extra growth from personality and him being him.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Creaky's doing a great job, so good for Creaky. But it's also partly because once you hit, and I've talked to somebody else who managed channels actually in the last year, just coincidentally happened to talk to somebody. He said that when they took all the channels they managed and they looked at the analytics, it basically came down to somewhere around 83 or 8,400 subscribers at that moment. They noticed the same thing. There was this moment where the snowball just kind of started pushing itself. You had to do less of this.
Yeah. Well, they probably you need a certain amount of backlog too, right? You can't just come in with not much. But they're going to
Well, you can, but those are viral, right? So that's
they're
not
going to
typical.
start. Yeah, but they'll promote your old videos.
They do, and they're promoting old videos way better than they used to be now. Like, you'll see a lot of videos will come up and you're watching a video that's 3 years old all of a sudden on a channel you like, because they're pushing old videos onto you. And they've been doing more of that. And so don't get me wrong, I'm getting views on videos that I posted months and months, and if not a year ago still, which is fantastic. But it's just about getting to that. You know what I mean? You just got to work a little harder till you get into the near 10K. Once you get to 10K, it's not like you can just stop and still grow. but you might be able to actually, because who hasn't seen lots of channels that haven't posted in years and their subscriber base keeps going up. Once you get to a certain size, the AI just kind of says, come on, we'll hold your hand. I'll take you with me. Because you're one of the bigger channels. And listen, they need the bigger channels to become even bigger channels to make more money. That's how it is. They got to grow you.
A 2-year-old Professor Stick video on my recommendations today, and I was like, ooh, not watched Professor Stick in ages.
Oh, yeah, no, that's doing a good job. If you watch a video on something and it finds a Professor Stick video, which it knows you're into that, because let's face it, YouTube's already pigeonholed you. That's how it works. It knows, even if you're not watching Flat Earth today, it knows you generally like that kind of funny content. It knows because you watch Team Skeptic and Fight the Flat Earth and all these channels. It knows what you're into. And then even the links between those channels, like when we feature each other's channels, and then because we've had each other on each other's videos and we're in each other's descriptions and stuff like that, YouTube just starts drawing all these lines between them and associating channels with each other like in a network. And so all of a sudden you're watching a Team Skeptic video and you've never heard of Brainy Beaver or McToon or you know, a Sarcastic Bartender, and all of a sudden it's like
Barman, Sarcastic Barman.
Yeah,
I always say the same thing. What did I say?
Bartender. It's Barman.
Yeah, that's
British,
it's a Canadian euphemism, I guess.
Yeah.
Barman. Is that what they're all called there? Barman?
Yeah, I'd call him Barman. Barman and
I call
Barman.
him a bartender.
I see bartender as more of an Americanism.
That's probably why. I'm above big old cultural America.
Just in case anybody hasn't yet subscribed to Sarcastic Barman, I put the link in there. He's at 914 subscribers right now. So
yeah, it's gone well the last couple of weeks. I'm quite chuffed at that.
Yeah, good for you. You're 800 and something last time I looked at you. So
So Fred Knott says you correct Sarcastic's name, but not your own. Yeah, I don't know. You know,
what?
Brainy
MC Tune?
Brainy thinks I'm Scottish, apparently.
You are. It's McToon. McToon.
I hate that fucking name. You language story. I hate that name. It's terrible. Like it's just because I always want to say McToon, not MC. But at least you spaced it here. I can see it's better for me. It says on my display. It says MC Tune.
When you like that rapper, you know, can't touch this. Is that what do you call him?
MC Hammer.
Okay, but that was literally his.
That's where I got it.
Yeah, but I figured. But he didn't listen. Your name has no spaces or anything in it when it's shown normally.
Yeah.
So I'm just going.
Here, somebody said I would love to attempt to debate for the side of flat Earth. I would try and come up with new arguments. The attempt would learn more about. You are the only person that I would think. So for me to do it, I would do it. Somebody proposed that a while ago. That how about we do a reversal, where you get a glober to debate for flat Earth and a flat earther to debate for the globe.
That's a good idea, but it's how do you do that? They don't know anything.
What flat earther would do that though and actually like try? Like I would try. I would come up with stuff. But
and then he'd just sit back and go, "This is what I've been telling you." That's exactly. You're right though. That's exactly how the conversation would go.
You'd be better off getting two globers and saying, right, you're going to be the flat earth and you're going to be the glober, and actually just doing the argument like that as a debate like that.
But that's why we have more fun just debating pizza with or without pineapple at that point, because let's really debate about things we're passionate about. Yeah. Because I will cut somebody if they think pineapple deserves to be on pizza.
Come and get me. Come and get me. I do.
But you cannot.
And so does my wife.
You can't argue.
This is such.
The poll.
It's so funny that this is such a bad. Like it's right down the middle, eh? Like team is on my side. So is FTFE. You guys are pro.
All right.
Pineapple sullies the pizza. You can't even remove it and have it not taste like pineapple. At least you can pick mushrooms off. They don't leave a flavor.
Well, you can't put mushrooms on a pizza anyway. Mushrooms on a pizza is even worse.
I mean,
mushrooms
I don't
like
disagree.
The worst thing. Oh, mushrooms and
are worse
anchovies.
Things anyways. It's just mold.
Yeah.
All right.
Have you seen? I've been in a mushroom factory. They grow it in chicken shit in the dark. It's the grossest place you'll ever go. That place stinks.
Yeah. We had chickens and my mum used to grow mushrooms. So just get these old styrofoam boxes and she's put chicken shit in and mushroom seeds, put the lid on.
They take the chicken shit. This place stunk. They take the chicken. It's Loveday Mushroom Factory. They take the chicken shit and they mix it with like hay. And then they put it in like a bin outside. This is in the summer. And it course, all the heat from the decay, it gets hot and stinky and hot and steamy, and they flip it a bunch of times. And then once it gets like 2 weeks old, they move it to another bay, and they get new stuff in there. They keep moving along and letting it rot over the course of a month. They keep mixing new hay, new crap in it. They keep moving it along and letting it turns into soil because they let it chicken shit rot to soil, basically. And then they take it inside where it takes the spores and has a machine where it actually pours the crap into the boxes at the same time as it like mixes the spores right in with all the soil. So then they end up with these big crap boxes that they put in dark rooms.
All right,
the whole place is just garage bays with dark rooms.
We have right here the poll, and you cannot argue the poll. Pineapple on pizza, carefully consider your vote. It will be checked for accuracy. Yes, 53%. No, 43%. And
I am punchy, so I always agree with Ilya.
I don't know how 4% people are punchy.
Punchy sucker
you might not have had a lot of people vote.
So Bella Charge for 5 New Zealand says, I watched Brainy Beaver. Then YouTube recommended all these pineapple pizza recipes.
Are you serious?
There's
a conspiracy occurring here now. It's a conspiracy occurring. Swear to God, my brother liked pineapple on pizza. It would literally make it so that half the pizza was garbage to me. Even if my brother didn't want another piece, I couldn't have a piece of that because it tastes like pineapple.
Oh, pineapple with a nice bit of spice or a bit of like decent
why
pepperoni
would you
or something.
want your pizza, cheese pizza with meat to taste like sweetness?
It's for what you do is you make your own dough using yeast, right? You let it rise for a few hours, right? Roll it out. You put down the sauce. You put down the Canadian bacon, which is not bacon, right? You get some cheese on
that's
there.
where you went wrong right there. We need to get real American bacon in here because they can listen. I think this is a wartime thing. They had lots of extra ham and nobody was eating it. So they convinced us. They said, this is actually bacon. They convinced an entire generation, but I'm not buying it.
Anyway, all right. So you need, then you get your pineapple on there and some pickled jalapenos. You know, like the ones that you put in nachos. There you go. That's the stuff there.
Yes, with the homemade dough. Yes, with the homemade sauce, which I have videos of me making on my channel. Heinz baked beans, pepperoni, bit of cheese, bit of bacon. Yes.
Of course you eat beans. You're British.
Yeah. And pizza as well. Though my wife thinks that's absolutely gross that I put beans on my pizza.
Beans on pizza?
Yeah, Heinz baked
gross.
beans.
I won't lie.
So the beans in a tomato-y type sauce. You'd have them at breakfast.
I've never heard of beans on pizza.
Oh, it's lovely. It's lovely. In the late 90s, early 2000s, they used to actually make a Heinz baked bean pizza you could buy from the supermarket out
My
the freezer
goodness.
and just cook it. Oh, it's lush. Lush. Phil KO, that's a nightmare. No, it's not.
What about pineapple with gammon? What's Gammon? I don't even know.
Gammon's pork, but nice, big, like cured pork.
Oh, that
You
sounds,
still got to cook it, but it's like basically really thick bacon.
that sounds good.
So-
I'll have it.
Yeah, but you want to, if you're doing do that, you want to grill the pineapple as well. So it's like a warmish pineapple and with a fried egg.
On pizza.
No, I wouldn't have that all together on pizza. I'd have the gammon. You'd have the gammon with chips and peas.
Oh, I think he's talking about on pizza.
I won't put gammon on pizza.
Gammon.
Well,
You guys should have some good old-fashioned anchovies.
Baked
Oh
beans.
God, no!
Get out of here. I'm gonna mute you if you talk like that again.
My mom ate anchovies one time in front of me. I thought it was the grossest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, it's all
Like,
right
so what, you just slide, those are like fish bait, Mom.
Oh, Bob the science guy likes haggis pizza.
Bob the science guy? Hey, Bob, I gotta get you on my channel, buddy. We gotta have a stream one of these days.
Oh.
Wait, didn't I get him on? Or he tried to come on and I wasn't paying enough attention. He sent me a thing on Discord. He's like, send me a link. And it was like way after the stream, like an hour later. I'm like, oh, shit. It's like, I gotta send him a link in a second. So I felt bad about that. I went through a phase where I took pieces of my French fries from McDonald's and I'd line them on my burger and have have a potato layer on my burger.
On the burger?
I can deal with that.
Yeah, you
Like
just
having a hash
layer it,
brown on
put a
your
little-
burger.
Yeah, it's like having a little. I've heard that's actually not that unusual. I've had a few people tell me they do that since then. I'm like, Apparently, it's unusual for people to eat honey with chicken nuggets, though. That's apparently something that a lot of people don't know about.
I wouldn't have honey with a chicken nugget, no.
Okay, so here's the thing. If you've never done it, try it.
Yeah, I'm not a big chicken nugget fan. You are? Would you have honey with a chicken nugget?
It's so
That's
good.
just no.
Tell her to try it, because when you go to McDonald's here and you ask for chicken nuggets, one of the things they'll give you is honey. If you honey or sweet and sour sauce or whatever, honey. Honestly, it's the sweet and sour, the sweet and salty of it. Try it. Honestly, I bet you'll shit yourself. It's honestly really way better than you think it is.
Well, we'll do some honey this week.
So
just try. I mean, listen. You just dip it. If you don't like it, you don't do anymore. But you just try it, and you might be surprised. It's really quite good. Anyways,
We've got some nice local honey in the cupboard. It'd be worth trying it with.
So, all right, John Rapp for 5 Australians says a Canadian, American, and a Brit walked into a bar. Seen by an Aussie, there's got to be a few jokes in that. Super chat your best, and my PayPal is nice. Bob the science guy says send me a link. Where on Discord? So yeah, where do you want that?
He's driving for 3 hours. Oof.
Yeah. So I don't know if I've direct messaged you on Discord before. I have on
anybody
on
who
Twitter.
likes this sweet planet background I got here. This is actually a program called Plane 9. PLANE 9, the number 9. And it was free to download, and it's the one that does all those other cool effects. Like if I have like the transition things, like that's not the one, apparently. I don't know what happened here. Anyways, I know what I did wrong. Never mind. It's the one that did these things. Like
that's cool.
I'm
like all that stuff.
See, my internet sucks so much I can't actually live stream on my own, so I don't know how to use OBS or anything.
Well, if you don't have the internet to upload, I mean, even me, I didn't. If I didn't have, see, when I first moved here, everybody else was starting to get Fi-on, and cable only had so much speed, and it's not enough. And then in the time since then, the cable companies invested in new technology to try to keep up with the fiber optic, and now. You know, when I called back, the other option before was like, oh, yeah, you're screwed. And now it was like, man, we can offer you like 600 megabits a second. I was like, hook that shit up. Like, do it.
I've got the 2 things I'm waiting for. There's a local company between the 2 councils, and they're going around putting fiber to the premises as a government-backed thing. The other thing is, because we're on like a big campsite sort of thing, the BT are on about installing a fiber cabinet to the premises. So it'd be 100 yards away from me. So that'd be nice.
No, that's what they do here. They take fiber right into the house, right to your router. It goes right into the front door like the cable does. So yeah, it's pretty amazing. But the cable companies really stepped it up. They went from like the Fi-ons, the fiber optics were offering like 300 megabits a second, and cable was like 30. But then all of a sudden, well, I mean, let's face it, when you're faced with being obliterated now, they had to design new packet tech. I don't know how you do that, McToon. You'd know more about that than I do. But what would they do? Design new. Well, they use the same cable. All they did is change my router. So 5 years ago, when Fi-on internet was coming to this area, like a fiber optic internet could do, you could be like 800 megabits a second and stuff that.
Fiber all the way to your home.
There was fiber to the home. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
So, but what I'm trying to get at is my crescent, and the crescent next to me, because of some political shit and some waterline stuff, didn't get access to fiber optic because the utility that was doing that got in a pissing match with the town and wouldn't bury them here. That's a whole thing. But so my options were screwed. I couldn't get fiber optic. They didn't even bother calling me back. I was on the list to call back, but they knew they couldn't bring it to me, so they didn't bother calling me. I found out from a friend. They're like, oh, no, we didn't get it. We got screwed, and here's the story. But anyway, so then a few years later, when I started doing this channel, my upload speeds weren't fast. So I wanted to see what I could do to improve my internet speeds. And sure enough, I called them, and they're like, oh, yeah, we can offer you, like 400 or 500 megabits a second now, which is almost fiber optic speeds in a lot of cases. But they didn't change a thing. It's the same cable coming into my house as before. It's cable. It's cable internet. But they changed the router. I had to bring the router in and get a whole new router that's like an upgraded router. Well, but that was it. So they must have changed the compression technology. That's all they could have done, right?
Oh, no, it's the signaling on the wire. That's
no, but it's all about. But what I'm saying is they developed a new frequency, or there's something they did where they developed something because they couldn't do that before, and now they can. So they had to change something. How would you do that?
I'm sorry. Was it coax or is it right? Is it coax? Yeah,
but it's doing almost fiber optic level speeds.
Yeah, so it's the standard is DOCSIS, DOCSIS, and there's DOCSIS 3. I don't know if they're up to DOCSIS 4 yet, but it can go pretty high. The difference between DOCSIS 2 and DOCSIS 3 was a big jump. It's the same cable, but
so they had to do an upgrade on their end, is what it meant, like on
both ends, yeah.
And they're well, that's why I had to have a new router, and I had to. So you basically were just communicating in a different technology. But that's all it is. It's a packet compression, right? There's more data in each packet.
It's actually the physical layer. It's signaling because it's on cable. It's isolated, right? You have the entire frequency range, right? It's not shared, and because it's coax and it's shielded, you can get a huge amount of frequencies on there. So they do something called digital spread spectrum, DSSS, 3S's, spread spectrum something. Anyway, where they send basically at one frequency they send data, at another frequency they send data, another frequency they send data, and they can pack it all up. Now your neighbor and you do share some of your neighborhoods, or people in your neighborhood share the same connection, right? So there's a limited amount of bandwidth.
We're gonna have a same node, right? We're gonna all go to a node.
Yeah, you're all going. But what they do then is they rather than going from your house all the way up to the main central office, they have these local offices, right? So they still call it a central office, but it's down the street, and you maybe have 1,000 people in your neighborhood instead of 10,000.
So that's why they'll have those. That's where we have those DSL boxes, we call them. They're those big boxes. They can be on a corner. They've got air conditioning and heat built into them, and they're full of electronics.
So they have fiber that they pull to that, and then they don't pull fiber to the houses.
See, here they were actually pulling fiber right to the houses.
Yeah, and so the last mile, they call it the last mile. That's the hard part, right? And so everybody's trying to get
going into neighborhoods
solved. Yeah. Because it's not that expensive to pull to 100 different boxes. It's very expensive to pull to 100,000 houses, right? So they get it close.
But we had to pay. We had to pay for the fiber from the box on the street to our house.
Yeah.
Essentially, the way it was is the line was going by on the street. They were putting the line on every single street in town. You have to pay for the line to the street. So you were paying for them to come with a ditch witcher and push it to your house, and then
how much
were
you paying? 200.
I don't know. I have no idea because I didn't have the options.
It's probably still a loss for them.
Oh, I bet, because they're hoping to recoup it on the internet later. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I pay a butt ton for my internet right now, and I don't have the fiber optic, like I said. I have the cable, but you did explain the question. So they essentially spread the data out over a large set of frequencies, and all those frequencies can exist on the cable at the same time without interfering with each other.
Yes.
So they're just stacking it all on top of each other and sending it down the line like a big old stacked up bus.
Magic.
That's crazy though.
We've got Bob.
Work.
See you, Bob.
Hey, Bob.
I was going to add to that just before Bob gets started. I was going to say, something that's different between us and flat earthers is that, as you can see, I sat back and I really enjoyed listening to somebody who knows more than me about something because I thought it was fantastic. I mean, why people don't want to listen to people that know shit is beyond me. Anyways, hey, Bob.
How you doing, Bob?
Let's see. Now why is this thing not?
There you are.
Oh, we get a little cutting out there. Got room for a Lego guy.
I'm up in the walls.
Man.
Right. So we don't have too much in the line of internet up here or cell towers. I've got a booster in my car, but that only goes so far. You got to have a signal to boost in the first place.
Back out of the gully now. We hear you now.
Yeah, I'm out of the gully. Yeah, things are going great, man. Absolutely great. I started a new channel, and I'm getting ready to do some live streaming of astronomy on that. It's kind of cool. The last of my telescope crap came in today. So now I'm actually capable of doing live stream observations. So it's going to be kind of fun.
Oh, we've got a Team Skeptic in here too. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hey, team.
Hey Bob, how you doing? Sarcastic Barman, how are you doing?
Not bad, mate. As you?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Had my own live stream earlier, so I'm a bit exhausted.
I saw you
I
doing
go.
science and satire, weren't you?
Yeah. We did our little thing tonight and had a good time. We had Prime Red on to do some Mad Libs.
Nice.
It was fun. Yeah, to say the least, it was fun. He asked me for an adjective, and I believe my adjective I used was onomatopoetic.
Yeah. He didn't know how to pronounce that.
Yeah,
how to spell it.
onomatopoetic.
Yeah. So Stringer News 1, you can always count on him to have the details on some tech stuff. So he says most cable plants still have the bottom 45 megahertz for uploads, which is why cable sucks for uploads. They can multiplex digital TV channels and use the spare bandwidth for downloads, but not up. So that is, yep. The uploads is hard on there.
Something that's really crazy is they used to have this thing with the hot water tanks around here because we have public utility, and they'd rent you the hot water tanks, but the deal was, and they gave you a smoking deal. It was super cheap, I guess. It was in the city, but the idea was that when they had it was an agreement you signed, when they had really high load times, when they needed more capacity, they could send it was crazy. There was this device that you have installed there above your hot water tank, and they could send a frequency down the electrical lines that would actually make that device click, and it would take off. I guess it would switch the tank to, I don't know what exactly it did, but it would make the tank use less power, probably switch off one of the elements or something. And so, or either that or the tanks had a 120 element and a 240. Either way, they would switch it in a way that would use less power, so they had more capacity for where they needed it over here. And they would just basically press a button and send a signal down the electrical wires and actually flip the hot water tanks into a lower energy mode. Yeah, public utility, right? We live in a socialized country a little bit more here, so yeah, there was different options. But there's people. The reason I know about that is if they have one of those tanks, they were like, if this thing fixable, like, can you change the element? Like, they would do everything to fix that tank. It could be 50 years old because they were paying like literally pennies for it because they were on the old contract. And until you ripped it out, it was grandfathered, so it cost them like nothing.
Nice.
Anyways, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, they actually I think the 90s, when they were trying to do high-speed bandwidth, they were playing with using the high voltage electrical wires for data, and had some success, but it didn't really. They had to. The problem was that you'd send a signal on the high voltage wire on the 30,000 volts or something, and then it'd get to the transformer and it'd go through the transformer. On the other side of that transformer, that voltage differential was not enough. So you had to connect something on the both sides of the transformer to pull the data off one and put it on the other, and it's just too expensive.
Well, how do you isolate them, right? The whole point of the transformer was to isolate the two sides.
Yeah, but
isn't that the idea?
Yeah, but the voltage, the changes in voltage would make it through, but it would, if you put in a plus or minus, 1,000 volt on a 30,000 volt line, when you go through the transformer, you get that same differential, and then it gets too small. So in order to do it successfully, they had to take and on premises, right, which is the problem. You didn't want to have to do that. You'd go and have to clamp onto the high end line and clamp onto the low voltage line and bring that digital signal across the transformer because it would ruin it. So Team Skeptic, we've got Bella Charge for 2 New Zealand is saying COD or COD stream later. Team?
Stream probably not because my AC unit is out, and I'm already beginning to sweat just sitting here in place. But
I got my AC right here. Oh, you can't see it.
I have.
There it is.
We bought 2 window units to help keep the place cool until the landlord can. My landlord lives out of the state, so to get him to come down and fix something, it's really kind of I can't be there today or tomorrow, but give me a few days and I'll be there. But we just went ahead and bought some window units to try to keep it cool. But this is a pretty big ass house, So a couple window units. Basically, they work when I shut my bedroom door to go to sleep at night. I feel comfortable sleeping, but sitting around all this computer equipment just makes my underwear get moist.
Don't wear underwear.
I can't help
There
you
you
either,
go.
team. I'm so sorry. I'm not allowed to bring my van across the border to come fix your air conditioner.
Not until you spray paint over the free candy sign.
Well, it's Spicy Beaver's cooling if you watch my last video.
I did actually watch your last video. Hold on, which one? The one, let me.
Well,
let
it
me
wasn't
look
a
it up.
criticism or anything. No, I just had a Stephen Pennington one on Friday, and
Wait, hold on. Which one
there's
did
a
I
medical
watch?
part in there where I make fun of U.S. medical ads a little bit by having pulling on heartstrings by making my own HVAC ad to the same tone. There's
Yeah, you're
dogs
talking
licking
about
faces in it
Steve
and stuff.
Pennington?
Yeah,
I
Stephen
watched it.
Pennington.
It's in 4K. You uploaded a 4K version?
I produce the video extrudes or whatever the word you want to use. I make the video in 4K because in a lot of the footage you're upgrading them obviously, but it still seems to come in better I think for a 4K monitor if you actually produce it in 4K.
Yeah, so I had a question about that. Somebody had once told me, if you upload your videos in 4K and they will, YouTube will promote them more. And I was like, maybe, maybe if they're trying to promote people to use 4K, but I haven't seen anything that suggests that. But I tried it and I didn't notice any difference. So I was going to ask you, have you noticed any difference in the number of views you got because you upload, a 4K versus 1080p 60?
It's really hard for me, right? Because I think my upload schedule's erratic enough that I get these wows in my viewership, right? So I didn't personally notice, like I'm not getting extra views right now, that's for sure. But I thought sarcastic barman running around in the background made me laugh. Sorry, I was like, "What's going on back there?" But yeah, so I haven't noticed a difference, but I am. I guess it would be an interesting experiment I am getting fairly steady views on my videos right now. It would be an interesting experiment to put one up in just 1080p and see what the difference is all of a sudden.
Well, I think my next video is going to be recorded in 4K. All of my video will be recorded in 4K. So I may either upscale the source video or just leave the source video in 1080p and put a border around it like a background. But I'm interested in trying out uploading a completely 4K video just to see if it does actually help with the algorithm.
Yeah, well, let me know if that's the case. But yeah, no, I've just been doing it because somebody told me that if you upload them in 4K, then they'll display better on a 4K TV. And if you don't have a 4K, if a 1080p's will just downgrade it anyways. So,
yeah, it downscales it, right?
Yeah, it'll downscale it, right? So yeah, no, that's the only reason I've been doing it.
So
it produces a bit more time to pump it out. That's about it.
Oh yeah, it's a lot bigger. So I was curious, what does Simon Dan do his videos in? So I downloaded a couple of them, and they were 720.
Oh yeah, I told Dan he should start doing his videos in 244p. That way it's compatible on all devices, including those from 1985.
So yeah, I anyway,
He
so
ignored my suggestion.
I have recently made a.
That's such an awesome tech burn. Oh my god.
I've recently rendered a video at 720 that I normally do 1080, but this one was 720.
720 cuts down the render time for sure.
Oh yeah.
For me, it's about maybe 15 to 20% of 1080p as far as time wise. And I don't do 720 60. I think it's only 720 30. So I think it's from 720 30 or from 1080 60 to 720 30. It's a reduction of about 80% of render time.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Jeez.
Well, and you get into when you're talking about using YouTube, like on your phone, if you've got limited data or something, if you just take that sprocket and you take a video from 1080p and you move it down to 720, it'll use probably a quarter of the data to watch that video. And on a small device, you're not going to notice too much of a difference. You can usually get it with 720 pretty good. But I always tell people, like, my wife was having troubles with her data for a bit. I'm like, turn those videos down to 720. It drops off a lot of the data. And then if you go down one more step, even, you're kind of, all of a sudden you'll see YouTube uses a tenth. There's a lot of data in a big file.
Most time I watch a video on my phone, I just stick it on 480 because half the time I'm not even watching it. It's just listening in the background.
Well, and you smaller pixels, isn't that how it works? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Team Skeptic or whoever, but when you take, because it's the same amount of pixels spread over a bigger screen when you've got a 1080p on a big TV or a little screen, right? So isn't it? Yeah. Aren't your pixels a lot smaller anyways on the screen? So usually, unless it's something that you really need to see really well, like you're reading text, you can usually turn it down pretty good.
Nah, most of the new phones out there, I believe, are at least 1080p.
Yeah.
Well, but what I'm saying is if you, I see what you mean, because then it's stretching it out. And,
yeah. Okay. So like if you have something in 240p, right? When you're rendering it out, it's rendering the quality out at 240. You can never go above 240. You can always downscale it, but then you can never go above 240. So if they put out something with 1080p and all you can see is 240 on your screen, that's all you're going to see. But it'll still send 1080p data to your phone. So what ends up happening, you have the option of reducing the amount of data you have that you're receiving on your phone. So that way you can, not receive more data than what your phone can actually display.
Yeah.
If you have a metered data on your phone, that's probably pretty helpful. Or if you're just listening to it, like Sarcastic Barman said, it's probably helpful to just turn it all the way down to the lowest quality, or even turn the video off and just leave the phone in your pocket if you have like YouTube Premium.
Yeah, the thing is, if you don't, I found, that's how I did it before I had Premium, is I would just turn the quality down to next to nothing. It does degrade the audio quality a little bit, but not enough that it matters. And then you just, put the phone on the dash or whatever for a bit while you listen to something, through the Bluetooth or whatever you got to do. But yeah, Premium is definitely the way to go. It uses a lot less data. Well, it's, I had to get it because I was watching so many Flurf videos that I was sick of watching ads. Oh, and I don't believe in blocking them because people deserve to be paid for content.
Yeah, for sure.
Much, but yeah. So I wanted to do it in a way that people got their money still.
So Bella Charge for 5 New Zealand says Linus Tech Tips done that test, and 4K got pushed by YouTube algorithm more. So there's one piece.
Okay, so he did do it. Well, if Linus did it, I believe it.
From Charlie Brown?
Linus Tech Tips.
An apology video today, didn't he? Because he cocked something up about PlayStation 4s. It's like, I'm sorry, I messed up.
What did he say? I own a PS4.
I think
I'm slightly offended already.
It was about the upcoming PS5 and the speeds of the hard drive and some of the other hardware in it.
Oh, yeah.
And he was comparing it to new things and saying, no, this bloke's completely wrong. And I think this bloke just didn't even really give Linus the time of the day, and was just like, no, you're wrong. And after a bit of time, Linus has come back and gone, yeah, okay, I'm sorry, I was wrong. So
I'm such a hardcore PlayStation user that, like, I will stay with PlayStation even though everything that I've read and seen so far shows that the new Xbox is going to blow it out of the water. So it's kind of hard to be like, because I also have an Xbox, but I didn't intend on getting the new Xbox. I only intended on getting the PS5, but I don't know, man. After hearing some of the shit I've heard and seeing some of the benchmark tests that have been done on it, I'm not so positive that I could put the money into something that's so far behind what Xbox is going to be putting out.
I haven't looked at all. No, I wasn't muted. Sorry. Now I was muted. I haven't looked at all this time, to be honest with you. Been a little tied up. But is it really that big of a difference? Because normally they're in step a little bit, right? But
yeah, normally they're right in lock with each other. In fact, in my opinion, the PlayStation always had a slight hardware advantage, and the Xbox always had a slight UI advantage. Like there was so much more that me and you and other people could do in a group on an Xbox than we could on a PlayStation. But now I think, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say the original Xbox though, so that first proper Xbox, as computer power went, that was well above the PlayStation at the time. But then they came with the 360 and didn't quite do the same level of power as they did, because the original Xbox was a loss leader. It cost them more to manufacture than they were basically making on it, because they wanted to just make the money on the games.
They were breaking into a market.
Yeah.
They were trying to they wanted to sell hotcakes down the road, and they needed to start selling them now. The only thing I was going to say about actually I can't even remember because of ADHD. So please continue, people.
John Rapp for two Australians says big Canadian. I think that's you, Brainy. Big Canadian. Sorry, awesome chat. Oh no, a big Canadian. Sorry, he's saying sorry like a Canadian. Works in the way. So, thank you, John Rapp.
This is the downside to opening your economy again. I have a cold.
Nerd Angle tagged me and says that I'm a PC user while making YouTube, but a console gamer. You confuse me, sir. I'm actually in the process of converting everything to PC. The only thing is I have so many games that I've bought and gotten free off of the PS4 membership service that it'd be really hard for me to give in completely to not going back to the PlayStation. So I will have a PS5. I will, and so will my son and my dog and my cat.
Wasn't the original slogan for the Xbox, or maybe I'm getting them cocked up here, but wasn't it like it's fun to play together, or something like that?
I thought that was PlayStation's, wasn't it?
Is that PlayStation's? Can't remember.
I can't remember because wasn't it PlayStation pushed the online multiplayer first more than Xbox did, and then Xbox had to catch up afterwards.
The one thing that was superior about
PlayStation.
Xbox was definitely the interface, though. But sorry, I'm jumping in where I shouldn't be.
Yeah, right.
No. It's this. Go ahead.
No, I remember playing. Multiplayer when I was on console. When I was, I think, about maybe 22 or 23, and that would have been NCAA football that I was playing on the PlayStation 1. So I don't know if there was an online Xbox community at that time, but I do know that there was already an established PlayStation community for online.
Yeah, as I remember it, PlayStation had the online community first, and Xbox had to play catch up. And they seemed to do it a bit better on the 360, but I think it helped with things like Halo and how fun Halo was and still is to play as a game. And you still see people streaming Halo now, which is a bit weird.
Well,
the new Halo, they remade it. It's amazing. I was playing it. I've got it downloaded.
I've got the
installed.
Master Chief Collection
Yeah,
for the
it's
Xbox
absolutely.
One.
I was in there wrecking the aliens again, and like, this is what I remember loving about this game. You run into a room and you're just batting aliens, throwing plasma grenades. It was a really good game, honestly.
Am I the only one though? The very first Halo game, and that first time you get the flood, and you're actually like, shit, what the hell?
The flood is a
going on?
little
Like,
terrifying. You're right. The first time you run into it, you're like, because they're like spewing liquids as you're shooting them, and they're kind of coming at you from all directions, and you're like, it's not like any of the other aliens you've been dealing with in the game yet, and you're like, what is happening? And they are legitimately a little bit like, woo, here we go. Anyway, sorry. Yeah. That's gamer talk, everybody. We're getting hardcore.
So it says with the results that I'm finding, it says PlayStation was 2006 for PlayStation Network, and Xbox was 2002. Wow. So actually Xbox was first, but I don't know if that's just the launching of their I know it was the launching of Xbox Live, but I don't know if it was
Xbox Live
multiplayer.
You could absolutely.
If it was just chatting back and forth at first. I mean, I don't know how it was at the very
beginning.
Have
to get... So the way it worked is when you bought the game, and I have them right over here. I could show you. I have my Xbox games right on the shelf over there. What there was is you had to look for... I had it. There was a little thing that plugged into your big old fat controller the original Xboxes had, and it had your little mic, one ear thing with a little mic, and stuff. Little volume control on it, so you could mute it and turn your mic, mute your mic and stuff like that. But yeah, I remember playing games with people. You had to check that the game had the live thing went across near the title by the top where it had Xbox. It had live like blazoned across it. But here's the kicker: you had to turn it around, and you had to look at the check boxes at the back to see what live features it had, because some of them would say live and they only had scoreboards. And so you'd have ones where it had multiplayer and stuff like that. So you just had to check the back of the game.
See how many. That's right. Because if you looked on the back of the game, it would say players. Like if you play single player, it'd be like 1 to 4, and then it would say
multiplayer, online multiplayer.
Yeah, online multiplayer or LAN, because you could do LAN games with the old Xboxes. I think you could do them with the new Xboxes too.
I think you can for the Xbox One, because we've got 2 Xbox Ones, and I'm sure I did look to connect some games up to play the wife, but we never do. She plays the Xbox and I play on the PC. So Steam for the fucking win.
What, Call of Duty for her and Animal Crossing for you?
She's Minecraft, mate. Minecraft.
Roblox.
Hey,
It's all Roblox.
Unreal: The Awakening live blazoned across it. Okay, so then when you look at the back, you've got the check. Well, the green's getting kind of worked out, but you've got the check boxes there, and you'll see that they say online. So online multiplayer is checked. Scoreboards is not checked. Friends is checked. Voice is checked. Content download is checked. And then, of course, the rest of it is the green checks. So the orange checks are the online live features, and the green checks are all the local. So it's 1 to 2 players local, in-game Dolby Digital, all that stuff, HD TV. And so that's how they came. You had to look at this that they had live, and then you had to check the check boxes on the back. But yeah, we were playing. Like, this was a fun game. I remember playing people online, and like there was this neat thing where you could we all figured it out where you could throw a mine down at your own mine, and you could run over top of it and do a double like booster jump over top of it. And when it blew up underneath you, you would just, it was almost like a glitch. But of course, back then there was nobody to fix glitches. Nope. So there we were just booster jumping across the map, and you know, it just, and we would start putting them down and running the Warthog. They had Warthog type things like from Halo, and we would start running like on the edge of hills. We put them right on the cusp of the mountain edge, and we'd hit it with the Warthog and do like the boost at the end they had a little boost on them, and try to see how far we could get it to flip through the sky with us on it and stuff. It was just ridiculous. So yeah, I remember doing that.
I have a serious IQ question for all of my gamers on here. Which one of you guys that uses a controller also uses inverted look?
Oh, it depends on.
I'm trying to remember the last time I used a controller. I've got a really nice controller, but I don't really use it for many games.
Does your wife, when she plays Xbox, does she use inverted look?
No.
No. Poor lady. Poor lady.
Hold on.
Let's try it.
Hold on, we gotta try.
You need to try inverted look next time you start a new. Well, do it on.
Oh no! Tell her don't try. She's too old to learn. She's too old to learn.
Apparently you're too old to learn.
I don't know what I do.
I'm not calling her old.
I'm trying to think of what I would do. This is my PC.
It's too old. She's too mature to. Nah, that's even a worse word. She's not childish enough to start learning. But me,
I'll tell my niece.
Yeah, so your niece, go ahead and teach her how to do inverted look, so that way she can be amongst the high IQ people like myself. Because inverted look, if you're playing a flying game, it makes total sense. Bob, you're a pilot, right?
Bob is a pilot.
That would be yeah.
So when you're what's the stick called that makes you increase or decrease in elevation?
Glue. Sorry, that's
what's the stick called? That's called the yoke.
The yoke. Okay, do you pull the yoke backwards to go up, or do you push it forwards to go up?
You pull it backwards.
Why is that?
An airplane, though.
I believe I'm flying every time I play a first-person shooter, because the very first game I ever played that involved shooting at people was X-Wing on the computer with a joystick. And you pull backwards.
You were brainwashed, is what you're saying. You've been indoctrinated.
I was indoctrinated into inverted look. Thanks to all the pilots out there will respect the fact that I respect them and have stuck with the inverted look controls on my first-person shooter.
I think it depends on what I'm playing. If I'm playing go ahead, sorry, Bob.
I'm trying to remember how I have mine set up. I play Black Ops 3 Zombies a lot. I used to play it with my son, and then my son didn't like the way I played.
So if you play it, Bob, it'll forever change your mind once you do it the first couple of times and you see how it works, and then it'll hit you in your head and you're like, oh, okay, so it's my body. That's basically what the control is. It's my body. So when I pull back, I'm leaning back. When you lean back, you aim up. When you push forward, you lean forward. So when you lean forward, you aim down. So
something I want.
Yeah, that's the way mine's set up. That's the way mine's set up. Yeah.
I wanted to address though something. Oh, sorry. Bob was saying that his son didn't like how he played with him. So I got either two images, is that he was like really slow to react or whatever, or it was the exact opposite. Bob came in there he's got bandana wrapped around his head. He's like, let's kill some zombies. Let's do this.
That'd be awesome.
Hey, would you the zombies?
Hey, would you blow me says, Team Skeptic, I'm unsubbing because of this inverted look horse shit. No, don't unsub. Listen, guys, don't unsub. MC Toon is a great creator. Do not unsub.
I think he's talking about
please.
unsubbing from you.
I have yet to have a single person unsub from me, Toon.
Really?
Ever.
I thought I had a big smile when Bob said about that he played that game. I saw it on Sarcastic Barman too. We were like, we just think it's so sweet. He was like, yeah, I used to wreck zombies. It was like, yes, I just love it. I was like, my dad's always been like so opposed to video games. He sits there and watches CNN for like 8 hours straight. I'm like, okay, listen, we gotta talk, buddy.
Well, let's tell you what happened. Is you guys there?
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
My
you
son
can
didn't
kill
like the way I played. My son didn't like the way I played because, I was playing the Giant one day, and, you never open the one door, all right? And some asshole, after I asked him not to open the door, opened the door. And I started getting upset with him. I said, Jesus Christ, don't you realize that just opens up another avenue of attack? Don't you know anything about fire discipline? Weren't you ever in the goddamn army? And the guy clicked his mic on and goes, I'm 8. Oh, okay. Follow me, kid. Yeah. Follow me, kid.
That's fair. I don't know that game very well. Which one is it?
Black Ops 3?
Zombies?
You don't never play zombies?
I did. Okay, so I didn't have Black Ops 3, but I had the one version, the last version of Call of Duty or whatever that I bought because Warzone's free. I remember that's when they started introducing the zombie modes, and it was, that's right. It was all doors and getting money for blowing heads up. It was fun.
So the next Call of Duty is going to be Black Ops again. And it's, they're going to stick with the Warzone thing. Warzone's going to be a completely independent game to the Call of Duty games, to the franchises, just to kind of be like a commonality between different, because there's different companies make each game. So Activision made, I believe it's Activision or Infinity Ward, one of those two made, but maybe it's Infinity Ward made Modern Warfare, and then Treyarch makes Black Ops, I believe. So when they started jumping between games, it was always like a Modern Warfare Black Ops, Modern Warfare Black Ops, Modern Warfare Black Ops. Well, the Warzone is going to tie all those games in together. So there's this idea is, will they introduce zombies or a zombie mode into Warzone? Because Black Ops normally has the zombie mode, which I think would be pretty cool. If you had zombies walking around that could kill you.
So here you are trying to hide from players, but then all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, bop, 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 trying to pop a zombie that's coming up on you. That'd be kind of cool.
But what if it was truly like if you were real still and quiet and hid, the zombies would walk past you and not see you, or you could have like a zombie horde walking past you. Oh man, that'd be freaking amazing.
But then the gas is coming. You're running out of time. This horde's not going to get by fast enough.
I think the last game I played with zombies and it was Left 4 Dead.
No, Left 4 Dead. Sorry, go ahead, Bob.
I always thought that Pokemon Go would be a lot better if it was zombies.
Zombie-mon.
Like you're going to try to catch the zombies in your little Pokeballs, your zombie balls?
With all the technical
around
people
with your
in
phone and, like zombies would pop out at you.
Yeah, all the technical people in the chat, I'm surprised tomorrow we're not going to have a phone app called Zombie Go. Zombie-mon Go.
I actually worked on something a little bit like that for a bit. With my kid, I did an iPhone app for my kid, and I'm like, oh, if we can make like this augmented reality thing where like you see monsters and you have to like swipe at them and stuff, but like, I don't know, never did it. It's kind of an idea.
Yeah, the other idea that I had was trying to combine, popular sports, like everybody likes go-karts and everybody likes paintball, right? I was going to have a track with pop-up targets. We were going to call it Drive-By Land. And I figured that would probably make national news because it's in such poor taste and we'd be rich.
Do you have to hold the paintball gun sideways?
Well, yeah, that's where the sights are. And, you get gangbangers popping up, and occasionally you'd get a nun or something or other like that. You'd lose likes if you shot the nun.
Shoot like 6 times.
Just
Yeah.
reminds me of the scene in Men in Black where he's like, it's like, why did you feel little Tiffany deserved to die? I don't know. That girl's reading books that are way beyond her, you know?
Yeah.
This
That
guy's just holding
sneezing.
a tissue. That guy's holding a tissue. I mean, the other guy's working out. How would I feel if I came in here and busted him at the gym? Guy busted. It's one of my favorite scenes of that whole movie.
That was an epic scene.
Rip Torn coming in there going like, tell me why little Tiffany deserved to die. A little bullet right between. He sits there the whole time just going like this, doing nothing. Pop, one shot right through Tiffany's head.
Yeah, it's that bit at the end of the scene there where he's just saying to the others, "It was a good shot there, wasn't it? It's a good shot."
Good shot though, wasn't it? Oh, yeah, it's good. I mean, this guy, he's holding a tissue.
Dude, Keith Newton says rancid ketchup chips. That was 2 hours ago.
He just started watching. He just
way
started
behind.
behind. I've done that where you're like, oh, no, 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 and then you're like, wait a minute. You're like, drag it to the front. You're like talking about something that happened. Sorry, go ahead.
My favorite is when people are like, man, my live chat must be way behind. And I'm like, are you on top chat or live chat?
I hate
Like,
that.
oh, top chat. Yeah, that's why you're not seeing everybody's comments then.
Yeah,
I
why
don't
would
even get why
anybody?
that's an option.
Why is that an
Oh
option?
my god! Why is it even there? I don't
I
understand.
know, right? It shouldn't be there.
is
Top chat should never
terrible.
be there.
Yeah.
Well, I have
Or
a
at
live
least-
chat. It says top chat. Like, who's voting up? There's
And
no
why
way to
is that-
vote something up.
Maybe you want to have it, but why would it be to the default?
See,
I
this
don't
is
even-
where
why
I
would
bet
you
you
have
a
it?
bit of. I
Yeah,
bet you
tell
this
me-
is where a bit of their social scoring comes in a bit on YouTube, though.
Yeah, now I could see if you left it on top chat, it would maybe do all members and all moderators, and then some of the live chat. But what's the purpose of having a live chat if you don't see
Well,
the
you're
live?
yeah.
You know,
Well,
like,
you're
what if
missing out on
someone-
people that are new members and stuff that you could be saying hi to and things, or new
Yeah,
people that you-
exactly. No,
names
I
you
mean,
haven't seen.
That's one of the things that two things I never understand about YouTube, and I've never heard them give an excuse for live chat, top chat, but that's the stupidest thing in the world. The second dumb thing in the world is having the bell icon. It's like, do you like this subscriber? Yes or no? Yes. Okay. All right. So you like this subscriber. Or yeah, I'm sorry. Do you like this content creator? Yes. Okay. So you like this content creator. Now, would you like to never see his videos? Sometimes see his videos, or always see his videos when they're posted? Like, come on, I just fucking subscribed to the guy. Why fucking? I mean, why
So
make
here's-
if I don't? Go ahead.
Here's the
Well, by
challenge, though.
default to none, or personalized, I guess, which is like.
If you subscribe to 300 people, do you want to get a notification for every single new video that comes out? It's too many.
If I subscribe
Yes,
to him,
yes,
yeah.
every single one of them. That's all
why
I
I
have to
subscribe
do
to
during
him.
the day.
That's why I
That's all I
subscribe
have
to
to do.
him.
I want to watch every video. I want to watch YouTube videos all day long.
That's
No,
the
but-
problem. Like I don't think most people actually function like that, right?
I mean, you're right, because I have way too many subscriptions. It's
Yeah.
322 because I follow a lot of flat earthers.
Yeah.
Well, I don't subscribe to any flat earther. But
And you have to
the
have them
thing
bookmarked.
is, the thing is that they actually no. You know what I do, Brandon? And it sucks because I have to sit here and go, okay, which flat earthers are out there again? D Marble. Oh, I think of him every time. Let's try to find a new one. No, but the thing is that the excuse they gave for the bell icon kind of sort of makes sense. And I'm trying to be non-biased, as a content creator. I want that bell gone. I want anybody to click subscribe to receive a notification saying that my new video is out. But they say it's because of asset allocation. So if you subscribe to somebody, then what they do is they see your previous watch history and they see a video I put out and they try to make a determination of whether it's beneficial for them to go ahead and send a bell notification to you. So if you've watched, let's say, 50 flat earth videos and you've liked them all, and then MC Toon puts out a flat earth video, then you're probably going to get a notification for that video because you've shown an interest in flat earth videos, you've liked or commented on them, and MC Toon, one of your subscriptions, has posted a video similar to your likes. That should never, I understand why they do it, but they should never do it that way. If I subscribe to a channel, I feel like I should get a notification when that subscription or when that channel posts something without having to go through a second filter and a third filter that's on your phone that most people don't even know about. If you've clicked subscribe And if you've clicked the bell notification icon, there's a good chance you still don't get those notifications sent to your phone. Because then you have to go into your phone and say, yes, please send me notifications as well.
You have to go to the phone itself and tell it to send the notifications.
Yeah,
Otherwise
but
you won't get them.
YouTube doesn't have control over that.
Yeah, YouTube doesn't have control over that. That's something that is on your phone. But I'm saying, like, when you look at the whole process, it makes it a lot harder. Like, people don't like steps. Honestly, they don't. People like one step, and it doesn't matter how important the process is or unimportant it is, they will gravitate towards things that require less effort. Clicking the subscribe button requires one single click. People want that, and they bitch and moan about not getting notifications. I never hear anybody say, "Oh my God, I'm so glad that I didn't get notifications sent out to me because I didn't want to watch that video of yours, and they didn't send it to me. So thank goodness."
I had a subscriber just in the comment, just like, I think it was just the other day on the Stephen Pennington one, saying, "Oh my God, how did I not notice you have a whole nother video that was posted?" Because he didn't get told. That's what happened.
Yeah. Oh, on my analytics page, it tells me exactly how many people out of my subscribers have all the notifications set up so that they receive a notification on their mobile device. For me, it's out of almost 25,000, 3.6K. That's it. That's how many notifications are sent out. 3.6K. 25,000 subscribers. That's how many people have not gone through that. Give me 1 second.
Oh yeah, it's deep. You have to find the right button, but I've seen it too.
Yeah. It's going to be on go to your videos page, and then go to your recent one. Like, go to your analytics on the most recent video. Not your analytics, but you got to go to the analytics on the video. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And I believe
the Flat Earth rap featuring Multi Tom Tom. Got it.
Oh yeah, right there. Okay, go to Reach now. Well, under Analytics, go to Reach on the right-hand side. Bell notifications sent out.
Traffic source types.
Yeah. It's on the right, kind of in the middle.
Oh, it says it takes 2 to 3 days to process. Dog. All right, I'll find an older one.
Now, okay, so you'll have to go back one video because you'll need at least 48 hours.
Days,
it might be more now, but it used to be only 48 hours.
There it is. All right. Bell notifications sent 96%, 553. Why is it
553? I know. Why did they not send 100% of your bell notifications out, man?
Weird.
What's your click-through rate? What's your click-through rate on that?
5.2%.
That's good. YouTube averages about 2%.
Yeah.
6.7.
Yeah, mine was it notifications sent 97.5%. Some notifications weren't sent. 669 apparently weren't sent.
So get this, right? Of my 25,000 subscribers, the views from bell notifications is 152.
Mine was 31.
Fucking
31.
Ridiculously low. Now that was my comments video. Let me go to my last nice video, right?
I was actually thought there was an error here. Yeah, but that was almost made me feel like there's an error here. Like, that's crazy. 31. I only got 31 notifications led to views. That's crazy.
I got 14, but then I'm less than 1,000 subs. So
yeah,
I got about 12% of my folks have all notifications, and my click-through rate on Bob the Science Guy is about 4.5, and on Common Sense Science it's about 9.
9. How many bell notifications were sent for you on your last major video?
Well, 12%. 12% of my subscribers got them. I don't have that number right in front of me. And
where do you see that? Where do you see that number? The 12%.
It says bell notifications sent. Like, mine says that too. It's bell notifications sent 97.5%. Some notifications
mine all
weren't
say
sent.
100.
Yeah, so I've got bell notifications sent 97.2, notification click-through rate of 6.7, but then views from bell notifications 14.
Yeah, those are not bad. 14% or 14 views?
14. So, just 14
I got
people.
31.
Oh.
So, guys.
But that's still almost like 10% of my channel. So.
Yeah, you got a notification, none of you showed
analytics.
up.
Yeah, but
where are you getting that?
Standard analytics? It's on standard analytics. You've got a funnel there.
18.9% of all my subscribers had all notifications. Sorry.
Yeah, there you go. That's 18.9%.
Where did okay?
Yeah,
I'm
somewhere
sorry.
between 12 and
In the
12
cone,
and 16%, somewhere in there.
I'm seeing on the cone, but I didn't
Yeah, there's a
see
funnel right
where
there.
My click-through rate
Yeah,
is 4.6 from notifications, anyways.
views from impressions 53.7K. I don't see the where it says my what percentage of my audience has that. What is it under, engagement or reach?
I'm on reach.
I think it's under reach.
Reach, okay, and then you see that.
Yeah, I don't have it right in front of me, man. I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry. I feel Canadian.
I'll give you up to Canada.
This burns me. Just kidding.
I'll tell you. Come November, I may be going there.
Oh, where to?
We've got impressions and how they
Big
led
country,
to watch time.
whereabouts?
I mean going there.
Oh, really? Interesting.
I'm finding a place.
That's crazy.
Finding the place. No, it's Canada. Canada's cool. Canada's a cool
You're
country.
essentially in Canada right now, Bob. You're already so
yeah,
far
I
north.
pretty much am.
Go to the UP.
No, right now,
Yeah.
actually, yeah. I mean, Lake Superior is just off to my right here, and Canada's on the other side of that, and it's not that far.
Man, people hated my Invader Vibe video so bad. Like, I lost 9 subscribers from that video alone. And, like, it reverberated for days. Like, it was terrible.
I lost 2 subscribers for my Sovereign Citizens video, and it was one of the highest ones watched that I have.
Wow.
As I said, I've never lost a single subscriber ever.
Have you
Everybody loves
seen?
me.
It's like me and my sprinkled donut boxers was just too much, apparently. People were like, that's it, I'm out of here. This shit show's gotten wild.
Did you see Schrodinger's cat lately? He's at 8,000 subscribers.
Hey, shut
That's
up.
ridiculous, I know.
All of his Sovereign
It's
Citizen
Oz. I mean it in a
videos,
good way.
They are
Well,
hitting it, man.
Yeah, he and I do shows together once in a while.
I have a First Amendment auditor video that's coming up. My last First Amendment auditor video did real well for me. That's another group that, like, this community just loves people to shit on is the Sovereign Citizens and the First Amendment auditors. Let me see. Let me go to this analytics on this one video. Let's see.
Like nothing beats seeing some guy be a total asshole and then get tased. Everybody loves
best thing
that.
ever. I know.
So
It's
in
just
that
like-
video,
It's
in that
instant
video-
gratification.
Yeah, it's perfect.
in that video, I had 23,000 views in it, and I got 300 new subscribers out of it.
Nice.
Oh,
Yeah, they love, and then almost 50% of it was seen by new audiences. See, man, God, I gotta start using those analytics more. I may have to start doing those videos more, like First Amendment auditors that get fucking punked by cops. Oh, I love that shit.
I hardly ever click on my analytics. I really should, but meh.
Oh, your analytics are super powerful. One time I had a video that I posted, and my videos were getting X many views within the first so many hours that I knew about what my average was. And then I posted a video, and it just within 24 hours or so, it wasn't getting the views that normally I would get. And when I looked at my analytics, what I could see was that my retention was like 90% through the whole video, which is epic. And then so I was keeping almost anybody who started the video finished the video, and then what it was is that the the views were down and the impressions were down. So what does that tell you? And I think that was before they gave us click-through, but maybe we had click-through. But either way, the click-through, what it was is that the title thumbnail. It's the only thing they have to go by. So what it is nobody's clicking on the video. That's what it was. The impressions were high, the views were low, but the retention was perfect. So nobody's clicking the video, but the people that are the click video are enjoying the video and staying. So what does that tell you? Title thumbnail. So I immediately made a new thumbnail. I brightened it up. I changed a bunch of shit, and I changed the thumbnail. And you could literally see the part on the graph, or change the title. You could see the point where it actually changed trajectory.
Yeah, the CTR
because all of a sudden people all of a sudden hit it, started clicking it, and you could literally see the CTR. Well, not just the CTR, the views, but yeah, you could see the CTR jumped and doubled. It went from wherever it was to, and then all of a sudden YouTube starts pushing it harder because more people are clicking on it that are seeing it. So yeah, it can happen quickly.
I really should pay more attention to mine, because it's worse that I don't even know if like the numbers on them are good or anything like that. It's like, you know, I can say, yeah, it's my impressions click-through rate on one of my last videos was 7.9%. I have no idea if that's good, bad, or what. When it's like, I really should learn.
7.9 is good. 7.9 is really good.
Yeah, it's really good. Anything over 5.
Right.
Yes, anything over 5 you should be proud of.
You know, I'm gonna call one of my cop buddies. I need to get pulled over. Yeah, I'm gonna when I get pulled over, the guy's gonna come on up. I'm gonna tell him I'm not driving, I'm traveling, and he goes, "Oh, well, you have a point. You have a great day, sir. Sorry to bother you." And walk off.
My average click-through rate for the whole channel is 4, but I get higher than that on individual videos.
Let's see what my average for the whole.
Like I get an average of 6 or 7 on most videos. I've got some bangers in there, but
common sense science is getting, you know, like I said, you know, I mean, my last video on that had like a quick click-through rate of like 20% for a full day. But the problem is I get almost no impressions on that, and you know, it's got 1,300 people subscribed. And, you know, I've got like 5,000 impressions, but 20% of them click through.
That's why you're getting such a high click-through,
you know,
because it's not showing it to enough people. Your click-through rises as your impressions drop.
Yeah, it's just not. Yeah, I don't understand why they're not showing it out.
Jeez, man, I'm looking at my impressions right now, and I'm almost at 10% on most of my videos on my CTR. I know, and they fucking won't promote me. I hate them. I love them.
Good. Yeah, that's really good. Hate. Well, I'll tell you, it's been like, you know, the last 6 months has been like pulling teeth, you know, trying to get subs.
Yeah, right.
You thought the same thing? Okay, I noticed the same thing. The last 6 months, it's like I'm ripping my hair out trying to advance.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I used to get 50 or 100 new subs a day, and now, you know, I'm getting 5 or 10, and you know, it's God, what the hell's going on here?
Flat Earth is dead.
Yes.
Well, it is pretty much dead.
It never was alive.
You know, I finally had to.
Yeah.
Well, I broke down and said, you know, look, there's one clear message that my subscribers are sending me that is they want to see me destroy flirts.
Yeah.
They don't want to see any of the science crap or medical crap. So I put that over on another channel, and you know, I'm going to spend the next 6 months taking apart flat earthers as the smiling assassin.
Yeah.
I've got a great one coming out in the morning, man.
I've seen the same trend, Bob. So it's not you're not crazy. Let me put it to you like that. You're seeing your data and you're reading it the same way I am. If I do something on flat Earth, it just simply doesn't get watched by the community.
That's like my Vadervi one. That's exactly what happened to my Vadervi one.
On my Seaman Ice Cube lady, 5,600 views.
That was still amazing. She's terrible.
Yeah, 5,600 views, you know, and like I said, it's only about 20% of my subscribers even watched it. And that's if everybody watched it one time. I mean, I'm sure there were people. I personally watched it 1,200 times.
I watch all of your videos at least 50 times, just so you know.
Yeah.
So I got like 7 people that watched that video.
Oh, well, guys, help me out here a little bit. Help me out here a little bit. Go over to Common Sense Science and watch some videos. I need some view time over there.
Common Sense Science. I'm gonna write it down.
So let me.
Common Sense Science.
Bella Charge for 5 New Zealand. It says YouTube sucks. I don't get a lot of notifications, even with the bell ticked and notifications. I get my phone on. So yeah, there's
that may be that phone issue. That may be that phone issue that you were talking about a little bit earlier. You've got to set it up on your phone properly. You know, you do everything you think you're supposed to do on YouTube, and they still don't send the notifications out.
Yeah, somebody needs to make Bella a video. He struggles with reading. So,
Dude, Stringer News 1. YouTube won't promote Team Skeptic because they can't figure out whether the concentration camp look is a hidden message.
No, before they started limiting. Before they started limiting flat Earth, though, my click-through rate on some of my videos was like 20%. Nice. And then as soon as they started limiting flat Earth, you can see it trickle, drop down to 3 or 4%, 5%. Because as an average,
pretty common.
Stringer news.
We got started just before, like, a few of our channels lucked out, like me and Radical, and that we managed to get fired up just before the door shut behind us. Like we were like bandits sliding under the door with the gold in our hands, because it literally did that. It kind of closed off behind us and sealed the door up a little.
Well, Mr. Sensible came in way after you guys, and he's already at 5K, I think.
Dude,
the son of a really bitch. I mean it with love.
He does a lot of videos, though. He's very
he does a lot of live streams as well.
Yeah,
I like Mr. Sensible. I think he's a great content creator.
Yeah,
so
I was kidding.
The 5G debate that I had a couple weeks ago, that was my highest concurrent views during the live stream. I was over 300, and it's done well since then. So I think that's a topic that for me is going to work.
Yeah, everyone's they're all interested in 5G, aren't they?
Yeah, 5G is something that I started to do a video that Fight covered, which I'm still going to do it. But the last time, like when he did the video on the Mark Sargent on this morning, I gave him a little bit of time with his video before I put out my video. So that way we weren't really fighting for the same audience trying to watch, something. I didn't want it to be too crammed in. So when he did the 5G coronavirus video, I thought to myself, I was like, damn, I wish you'd have told me you were working on that video. I've been fucking doing that, like getting all my information and everything for that video for fucking months now, because I lost it all. Like I did all the research for it, wrote the script for it, chopped the video up, and then reformatted my hard drive and lost everything. And I thought I was being so slick and smooth when I did it. I was like, yeah, first time. I'm going to be that guy that does this right the first time, guys. I fucking put all my files. I went through and checked everything on one hard drive, but not the second one. So I saved everything from one hard drive, but my other one that had all of my graphics on it, like every one of my graphics templates that I've made myself by hand, gone. All my scripts, gone. All my projects I was working on, gone. Just like that.
So you just your backup strategy is to manually have 2 hard drives mirrored?
No, I kept all of my work on my D drive, and on my C drive I had a lot of important files and stuff that I saved, like my live stream assets, for instance. I moved all my live stream assets to the C drive, so it was easier for me to pick and pull at them when I needed them in vMix. So I saved that file, but I totally forgot to do the same thing for my D drive. And yeah, I lost everything that was important. That's why from moving forward, you're just going to see me on camera. The graphic stuff is cool and everything, and I love doing it. But at the same time, it just adds 12 to 14 hours of editing just to do graphics. So if I just sit there and fucking sit in front of a camera, scare everybody with my Holocaust look,
Talking about the Skeletor?
It's the concentration camp look. It's more than just one particular war.
We'll call it the Gitmo. We're just gonna call it the Gitmo look, okay? That's what it is. I'm in Gitmo. Right,
you could be POW too. They were pretty skinny by the end, but
the North Vietnamese POW skeptic look.
I actually agree with you in the sense that, like, I kind of like doing a lot of the editing stuff and everything. And don't get me wrong, I could dabble with it, but then you got more time for doing other things, graphics and stuff, right? But the editing of characters, it's actually a boat ton more work than people think it is.
Yeah, it is.
To edit, to put little expressions on their faces and move them around. It is. There's a lot going into that. Whereas now, it is a little quicker and easier for me to. I got to try to find my style, which is what I'm working on still. But it is easier for me to set up OBS and just record in front of a chroma background, and then just I use this. And I just record in front of chroma.
Magda, I've seen concentration camp survivors and non-survivors that looked healthier than Team does.
Non-survivor.
That's fucked up.
I never.
Yeah, non-survivors. That's the bad part about it. The non-survivors look healthier than I do.
That's funny.
I never write any scripts for any of my stuff. I take notes, and then what I do is I just present the information kind of point by point, and then I transfer it from the recording computer down to my laptop to sit down with my wife with a set of headphones, and we watch TV, and I just go through them real quick and put them all together, and then I'll put whatever little bells and whistles on it I want. Render them once, and then take that rendering and use that to adjust the sound levels and put the graphics in and crap. And then that's that.
But purely from a... Go ahead. Tim.
What editing software to use?
I use Premiere Pro.
Okay. You're on a Mac, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm on a Mac. I used to use iMovie, but you just get a lot more control with Premiere Pro. And when you start learning how to use it a little bit better, I like that.
Yeah.
But I basically just take notes and put it together like a class,
Yeah. I moved up from iMovie to Final Cut Pro.
Filmora 9 does what I need it to do.
Yeah, that's the move that I made. I started off originally on iMovie. And it was really good, and there's some really nice techniques that you can do with iMovie, but then, you just got a lot more creative control with Premiere Pro, and, it's just something you can spend years learning how to master.
Yeah. I think Simon Dan is still using iMovie.
No way.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
watch his
have to
videos.
talk with him.
It's.
I'm gonna make him have a popular channel watch.
There's no cuts.
I think Simon uses a Mac. Yeah.
He's on a Mac, but it's just him, and then
no, he has
full
a few
screen
jump
somebody
cuts.
else.
He has a few. Yeah, he has a few jump cuts. Like
it.
Very rarely, but I think it looks good. But again, if you really look, if you, and I've done this research, right, because I care about my channel. I want my channel to grow. I always think twice about every video I do just to make sure it's not something that people are going to look at it and go, yeah, this guy's stupid, let's unsubscribe. So when I do my research and I try to perfect my craft, I look to see what works in and out of the community. And what I find is that works. Sitting in front of your camera, talking to the camera works. It helps the audience become personable to you. You're really, they can see the expressions on your face clearly. Bob does it. He sits right in front of the camera and talks to the camera. Bob, You're a successful creator. Have you crossed 20K, or are you still approaching it?
I'm still approaching it. I think I got 400 to go.
Yeah. So see, I mean, we're like people that do that format where they sit in front of the screen and they just talk. Those people are successful. And, PewDiePie, look at him. Most of the reaction comment or the reaction channels, they're all fucking sitting in front of their computer. I mean, some of them have avatars and use avatars, and those people are successful. But I do think that if you go back and you look, the most successful of all the people are always going to be using that format of sitting in front of a camera and speaking to the audience.
Yeah, I think that's really important because you got to connect with people. And, if you're sitting there having a conversation, this is what I do at work. I sit at a desk and basically I have conversations with people all day long. And that's the style that I use, and kind of a to the point style too, with some compassion to it, but I get to the point. And the important thing for me is their questions, not my speech, because they're going to ask me the things that are bothering them, and I'm going to try and explain it to them. And that's, I wish I had a little bit more feedback, but that's why I'm starting to do some more live streams right now. And, we're going to start having some Zoom meetings where people are actually coming on board like you do, MC.
Yeah, it's a bit easier. There's no editing.
Well, yeah, and to be honest with you, this is really what I enjoy, is just having conversations with people that are interesting to talk to.
Yeah. Yep.
I've got this boring ass drive. I'm in the middle of the Sini Straits right now. This is the straightest road west of the Mississippi or east of the Mississippi. It's like 35 miles of straight road. I just got to watch out for moose.
So would the plural for moose be mice?
Nope.
No.
No, it's moose.
Is moose.
Or is it
More than one goose is geese.
moose-eye.
How come more than one moose isn't meese?
Yeah. I know.
No. Here's the thing. You got mouse.
Hey, that's my
Plural
national
for
animal
mouse
we're
is-
talking about, team.
Plural for mouse is mice. Plural for mice is meese. There you go.
Oh yeah,
like
that's
catch
right.
it.
I did just say something stupid, didn't I? Because I said mice. It should have been meese, not mice. Oh god. The heat. The heat
You're
is
slipping, man.
cooking
You're
my
just
brain.
slipping.
We
You
had
need
a
a little
good show earlier.
B12 and a little folate, man.
I mean, I've been going out in the sun a lot more too, man, because I feel like I need sunlight. I found myself doing research on videos and saying, okay, fine, let's get up and move around and go outside, and it's 9 o'clock at night and already dark. I'm just not getting that sunlight anymore.
Yeah, but if you go outside, your skin will sparkle and start to smoke, damn it.
From the coronavirus, right?
No, he also doesn't eat garlic.
Yeah, and there are no crosses in my house either.
Listen, he's the day walker, okay?
I'm a day walker. Apparently, I'm a day walker who hasn't fed in centuries.
I don't think he did feed anymore, remember? We're talking about Blade here, yo.
He took serum.
Yeah, exactly, see? You are the day walker.
I have not taken serum in decades from the looks of me.
We were talking about that Dave guy earlier. Sure you don't know what serum is? Allegedly Dave? What's his name?
Yeah.
Allegedly Dave,
I take my yellow serum.
Oh, man.
Oh, my
Anyways,
God.
we're not going back to that. But yeah, anyway.
No, please no.
I want to say something. Go ahead, Tune. I'm sorry.
Speaking of allegedly Dave's strange habit, that video I did a year and a half ago now on Flat Earth Paradise, where he's drinking his whiz. I put a thing in there saying, if you have any recipes for whiz cocktails, put it in the comments. So I got a bunch of comments with different whiz cocktails, and I thought,
That's gross.
I could make an Amazon a printable book on demand, right? That's just Flat Earth whiz cocktails. There you go.
Does Amazon make printable on-demand books that you
Yeah.
make the book and send it in? They just like print it, staple it, ship it?
Yeah, there are books
Bind
that
it.
are like love stories by zombies, and it's just page after page after page of
You're telling me I can make a Brainy Beaver storybook,
Yes.
and they will actually put it up?
yeah, because it's print on demand. There's no cost to them.
Are you serious? They
That's
literally
awesome.
have books of zombie love stories where they're just going back and forth.
Anybody here?
Absolutely.
What a troll! That's amazing. Why didn't I think of that?
It's amazing.
I don't. They can't get a lot of sales, but
No.
it's
But
it's
the meme,
comedy.
the meme is amazing.
Yeah,
The meme is amazing.
You can have
I just
somebody in
wanna
your
tell
life that. Go ahead, sorry, Bob.
I just want to tell you guys, I just drove by a gas station in Munising that has a big lit up sign out front that says bulk propane and liquor.
It's bulk propane and liquor. That's amazing.
Shit. In case you're going to a barbecue tomorrow, let's do it.
I want fireworks. That's what I want.
How do
I
you
guess the
not?
time is
How do
right.
you buy anything but like bulk? When they mean bulk propane, do they mean like large cylinders or just the regular cylinders of it? Because
You
if
gotta buy
they're just a
3 of
regular
them.
cinder,
No.
yeah, if it's just a
Three
regular
minimum
cinder,
order.
what's a non-bulk? What's a non-bulk propane? If bulk is just a regular like 2 liter or 6 liter cylinder or whatever it is, 20 liters.
Talking in
They
liters.
only
yo,
got
what do you
100
do?
pound. They got 100-pound cylinders that the Amish use out here. That's what they cook with and shit.
Is Team Skeptic a secret Canadian? He was using liters.
Yeah. What's
Oh
up
well,
with
no.
that?
When I did my ozone business, I used to buy oxygen by the liter, but by the Like I think I had an
Fair enough.
80 liter cylinder. So I mean,
you're
I
right.
when I was dealing with gases. Oh, sorry. I should have been funny about that. I started to sound too technical. I'm sorry.
No, yeah, you're doing fine. No, that is interesting. So the gases came in liters. You didn't. That's interesting. Even in America, I find that interesting. I don't know why that.
Well, just the like the cylinders, you know, just the cylinders. That's it.
Interesting.
Everything else we measure in pounds.
We used to use like C cylinders and E cylinders.
Oh,
We had C cylinders and E cylinders. We had a C cylinder of oxygen under the jumps and then oxygen tanks. But this is back when I was paramedic. We used to have these E cylinders that, you know, the little things you see walking, you know, they run around on carts. We used to keep those on the cots. Rule of the wise, don't walk into an MRI suite with that thing. They're made out of steel.
Dude, I was working in an MRI suite, and I remember it was like, first of all, I had to watch this really long video in this very stuffy room about magnets. It was like, sweet. And of course, I was like, I'm pretty aware of what you're telling me, but that's fine. We had to go to this place, we roll a cart along, and we go in, and Buddy's like, leave your wallet on the cart. And I'm like, well, somebody takes it. Where he's like, dude, we're in like one of the most secure buildings in the city. It was an MRI research facility. And it was like, he's like, just leave your wallet on the cart. And I'm like, why? He's like, because the last time I went in this room, when I left later, none of my cards worked anywhere. He said every single card in my entire wallet had to be replaced. They were all smoked. And so he's like, just leave your wallet out here.
Stop your watch too.
Yeah, we went in the room and, well, yeah, you got to, if you have electronics like your phone, that's what it was, cell phone too. Take your cell phone, leave it on the cart, leave your phone, leave your keys out here because your keys have electronics in them. Leave anything on you that has electronics in it. If you don't need to bring your electrical meter in there, try not to, because the room when you entered it, there was an MRI magnet in the center of the room. I guess they were studying the magnet. It was like, you know, it's a powered up magnet thing, but there was this big yellow painted line around it. It's probably 15-20 feet between the line and the center magnet, and it was like, he's like, don't cross the line. And I'm like, what happens if I get like in the line? He's like, it'll probably suck the wrench right out of your pocket. And like, because it'll hit the magnet, and they have to depower the magnet. It ruins the magnet. It's like $50,000 magnet and stuff like that. So yeah, so it's pretty cool. I mean, you're like, that's a lot of magnetism. That's fun. Either you're basting in magnetic fields while you're working, I guess. I don't know if that's good for you or bad for you.
I see comments in the chat. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The research is still out on that.
Well, I didn't do it a lot, at least. I probably had worse exposure to asbestos, frankly.
Yep.
As he coughs.
This is my dog Shadow. She's missing a leg here.
Aw, really?
Yeah, she's just got 3, no leg.
One-legged, 3-legged doggy.
Yep.
Oh.
How does that? So she does the hobble walk?
Yep.
They move pretty good, man. I saw a dog coming along, was missing like a whole half a leg. It did this really funny like run where it used its little hub or its little like half nub, and it would do this funny wobble where it'd run full bore, but it would do this thing where it like bounced off the nub. So it would, because it couldn't put a lot of weight down on it. So it just like, and when you came in the first time I saw it, I thought the poor thing had been like hit by a car or something, until finally I figured out that it actually had no other part to its arm, and there was like a nice little pad that had worn, you know, like it had built a callus up and had like a little dog pad on the bottom. So I'm like, that's a long time injury. Like, the dog was happy as heck too. He's like, I don't need an arm to be love you.
She never cared. It broke. It broke really bad. It was all splintered, and the vet's like, hey, you can just take it off. I'm like, okay. So
I've seen that happen. Did her leg go in a hole?
It was in a wood pile. She got trapped, and lightning came, and
we have fair enough. We have problems here where the ground will get so dry if we don't get a lot of rain for a while that they'll start forming big cracks in the earth. Big enough. One year, like they were big, they were like, I remember we'd be out walking, and I remember seeing them along the sides of the sidewalk, and I like grabbed a stick and I started lowering a stick into the hole. And it was like, wow, this bitch, like it was a crack in the earth, and they were all over the place. And then we started getting reports of dogs breaking their legs at the park. because they were running along and their leg would go right in the hole, and then they were just full bore forward. They'd shatter their leg right up, which is devastating. Yeah,
That's horrendous.
Yeah, it is. It's bad. So we stopped for that while until we started getting significant rain and the ground, expanded back out and filled the cracks and stuff. We actually stopped going to the dog park and stuff just to be careful. So
Yeah, we don't get that dry here.
well, it can get hot. Like Team Skeptic was saying earlier, I was quite offended, by the way, when he said it can't be that hot in Minneapolis, St. Paul, because the thing is, like us, like Skeptic, me, McToon, like we're all kind of the central time zone, and the center of this continent gets damn hot from the top to the bottom. Like it's like there's like a cooker going on in the center of this thing, and like I know it gets like up here you can get 100 degrees. We haven't quite gotten to 100 yet, but we've been in the upper 80s, lower 90s already, and we get like 98% humidity. Like just
the humidity is terrible.
It's terrible.
I've been
we have the
95
worst humidity
in
ever.
Fairbanks, Alaska. I've been
That's-
95 in Fairbanks, Alaska.
Yeah, like it gets hot in summer. And the humidity here, though, I'm telling you, like it's if Toon, your environment's much like mine. I think you're right along the same river as me. He's only a few hours away from me in America. Like he's honestly, it's oh my god. You go outside, like it rained yesterday, and then today it warmed up. I walked outside, it was like holy shit. It was just like it was only 26 degrees Celsius, which is I don't know 80 degrees Fahrenheit maybe, and it was like you could cut the air with a knife.
Yeah.
So yeah. That's what kills you, the humidity. See, I think Texas, correct me if I'm wrong, Skeptic, but it's more of a dry heat. I mean, I'm not saying you don't get humid. I'm just saying, depending on where you are, I guess.
Well,
I'm being Texas biased, I guess.
Yeah, it really is. It depends where you are. West Texas is real dry. El Paso, Amarillo, those areas, it's pretty dry out that way. But Houston is humid as fuck. It's like maybe one step down from like New Orleans, and then Dallas can get humid. Like right now, it's decent humidity, but it's nothing like when I lived out in California, and I lived in Ridgecrest, California, and that's like not that far away from Death Valley. It's maybe 100 miles away, 120 miles away, and that place redefined what dry heat meant. 115 degrees, no problem. If you could deal with the sun, you're all right. No, there's no humidity out there.
Listen, I'm Canadian, team. There's just no way. Okay, when I went to the Dominican on my honeymoon, our photographer came over and it was only like 80 something degrees, but the humidity was really high, and he was coming to take the pictures of my wife and I, and he comes over and he's dabbing the sweat off my forehead before he rushes back to take the picture, and then he was giggling at me. I was all sweaty and he was giggling, and he was a nice guy. Like I liked him. He was laughing and I was like, "What's up?" He's like, "It's winter." And I'm like, "Yeah, it's hot out here. Like, I'm Canadian. Give me a break. It's cold half the year. I gotta wear pants."
Yeah,
John.
Hold on.
John Rapp has a little advice for you, team. For two Australians, he says, "Team, stick with the avatar, less computer shock, and then a certain finger."
Yeah, I'm not showing here. I'm typing it. Just John, just look in the chat. My next message is for you, sir. Right there. No, but yeah, Brain, it's a whole different ballgame. 110, 115 and dry heat is not the same as 95 and 30% humidity. 95, 30% humidity is way hotter. It's way more heat on your body than it is in a dry heat situation. But let me tell you one of the craziest things that I ever experienced that I've never experienced anywhere else was the community really didn't steal from each other because everybody was in the same situation. You legitimately, during the summer, you could not leave your windows rolled up in your car. If you had a minivan, you could not shut the doors and leave the doors shut. What would happen is the air on the inside would get so hot and expand that it would put so much pressure against the glass on your car that and I lived in the middle of the desert, so sand would blow up and it would have tiny pebbles in it. And if a tiny pebble hit the window in your car, it'd explode. Like it would just blow the fucking window out. From the pressure on the inside pushing out, and then the force from the rock hitting the window. And so when I first got there, I was like, what the fuck is going on with all these fucking minivans in the Walmart parking lot that are sitting around with their doors wide open? And it's not like you just see one or two. No, every single minivan in the parking lot had its doors left open for that reason.
So you just
alone.
make sure there's no valuables left inside. We're going to the mall. The doors are going to be left open. There's
well, yeah, I'm
of
sure
value
that
in the car.
people. Yeah, I mean, you just didn't see theft as a problem there. People weren't concerned with theft. Now, of course, they didn't leave like, oh, I'm just gonna leave this, $2,000 watch sitting on my, on the back seat of my minivan with the back door open. It wasn't like that, but it was definitely a situation where people had to accept the risk of theft instead of running the risk of breaking the window from preventing theft. And because everybody was in the same boat and it was primarily a military town, there just wasn't much theft going on. People felt comfortable leaving their doors wide open.
Now, when I was up in Fairbanks, you used to have to plug your car in the winter. I mean, all the parking lots had mag poles.
That's what life's like here.
I mean, you couldn't do it. Yeah,
I used to have a Mercedes 240D in 1976 or 77, I think, and it had a plug on the engine block.
Do it. You can start the car. Well, the thing is, they used to charge you $200 to get your car started, and that was just basically an idiot tax. Because I had a rental car when I was up there. For this year I was up there, and they told me that if I let that thing freeze, it was $200 to come uncold soak it.
Wow. I mean, you just gotta plug it in. Like I've had situations where so the way it usually works is you'll find out from somebody near you, or your phone will give you an alert, or your wife tells you, hey, it's going to be negative 35 tonight, so you better plug the van in, because you got to get up and go to work in the morning. So you're like, oh yeah, I better do it. And if you forget to do it, what happens is you go to work in the morning, you go, oh shit, and you go up to it and you go and you're like, here goes, baby, and you turn it, and if you're lucky, it goes, wow, and runs like shit for a few minutes, and you just sit there going, okay, it started, we're out of the woods, let the engine warm up. But there's a lot of times where it just goes, wow, tick, 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 and you're like, like you're done. Yeah, tick, 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 it's like done. Or the battery was weak, you didn't know it was weak. This is the first really cold day of the year, and it's literally frozen dead. And the battery's F. This is when you learn that now all of a sudden you jump it, and every day it's frozen for the next 3 days, and you're going to your boss going, sorry, my battery apparently is dead every morning. And at least at that point, you get a little out, because you're like, we got to get a new battery for the van. This thing's dead every day, but it's that's how the story goes. But to heat it up, it's a bitch though. So you get out there and it doesn't start, and it's because it's frozen. So now you have to jump it. Well, you could leave it the better, but either way, you got to warm the engine up. So now you got to plug it in, because you didn't have it plugged in. So you're plugged in. Now the warming begins. But if you really need to get your, emergency call or something, I've taken it where I've run 2 extension cords out of the house with ceramic heaters, and I've thrown them under the van and let the heat pour up through the engine bay at the same, like 2 different circuits, right? Because the ceramic heaters pull a lot of power. So you've got the block heater plugged in, you got heaters running out there, letting heat rise up underneath the engine bay. You close the hood to keep all the heat in the engine bay, and then an hour and a half later, maybe the car can start with a jump. Because now the battery's weak too, right? Because you tried to start it and it cold locked it.
Can I ask a question?
Well, with the airplanes.
Yeah, but I'm done.
Yeah, with the airplanes, we used to put like a blanket over the engine, and then you keep light bulbs underneath. And that was what you used for your heat.
You could do the same thing with a shop light if you just close the hood, and if that's all you had.
Not a shop light. It's got to be like an incandescent.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. The old shop lights used to be incandescent. Yeah, the shop lights used to be incandescents. I was thinking of the old days with the nice metal one with a little cage on it.
So
you can't do it with the fluorescents.
I just tried to share the image link to the car, the 1977 240D. I think is what I have is a 77. So I looked at the 76s and they were no good. The 77s were the car that I had, right? I tried to share the link in the live chat, and it tells me I can't do it because it's over 200 characters long. It's literally 13,447 characters long for the link. Can
What?
somebody with a
13,000?
technical understanding please tell me why the link to a picture would need to have 13,447 characters in it?
Because you're reading it through some sort of a program. Go directly to the image and then copy the link there.
Oh no, I did.
Facebook loves doing shit like that.
What was this, a Google image search?
14,000.
No, well, I just did a search for 1977 Mercedes 240D, the green one, the second one. I clicked on that. It opened up in the side window. I right-clicked on that, and I said, copy image address. And then I opened that, and it did work. It opened up the image, but it's 13,447 characters long. Why? Nothing in life needs to be that long.
Well, let me look. Oh yeah. Oh, you're
It
right.
is, isn't it? I'm
It
not
is.
kidding. It's. I can't believe it.
Holy crap! All right, now I go to the page. Copy image location. See what I get there. Yeah, go to the actual page.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah, I'm
click
on the
through the
actual
page.
page now.
Yeah, because Google
Now
Google
Yeah,
Images.
team, like Bob told you.
Yep, Bob was right.
You lied to me, Bob. All right, guys.
Amateur
I
hour
knew that.
here.
I just wanted to share the picture by itself.
I already did it for you.
That's my second car, guys. I ever owned. It was diesel in Texas. It sucked. It was meant for Minnesota weather. It didn't have an AC unit by design.
No AC? That still sucks in Minnesota, man. Oh.
But it was from '77, so I guess like they didn't really weren't concerned with it at the time.
Yeah, there were less cars with AC then.
But I remember in the winter when it used to get really cold, I'd go out there and turn that car on, and I'd have to sit there with my foot on the accelerator a little bit. If I took my foot off the accelerator, car would die. I would have to, ice cold outside. I'd be sitting there freezing.
Where
And then the
was
heater
this?
doesn't work. It was in Dallas.
It's
not
not
cold
ice.
down here, bud.
It's never ice cold in Dallas. What are you talking about?
A granddad's car, really, Team Skeptic? Yeah. We talked about my original first car, which I'm going to pull this one up for you. Impala station wagon, Dookie Brown.
Station wagon.
Dude, it was oh my god, I may have found it, bro. Just first search. The Dookie Brown part. It says it. Yep, that's it right there.
To do. My first car was a Triumph Spitfire.
Suzuki Swift.
Mid-70s, and it had a mid-70s, and it had an engine about the size of a sewing machine.
Pontiac Sunrunner / Tracker with baby blue with a nice girly pink swirl across the side of it.
So I just shared the link to the car that I used to drive around town. And this is a pretty close thing. I might not have had that exact model, but it was definitely that fucking ugly. It was a Chevrolet Impala. I used to think it was so cool because I was riding around in an Impala. And no, my friend got in. Legitimately, my best friend growing up, he got into the car and he leaned down below the window. And I said, "What are you doing?" He said, "I don't want anybody to see me in this car." I was like, "Get your ass out and walk." He's like, "No, man, we need to get there, but I just don't want anybody to see me driving with you." I was like, "Wow." Yeah, well, you're right. The car is kind of like really embarrassing. But
When you look at it now, it is, but you know.
yeah, first cars though, man. You gotta get a shitty car for your kid and for his first car.
Oh yeah, mine was like, that's what I'm saying. Mine was that Pontiac Sunrunner that had like the winter you could put the hard top on it, or it had like the removable soft top. So it was like you were Barbie and their friends. It was baby blue with the pink little girly sticker across the side with nice little swirls along it. But hey, listen, that shit got stuck a lot of times when I was with my friends, and it had lockable hubs and 4x4. And it was like, we got that stuck so bad one time. My friend's like, it's never coming out of there. I'm like, no, hold on. You pull the channel locks out of the glove compartment, you go up, lock the hubs old fashioned, clicker into 4x4 high, and no, we're getting out of this ditch. Like,
Brainy, I have a question to ask you. Did your imaginary car, did it use gasoline, or did you have foot pedals you had to turn?
yeah. What, do you want me to show you a picture?
No.
His feet had to touch the ground to make it go.
Oh, I see.
Fred Flintstone.
Did you scream yabba dabba doo?
Yabba dabba dabba.
No, that's how it felt.
Jeez.
It's a pretty ghetto car, the one I'm talking about. That's anybody's had one of those Tracker Geos. They
Is
came
that
in
Hot
like
Wheels on the side?
pretty much.
Oh.
I mean,
No,
mine could have said Barbie on the side. It was legitimately the right colors. Or maybe Ken. Not a little bit more blue than pink.
Not many people remember the Geo Metro.
Oh,
or the
yeah.
Yugo,
Metro.
In fact, the
3
Yugo. How many of
cylinders.
you guys how many of you guys have ever seen a Yugo before on the road?
I've seen one on TV.
Yeah.
That's old school. Why was it called the Yugo?
I've seen them. You go here, I go there.
Yeah, but there's a reason why it was called a Yugo. Do you guys know why?
Wasn't it after
No.
somebody's name or something? I can't remember.
It was
the
manufactured in Yugoslavia.
Yeah.
Yugoslavia. I
Manufactured in
saw that in a
Yugoslavia.
movie.
That's why we don't have Yugos anymore. I don't even know. Something happened. I think it was like the fall of the Russian the USSR was the end of the Yugo coming to America.
Oh, Mark Beiser remembers when they were sold new.
Jeez.
Nice.
That was like the worst car you could ever get was a Yugo. That motherfucker was a death trap.
Oh,
Well, there was Lake Car too.
But the Daewoo.
Daewoo.
Let's see, we see a Fiat. I see the Fiat in the chat.
I had a Fiat
ooh, how
Panda.
about-
I had a
Here,
Fiat Punto as my second car.
I have a question. How many of you guys ever had a Fiero?
No.
Do any of y'all know what a Fiero is?
I do.
Sounds familiar.
You do, yeah. I
seem
knew
to
you
remember
would.
'em, yeah.
Shane.
Oh,
Yeah,
dang.
I'm sure you would, Bob, if you see a car. Pull up a picture of a Fiero.
Hold on,
They were actually cool looking cars, but they were pieces of
I had
shit.
this car, a Fiat Panda, for a short time.
Was the Fiero that little wedge-shaped thing?
Yeah,
It was
Fiero
like
looked
little
like
wedge-shaped thing?
it looked almost like a the Back to
Roller
the Future
skate?
car.
There you go.
It looked almost like one the DeLorean.
DeLorean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
almost
what
a
I
little
thought.
bit,
I
a little
remember
bit.
that.
It was kind of a sporty car, but
Well,
it was
it-
a shit car.
Yeah, it had a real sharp front end to it.
Yeah,
Oh,
get
you know,
caught
one
on
of my
that.
favorite. Look, one of my favorite cars ever is the Honda Civic SI, 4-wheel turn, all-wheel turning. If you turn left, the front wheels turn left, and the back wheels would turn slightly right, so that you could make sharper turns. Honda Civic, either CRX SI
It was a
or
Prelude, right?
Honda Civic. It might have been a Prelude, actually.
Yeah.
You might be right, actually. It's a Prelude that had a Prelude SI, I believe it. It looked real sporty, almost like the Fiero
It was
does
a
right
winter
here.
buggy. It was a winter.
Yeah, see.
Yeah, it was like the late '80s, right?
Yeah, but they were they had a pretty nice engine in them. They had a turbocharged engine in it, so you could do a lot with that car if you put some money into it. But it had a 4-wheel turning.
Yeah. Let's see. There you go.
I had 2 of those cars. I got into an argument with somebody because they towed the wrong car, thinking because I had a car delivered to my house for parts, and the other car was properly secured, and then the other car was good to go, and so they came over and they towed that car, thinking they were towing the parts car. They towed my actual car. Like, why would you do that?
Well, and the problem we used to have with Subarus, the WRXs and stuff, is that, see, they all know about it now, but originally, and I never lived through this, but I guess because a lot of them didn't know that they were 4x4. Like, and it's not like it's always 4x4. So you're towing a 4x4 vehicle. So
it's all-wheel drive. It's not really 4x4. It's all-wheel drive.
Well, the only no on a Subaru, it does not. It always WRX. It's always putting 50% to the front, 50% to the back. It's 4x4 all the time. When I turn, if I back up and I turn my wheels, I get torque steer where it goes because I 4x4 is on while I'm reversing. I mean, it's always in 4x4 Subarus. It's symmetrical all-wheel drive, meaning that all four tires are always getting the same amount of torque power.
Yeah.
So it essentially might as well be 4x4. But all he's going to say is they used to tow them, and they'd have to put a sticker on the back, like on the window, that said 4x4 tow, because the tow truck drivers didn't realize that the Subarus, because it was a newer product in North America, were 4x4 vehicle essentially, and you had to tow them with their back tires off the ground.
See,
otherwise they'd rip them apart. When they towed them, they'd shred them.
The WRX was a car that I always wanted but never ever got. So I want to ask you guys, what is the one car that I'll tell you mine at the end, but what is the one car that you always wanted but never had the opportunity to own?
Ooh. I got mine. The Fiat X19.
Fiat X, I gotta look this up, man.
Yeah.
Anybody says that their fucking fantasy car is a Fiat needs to be institutionalized.
I mean, I really like my car. I love
X19. Let's see how bad you need to be. You definitely need to be institutionalized.
Dude, it's like the Fiero.
Unsub.
It's the same as the Fiero, man.
Yeah, but that's not about to be my dream car that I never had.
I think I just want to upgrade to an STI. Go from a WX to an STI. That's what I'd do.
So that's your fantasy car would be an STI?
A Viper would be my fantasy car, but
well, no, okay, but we got to keep it.
How high are we going here?
Yeah, we got to keep it reasonable. We'll say
kind of car that
70,000 or less. You know, no McLaren.
Well, that would be a WRX for me, or a STI for me, because there's 65,000 Canadian. Because there's a lot more electronics in an STI versus a WRX, and they're not the same chassis anymore. There's the SI drive where it'll intelligently put 70% torque to the front, 30 to the back, or 60-40. It'll reverse it front to back depending on how the car's performing, and everything detecting yaw and stuff. So there's a lot going on in that STI.
Yeah, the X19, you have lost so much street cred in MC2, and you had none to begin with, but that you lost. You lost big
He just wants to feel like he's going back to the future. Give him a break.
Yeah, man.
Like
Yeah,
the ZR1, man.
You said Fiero. This looks just like the Fiero, man.
It does.
I always wanted a ZR1.
I would laugh at you twice as hard because you have a bootleg Fiero.
Isn't that like the ad on Family Guy where it's like, these are Tesla shoes. They're just like Nike, only better. Because they're like East European Nikes. Isn't that the same thing? You're like showing us here?
All right. So next
Bob
person, Bob the science guy. What's your car that you never owned that you always wanted to?
You still driving there, Bob?
ZR1.
Corvette?
Yeah, I'm still driving. No, Corvette ZR1. The ZR1. The Corvette ZR1. Yeah. Really nice car.
I love the Corvette ZR1.
The zombie.
The robot dog?
Bob the zombie guy.
Look, I'll pull up a
What's
picture.
funny
of it.
about a ZR1, man?
Audio's coming in.
What's wrong with a ZR1?
Nothing
robot
at all.
That's your audio's going all robotic and dragged out.
You're driving at close to the speed of light, Bob. Slow down. At relative speeds, please. Slow down. No, that was amazing. Okay. So that's a good car, actually. I'm
Dude,
impressed. You're way better than MC2. Yeah.
Hold on a second, team. Mandelbrot says he had a Fiat X19. We're like twins. We have the same degree and the same profession. Yes.
I'm about to delete Mandelbrot from my life along with MC2. No, I think I could build you an X19 out of scrap styrofoam around the house. It literally looks like it has about that much technology that goes into it.
Oh my gosh.
But sarcastic barman, what say you on the car you never owned that you always wish you did?
Oh, if I could pick any car to own, it'd probably something like a Jaguar MK7 or something like that. So the nice, proper, mobby style 50s classic car. 'Cause I like 50s style cars. They're quite funky.
Yeah.
But yeah. Apart from that, I'm not big into cars, so it's just like, yeah, it's a car. But I think they look quite cool.
So, as a kid, there was always two cars. One of them was brought up. I wasn't going to mention this one, but I do want to bring this up. And it was brought up by, let's see, Iron Moop 90 says the Nissan Skyline. And yes, the reason why I want to bring this car up is because I was into import cars when I was younger. The Nissan Skyline was one of those just like really exotic import cars that you would see at like local street races and shit like that. So
you can push them to 600 horsepower without even sweating them. They're crazy.
Yes. And then look at how it looks. It looks so nice and clean. Like there's not a lot of fanciness to it. It really is a badass car. But my fantasy car that I always wish I had and I never owned was I believe it was the 1996 Toyota Supra Inline 6. Either Inline 6, the 96 Inline 6 or the I believe it was like the 86 Inline 6 or something like that.
Have you seen the newer Skylines? Like they used it in one of the Fast and the Furious theirs or whatever. They're pretty sexy. They came out with a newer one.
You could push a Toyota Supra Inline 6 to you could push it pretty hard. I think it came stock with a twin turbo in it, so it was a pretty badass car. I always wish I had one as a kid, and I never did.
So this one, if you're looking at the stream, this is a picture I took at gas station of the Skyline.
That thing probably, honestly, no shit, no jokes. That thing probably has 500 horsepower.
So you're out there at gas stations chasing clout. I'm surprised you didn't Photoshop yourself into it sitting on the hood.
But people don't realize, like, that's a 4-cylinder car that probably legit easily has 500 horsepower. Like, they are extremely powerful cars.
Yeah, that one has 5. He said he could by putting.
Is
in
it a
different gas
4-cylinder?
Changing the, I don't know.
They're 4-cylinder cars. I'm almost positive they're a 4-cylinder, dude.
I thought they were 6-cylinder.
Maybe I'm wrong.
I thought they were 6.
But yeah, he said with different software and different gas, he can get 700.
Well, I can do STI does 450 out of the box, and it's a 4-cylinder car.
Oh shit!
So
I mean, WRX is our 4-cylinder car. Mine's a 4-cylinder car. I'm 400 horsepower. Wow. 390 something.
Yeah, it says it's. Oh well, hold on. Let's see.
Okay, it might be a 6-cylinder.
Oh well,
I think it is a 6-cylinder.
The GTR is the one you'd want to look at, not the regular Skyline. It's the GTR.
But even the 4-cylinder ones can be pushed pretty. They're pretty amazing because the turbochargers and stuff. Like I said, an STI is 450 out of the box, and that's like stock without even doing anything to it. 4 cylinders.
So the car, I know this.
I remember the 2000 GTX. Wow, that was the car that they sold in America. Wasn't it the Mitsubishi GTX?
That's a nice one. So
yeah, you're right.
Was it 2000 GTX? It was either Mitsubishi or Nissan. I'm not sure, but I think it was Mitsubishi put out the 2000 GTX.
So I have a Nissan Sentra.
Maybe not.
SER Spec V. So that's their six speed and 220 horse in a 4-cylinder. So I didn't know anything about it, and then I drive Lyft. I haven't driven for quite a while, but some guys, like, he was super impressed. He started telling me all about the Skyline. That's how I know about it.
The Skyline.
They used to be a straight 6. That's what it was. They used to be a straight 6, which is really weird.
Inline 6. Yeah.
Now they're a V6.
Well, I didn't know if it was inline 6 or an inline 4. I don't know that you could push a 4-cylinder, a V4, a 4-cylinder in a V configuration. I don't know if you could push it that hard. It might have to be an inline 6. But what about the Mazda RX-7, the rotary engines? Ooh.
They were terrible. They were terrible originally before fuel like modern technology, but now that's why they're getting a bit of a resurgence now because because I guess fuel injection technology and timing and all that stuff's a little bit better, because they used to have a bit of issues, that rotary engine, did they not?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
It would,
yeah,
but it would
weren't the
redline
most-
at like 13,000 RPM. It was crazy.
Yeah, they're good for racing, but street driving was not their best attribute. But there just wasn't a lot of places that could easily service the Mazda rotary engine because it's not a common engine in America.
It was such a neat idea, though, to make it so there's no return. So it's just like a triangle that like ignition, and it keeps just pushing it, just like a pushing it.
Yeah, and somebody said RX-7, not RX-8. I'm sorry. There is an RX-8, but the rotary engine was on the RX-7. I'm not sure that they pushed.
But they aren't they making a newer one now, or did they not make a more recent one?
Too.
Is it rotary as well?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
The car I remember though was the RX-7, not the RX-8. But somebody pointed out there's a 3-cylinder engine that puts out 600 base horsepower.
I saw a 4-cylinder with 800 horsepower that had a cast iron block. The guy had to warm it up for an hour before he could leave the driveway. And he'd leave the driveway in 3rd gear because 1st gear was essentially too powerful to do anything with. He had to have everything had to be rebuilt though. Like by time, I mean, these cars aren't even like, so they buy a car that's worth $50,000 and they put $150,000 of extra shit into it in time. It's more of a hobby for those people. They become like just addicted to showing how many, but like the stuff I've seen, even in just Calgary, they have shops that are like setting up with electronic meth water injection into your turbocharger and stuff. So like you could just press a button, or at the right time the computer can do it, and it actually injects a CC meth water injection into the turbocharger to cool the turbocharger down, because of course as it expands it creates a cooling effect. You get denser into the cylinders, you get more bang. Like I've been in a car with they programmed it was a Subaru STI. They programmed launch control into it, and I'm like, he's like, you ever seen a car with launch control? I'm like, launch control? We're sitting at a red light in the middle of the night, and he just punches it. It sits there and goes and just bounces on the red line until the light goes green, and then he just drops the clutch, and so the car is always sitting right at the red line point when you let go. So it would just sit there and bounce on the red line until he was ready to go. And it's all in the programming. They just programmed the car to do that. My car, if I punched it past the red line, it would just take away my pedal from me, like it didn't even exist anymore. As soon as you hit that red line, you just be like, it just takes it's like you might as well just let your foot right off the pedal. And until you let your foot off the pedal and you drop below the red line, it won't give you throttle control back.
Hey, I have a question. I've never understood why the auto industry started going in this direction, and I don't know that they still do, but I know for a few years there were lines of cars that came out that when you stopped at a red light, the entire engine would shut off.
Well,
they foot on the gear, they would turn back on.
My parents' car does that. It shuts off. Yep.
Mine does that.
Why would they do that wouldn't that, like, what happens if you come to the light and your starter goes out?
That doesn't seem to be happening very often, I guess, nowadays. I mean, I don't know. I guess it depends on the car. I've never seen it happen, but they do break down, I guess.
I mean, I just think that's such a inefficient idea.
Apparently you save gas.
Stop the car and start the car back up every time.
Yeah, but apparently
how much gas would you really save by not?
Well, how many hours do you spend sitting parked in one location in gridlock? That's the question you got to ask.
It depends. Yeah,
you're
it depends
idling
where
a
you
lot.
drive.
It'll only do it as well, depending on your battery charge level and if your engine's nice and warm. Because I've got it on mine, and I come up, stop, put the handbrake on, take it out of gear, and it goes bloop. As soon as it touches the clutch again, it goes.
Yeah, as soon as I've driven my parents, you don't even notice. It just shuts off, and as soon as you press the pedal, it like starts before you even feel it. You just take off.
Do you hear the engine start back up from nothing, or does it just go?
It just purs back on somehow.
See,
it's the
my
weirdest
mom
thing
had
ever.
a car. My mom had a car where she stopped at a light, the car shut off. Not the power to the car, the engine to the car shut off. And when she'd give it gas, you would hear it go. You'd hear the engine start up from nothing to start up, and then it would take off. And I was like, "Why does your engine do that?" And she's like, "The new cars. It's the way they work." And the person that sold her the car was like, "Yep." And I've seen other cars do it. So
Well, yeah,
I always
higher
like,
end
what the
cars will do it.
fuck?
So it depends on how much the car. A lot of higher end cars will do it, but they don't have to be high end. Just it's a new.
Yeah.
They if you're spending a lot of time stopping and going, they calculated it does save gas. And if you're not spending a lot of time stopping and going, it doesn't do anything anyways. But I think on my parents' car they can turn it off. I'm pretty sure they can press a button and actually turn that function right off if they want to for a while.
My 1995 Dodge Dakota had that feature too. It turned off when I got to a light. It's not intentional though. It just
To get it, after the light turned green, you had to run out there and fucking pop the hood. Brace
No, he's just about to say,
dang it,
I've
start,
done the thing.
start.
An MGB, my brother, we'd stop at the intersection and all of a sudden it would just stall and he'd go, shit, and he'd go to start it and there'd be no fuel pressure. And he would just hand me a wrench. He'd be like, you know what to do. You'd go to the back of the intersection, you'd pop the trunk of the MGB and you'd be tapping, he'd be going like this and watching the gas pressure as you're tapping the fuel pump in the trunk. It would stick out, stuck out in the trunk. You tap.
Listen,
finally, the pressure would jump. You'd be like, "Get in!" It was like, boom, we take off.
Kids these days will never understand why there's a need for carburetor fluid in a car, nor will they understand what it's like to slide underneath your car, tap the solenoid with a fucking wrench to get it to loosen up so that you can start the car.
You tap the starter, yeah.
They'll never understand that.
Let's do that. My dad's old Land Rover. Because it would just hit the thing. Yeah, it didn't start. But you couldn't go underneath it. You just pop the bonnet and have to lean over. Huge fucking space in those.
So bonnet is the hood, everybody.
Hood, yeah.
That's British for hood. Got it. You're gonna be here
talking about, Brady.
Your end there.
You need to speak the Queen's English.
I do. I spell it like that, anyways.
Yeah,
you guys
right.
spell like stuff like crap. I'm just kidding.
I can't spell for toffee. Jeez.
Well, no, but we spell things differently. I don't know how you spell. I think you spell like we do. We spell color differently than them, and we spell
With
like
a U.
was it schedule? Was this schedule supposed to be pronounced schedule? Exactly.
Yeah, schedule.
But that's not how it's spelled here. It's SCH, so it's not schedule. It's schedule. Anyways,
we give it a hard K
Americans
sound.
Americans give it a hard K, whereas British give it a sh, and here you'll find both. So one person will say schedule, the other person will say schedule, because we're stuck
aluminium.
Yeah, that's
aluminum.
I'm against you. It's aluminum. You can eat dog crap. But I will team up with you against the is it who is it that says herbs? It's the frickin'
I say it however I feel.
I think
because
it's the Americans say herbs.
Going herbs. I've said herbs and herbs.
Yeah, we don't pronounce
and I don't.
I think herbs is definitely, if you had to pick it though, herbs is more of an American thing, because I believe in Britain and stuff, it's more like a herb. It's herb. And so it's because there's a goddamn H in it.
I don't know why we don't say it.
It's her with a B on the end.
But that's okay. Languages are fun. The only thing I'm sick of hearing is crick and rough. I just don't want any more of that.
Rough.
Crick and rough.
I've heard too many Americans talk about roughs and cricks, because like that's a nice crick there. It's like, oh, it's not how it's spelled.
Yeah, I grew up saying crick, and
see, there you go.
Yeah, but it's
okay. My little girl says Tivy.
On top of the roof, the house is the roof. Not rough.
You are you really only like? Are you serious though? Because you're only like 3 hours from me. That's funny.
Yeah.
Who
And
here
you
says
have people.
herb?
Okay, you need to reinforce me on this though. You tell you what you got to say, and I'm gonna ask you something. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh well, I was gonna say okay.
Oh, I thought it was
Tune. You said call it herbs, right? Where the H is silent.
We don't pronounce the
Spell
H,
this word out. Herbie.
Herbie.
Why is it not herby?
I don't know. The person's name Herb is pronounced with an H. We say herb if it's their name, but you say herb if it's a plant. I don't know. But here's what we do here. You get a bunch of kids sitting around in a circle and somebody taps their head, right? They say duck, 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 gray duck. That's what we say.
Gray swan?
Well,
we say gray duck.
Really though? Are you
Absolutely.
serious?
That's
It's not
Why?
a goose. Why?
That
I
is-
don't understand.
We do not say goose. It's a Minnesota thing. That's the name of the University of Minnesota's ultimate frisbee team. Actually, is Grey Ducks.
Wow.
Poor children.
Mark-
Okay, so I tell people this all the time about accents, and I need you to back me up on this, McToon. You have people very close to you that sound crazy different than us, right?
Sure.
Like, well, like Fargo and stuff isn't even far from me. I know somewhere in Minnesota, like when you're going through the Minnesota airport, the Minneapolis-St. Paul airport, you'll half the people talk like us, and the other half of the people are going, "Oh boy, eh, how howdy, eh." It's like there's an extreme accent in your state somewhere, and it's hiding in corners.
Is older people from a more rural area, not from the city. So yeah, if you're,
It's extreme though. Like when you hear it, it's just like watching Fargo.
yeah,
Like it's
so
like wow.
when we
And they're like
watch
right next to
that,
everybody else.
my wife is like, "Do we talk like that?" I said, "Well, if we talked like that, they would not sound so funny." So when we watch that movie, we're like, they don't sound like us.
Well, they don't. There is. That's what I mean. When I go there, there's a subset of people. One speaks like our English, and the other one speaks like whoa boy hey howdy eh. Like it's almost like East Coast Canadian English, but American somehow. It's crazy.
So, I would like to point out that Stringer News says that while MC Toon might play Duck, Duck, Gray Duck, Flurfs play Duck, Duck, Black Swan.
That's good.
So Mark Weiser,
I was
Weiser
waiting for
wants me
that
to
one.
say Z.
Huh?
There you
Well,
go.
it's not a zebra, so I'm behind you on that one.
Yeah.
But
Zebra.
well, actually, it is a zebra now that I think of it, because if you ask Trevor Noah, it is a zebra. It's just that we call it a zebra because we believe in Z, not Z, not Z. But I'm a Canadian and I'm supposed to be saying Z, just so you know.
Really?
Hey, Toon, I would like you to answer Clive Wells' question in the chat, please.
Oh, herbaceous? Or
You
herbaceous?
said it right, G.
Yeah, it's herbaceous.
Herbaceous.
I don't know.
Anxious.
It's herbaceous. Or hisbaceous, depending upon.
We're saying
how
dirty
you see
words.
them.
That's what I was just about to say.
Herbivore.
There you go.
Yeah, is it an herbivore or herbivore?
I've said
The
herbivore.
Herbivore?
Yeah.
I think it's herbivore. It's the same reason.
Yeah, I think it's I think it's because most of the dinosaurs were named Herb back in the day. Herbie. There was
Somebody in town here has a love bug. They have an exact love bug. It's got the eyeballs on it, and like
the
they
Volkswagen.
painted the stripes over it. It's got the number on the side. I saw it getting gas the other day. They live in town here. They've got the Herbie the love bug.
All right.
Awesome.
It's been 4.5 hours.
Jeez.
It was fun. Yeah, I
I
saw I
didn't
was
even
getting
want to come on here until I
Look, the-
saw
the
that.
sun's
Bob.
up.
I just got to Marquette. And I just got to Marquette. I'm sitting out in front of my office.
There you
All
go.
right.
Nice.
We better get going here. So now
6:30 in the morning here.
oh my goodness.
You're a brave man. Is your wife still
Yes.
up playing games with you too?
Yeah.
Oh my God,
my.
your kids are gonna ruin you tomorrow.
We don't have kids.
Oh well, there you go. I hate you sometimes. You know that. I like you though. Don't worry.
Yeah. Well, Ralph, this is the
Well,
closest I've got to a
good
kid.
night, guys.
Lazy dogs.
All right, thanks,
night, Bob.
Robot Bob.
Hey Bob, thanks for coming, buddy.
Later, Bob.
Take care, guys.
Oh, you hear how he said take care? That was like perfectly smooth. He was faking us out the whole time. He's such a great actor. I love that guy.
All right. Well, Brainy, you got anything for us? Any wisdom?
Oh God, probably not. Let's face it. I'm working on a new video, like always, and I gotta look for some stuff to laugh at tomorrow for live streaming because Wednesday is my night typically. So that's usually the plan. And then other than that, yeah, I mean, I think I'm working some stuff with team and well, I don't know. I think you're involved team, but Fight the Flat Earth at the very least as well. But
Yeah.
Something to do with mustaches.
Yeah, I'm doing it. The Battle of the Mustaches. Exactly.
Battle of the Mustaches or whatever it's going to be called, through
I get to-
Musketeers or
Oh,
I get to
who are
take
they?
Stinky. Oh, I
Obviously-
get Stinky.
I get
Plain
the worst
Truth.
one, but I'll take it. It's all good. I got what is it? Although he says stupid stuff, so don't worry. I'm okay. I'll be fine. I've got, what is it? Earth Sage, or Flat Earth Sage. He's just a hippie. But he was pitching
that guy.
something that causes spotting, vaginal spotting for
Wait.
women the other day.
Oh, no. Hold on. Is that the guy from Texas?
Is he from Texas? All I know is he's
Hold
very
on.
unkempt and he's got quite the mustache going on.
Is he a Hispanic
All
guy? Or
But
darker
ho-
skin? I don't
hold
know
on
if
a
he's
second.
Hispanic, but
I don't think
Team, we got an important question, team.
Okay.
From Bella Charge for 2 New Zealand. He says, did your first car have a crank handle?
No, it didn't.
Come on, you can tell us the truth. It's okay.
No, it did not have
Did it run out
a
the front and
drive
crank
shaft
it?
crank. It did not have a. Well, is he talking about a drive shaft crank? I think he's
to
talking about a
start
drive
it, I
shaft
think.
crank.
That's pretty sure. He's
No,
talking
why
about
there
to start
there
it.
was the crank shafts in the front, but I don't know if my dad had the car, if it was one of our friends that had a car. You could actually turn the drive shaft with a crank. And I guess I don't know why they were using it or whatnot, but he was showing me how you could turn the drive shaft with a crank. So I thought maybe that's what he was talking about. But no, Bella, I'm not that freaking old, dude. You're way older than me.
Team, I sent you a link just to look at that flatter stage. You see what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. Okay, hold on. I want to see. I got a story about this guy if it is him. Let's see.
All right,
I don't
that
think
can
he's
be your sign out.
Yeah, I'll take.
Oh, no, that's not him.
No, that's not.
He
But
looks-
anyways, okay. So thanks for having me, McToon. I'll let everybody else check out. I really
Yeah,
appreciate you pulling me on.
Thanks for coming, Brainy.
Be quiet.
Yeah, the guy I was talking about was Flat Earth Shaman.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Oh, good to see you again, sarcastic barman, as always, and team.
And you,
nice,
Beaver?
nice talking.
Yeah, I think I forgot to say hi to you when I came in, Brainy.
No,
I'm
you
so
said hi.
sorry.
It's
Okay.
either way. Yeah.
Cool.
I didn't know what we were talking about. I got confused there. It's late.
It's not late. It's early. The sun's out and everything.
Yeah, a little farther. away
Sarcastic
from you.
Barman? We do not care about your time zone.
One more time, I put sarcastic barman's channel in the video there. The live
Subscribe,
chat.
subscribe,
Go
subscribe.
He needs to get 1,000.
Thank
man.
you. It's getting there. It's getting there. Quite chuffed. I've got a video coming out tonight when I upload it later, which will take me like 2.5 hours to upload because my internet sucks. I have like less than a meg upload speed, so yeah. But yeah, we're doing 5G, 6 different 5G videos because they just keep coming out with the craziness. But,
Wow.
yeah,
All right.
fun.
And team, you had something?
Oh, no, I'm good. Thank you for having me on. Thank you
all
for
right.
finding a spot on this quad box of, extraordinary gentlemen right here. I guess if you want to call this group of people gentlemen. I think I'm the most gentle of all the men here. So,
Really?
if I can fool at least one person, dude, I'm gonna try.
All right. Well, thanks everybody. Thanks for the super chats and channel members and patrons. And if you liked it, thumbs up. If you didn't like it, thumbs down. And tell me all about it. We'll catch you later, everybody. Thanks a lot. Bye.